Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clear Pigeon. We are in the south of England, very, very deep south of England, in Dorset, beautiful rural Dorset here in the UK, and it's a beautiful and brightiful sunny morning here, and it's going to remain that all day long. We've got consistent weather conditions with highs of 14 degrees and bright and sunny temperature with a 0% chance of any rain. Storm Babbitt has swept across the British Isles, and we can see Storm Babbitt well and truly on its way somewhere else. It's not going to be here at Clear Pigeon. We're here for the final round of the 2023 Junction 6 NKC Championship, and oh my goodness, what a season it has been. It's not over yet, though. We've got a full day of karting and some fantastic racing ahead of us. If you think the previous 5 rounds have been intense, well, the intensity is about to go on to the rev limiter, going towards the finals this afternoon. With all of our championships to play for, there's only one of our championships, the Junior Rotax, which we'll talk about in a moment. That is kind of going to be tough for anyone to take from the chap who's at the front of the field. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm with you all day, and next to me, where's he gone? Oh, he's down there. Oh, he's down there. You're on a very small stool today. Nick is Nick Damon. Nick, you know what? We are so blessed with this weather, considering how bad it was yesterday. And for me, I like it when it's consistent. No faffing around changing tyres. No faffing around choosing what setup. It's going to be pure racing today.
Yeah, it's a lovely day, and given the fact that as you look at the breeze, you can see the NKC flags, but yesterday it was like driving through fog, driving through mist, and you kind of walked out there, and you came out, and you're like a damp sponge immediately. Began to brighten up in the afternoon, but most of the practice was done in the wet, and today we've been greeted by bright sunshine here in halfway between Dorchester and Yeovil. And it's been a lovely day, and hopefully some lovely racing.
Well, we've been racing here at Clear Pigeon since the 1950s. It was part of a Second World War military hospital site, and the roadways and the concrete runways were used as a car track way back in the 1950s. It became Clear Pigeon Kart Club was formed in the early 70s, and we've been racing here 815 metres. It's one of the shortest tracks, if not the shortest track that we race on, with lap times in about 36 seconds for the faster of the classes. And we are here like every other big national UK championship. All of them come here to Clear Pigeon. It's got a very, very rich history. The tracks, like I said, the track is a 35-second lap time, but it's got quite a mix and quite a challenge. And when you consider that yesterday was completely and utterly saturation and soaking wet, that practice session was only really to get the drivers honed in. There will be none of our setup work that we kind of have a job list to do and get the kart tuned in to the track conditions. It's completely different. So local knowledge is going to be that all very much more important. Here we go, Nick. We're out on the track for the first of our heats, and it's Junior Rotax. The championship is very much in the hands of Mason Perrin, and by our calculations, Mason, because of the dropped score rule, Mason really doesn't have to compete today.
Really?
Yeah. He's pretty much clinched it because he's done such a good job in the previous 5 rounds. If this is his worst heat, his worst day, then he's pretty much clinched the championship, and we worked it out. He doesn't really have to compete. Pole position, Freddie Theobald alongside Alex Timmins. Row 2, Finlay Underwood and Daniel Haynes. Joshua Della Carter and Levi Euler on row 3. Callum Scrivens and Jasmine Taylor on row 4. Presley Walker and Jay Levitt are next. Then Jaden Hewitt, Mason Perrin, Lucy Lovell, Taylor Dixon, Billy Vogt, George Kay, Daniel Davies, Alfie Bushell, Archie Butler and Joshua Withercombe.
We're away for the day.
And we are away for the day, the first. Are we getting the wave round? We are. That's because I wasn't finished. It's 35 seconds, Nick. It's going to be very tricky to get these large grids in. We've got 28 carts on this grid, but we did have a few stragglers, so thankfully we're sending them back round.
The straggler almost went off.
Row 10, Archie Butler, Joshua Withcombe, Jimmy Salter and Alex Dole, Billy Edgecombe, Louis Rees are on row 12, row 13, Frank Ward and Vlad Tomanchuk, and then Alex Fraser and Freddie Worlock round off the 28 cart field. Mixed grids. So we get each of our competitors start 1 heat at the front, 1 heat in the middle and 1 heat at the back. So that gives us absolute fantastic racing and entertainment. It means that the faster drivers make their way through as best they can, and the slow drivers, well, the slower, less experienced drivers hang on for all they're worth. Here we come then, back towards the lights. We're about to go racing for this, the final round of the 2023 Junction 6 NKC Championship, and this time we are away to Billy's Blind into that very tricky right-hander. And it looks like the field have made it through. Three wide towards the S's already.
Yeah, and away they've gone, and they're going to sprint back up this short straight, the Sturmey straight, into Hans Hairpin? Is that right?
Hans Hairpin, yeah.
Didn't be writing that earlier. Just, the timing is not running because it's not running on Alpha either at the moment, so I might have to go and talk to the timing people about why that's not happening.
Right, that's a little glitch.
So ignore the timing. No one in the world knows who's leading what, so we're going to have to do identification of numbers and cars. It's that sort of way.
Yeah, absolutely. Here
so
we go then. So number 64 of the number 64 of Freddie Theobald started on the pole position. We'll get our timing screen. We've got no timing, as Nick says. We'll get that sorted out very, very soon. But right now, Freddie Theobald leading. And that looks like the number 10 of Levi Earl, who slotted in behind. Beautiful, beautiful shot there. Kart silhouetted against the morning sunshine. The 133 goes a little bit wide. That's Callum Scrivens just hanging onto it and keeping the kart on the track there. He's on the Lando Norris kart. White nose cone and a black fairing. That's because to keep the weight down, some of these drivers having to take a bit of weight off for a whole 1 kilogram in the sticker kit liveries. And into the lead has gone Levi Earl, into Billy's blind there. And Levi Earl takes the lead. Levi Earl and Mason Perrin it was that fought really hard at fullback. And it's Mason Perrin who has come through there to challenge, and if not, he's gone through and is in second place. Like I say, we are still devoid of any kind of timing screens, but it's the two protagonists who fought it absolute fist fight, metaphorically, at fullback. And here we find Levi Earl and Mason Perrin pulling away from Freddie Theobald through the S's, and Perrin right on the rear bumper of Levi Earl and down the inside into Hans Hairpin, and Mason Perrin with a beautiful move there. And now he goes on his way. This is our provisional champion for 2023, Mason Perrin, at the front of the field on the red and white kart. And he really has been a force to reckon with. We've had challenges all season long, but Mason Perrin here at Clay Pigeon is going to be a very, very hard driver to beat. He doesn't have to compete in this round, but he's chosen to, and to go out in style and showing why he's leading the championship and almost clinching the championship. I mean, you might be thinking, well, how do you not know he's won the championship? Well, because of the dropped scores, out of 6 rounds, you're allowed to drop, or you have to drop, it's mandatory, you drop a round. So you invariably pick the worst round. So if you've had a disc wall or a mechanical issue, you're going to drop that round. And really, you can't really tell what the worst round is until you've completed all 6 rounds. So that's why we speculate. It's what we do. It's what we're going to be doing all day. And this is the easiest class to work out, because Mason Perrin, with dropped scores, this could be his worst round, for instance, and he would still be leading the championship. Freddie Theobald, the 64 there, the yellow and blue livery kart. Down the inside of him has gone the number 25. That's Jaden Hewitt making his way through the field, just coming underneath us. And I haven't even got any information as regards to how far through this heat we are. Heat duration all day is 8 minutes and 1 lap. So that's pretty much the generic length of heats that we see here in British karting. 8 minutes and 1 lap. We then move on later on to a 12-minute duration and 1 lap for our finals coming up later this afternoon. Right now, though, we're in the heat phase of this final round, the Junction 6 NKC for 2023. Already coming to its conclusion. A little bit of a mixed emotion there. It's been a fabulous season. We've got to wait, get Christmas over, and then wait for the winter to blow by before we reconvene in 2024. We'll talk about the new calendar later on in the show. But right now, it's all about Mason Perrin, who is going to go out in this first heat. He's still leading, just coming across the start-finish line with quite a gap. I'm going to get the stopwatch on that. He's got about a 3-second gap there to the second place kart of Levi Earl. And Mason Perrin already on his way to Hans Hairpin. Turning right. It's kind of got a bit of a downhill feel to it, and then you pop back up the slight incline towards the horseshoe, the double apex left-hander, and then from there through the right-hander at Buttons. And it's the final bend that you're watching him in now. That's called top bend. Very, very fast onto the curving start-finish. And then into Billy's blind, into the right-hander. Out of there, you very quickly, it's kind of keep one lock on the steering, takes you into the S's, and then on that short burst to Hans Hairpin. Very, very quick lap here at Clay Pigeon. Extremely quick lap. So before you know it, that was us talking Mason Perrin round on this first heat. Here he comes, already around to complete another lap. So Mason Perrin leads on the number 30. And then we've got the second place kart there in a right old ding-dong of a battle. That looks like, I'm trying to get a handle on the, that looks like Jasmine Taylor on the number 84. As we see the karts through and on towards the final stages of the lap into top bend now through the sweeping right-hander. Leader's already gone through. Is that right now?
Mm-hmm.
So we've got timing. I can tell you now it is Jasmine Taylor, confirmed. It was the number 84 that I saw on the side of that card. And Jasmine Taylor finds herself in that second spot. Mason Perrin leads. Jaden Hewitt now down to third. What, I'm asking, has happened to Levi Earl, who's dropped to 25th? We've lost Levi Earl on lap 3. That's where we lost Levi Earl. We've also lost Billy Vogt, Alfie Bushell and Lucy Lovell went out on lap 2. So that tells me there was a bit of an incident there. But the top 6, Mason Perrin, Jasmine Taylor, Jaden Hewitt, Finlay Underwood, Joshua Withcombe and Freddie Worlock. There's your top 6. And with only 30 seconds or so remaining on the clock, there can be 35 seconds if Mason Perrin can get round. And it looks like he will. So there'll be another 2 laps after this one. Here he comes, 20 seconds on the clock, just coming through top bend now. That's the battle we are looking at with Jaden Hewitt, Finlay Underwood and Joshua Withcombe. And Freddie Worlock involved in that there. 4-card battle for that 4th place downwards. Third, 4th, 5th and 6th actually. And it's still all to play for. 2 laps remaining. Not quite on 0 time. There it is. 0 time on the clock. So 1 lap after this one. Mason Perrin, who is just coming through the Hans hairpin and into the horseshoe now. He will get the 1 lap to go board next time by. Now behind him for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, we've got Billy Edgecombe coming through as well and slotting onto the back of that 4-car train, giving us what is a 5-car train for that battle for 3rd. 1 lap to go board, side by side, through Billy's blind. And there's the move. Joshua Withcombe, I think's made that move stick on Jasmine Taylor. And all sorts of movement there. Ooh. As they come through, slid wide into the S's, left the door open, and I think that was Freddie Worlock maybe, or even Jaden Hewitt.
By the 20 kart's gone for.
That's Billy Edgecombe.
Yeah.
He's took 2 places since we last spoke with him. The 25 of Jaden Hewitt is now behind him. The number 12 of Finlay Underwood sits behind him, as Mason Perrin has already taken the checkered flag then. So Mason Perrin takes the win. Jasmine Taylor hangs on to 2nd, and it was Joshua Withcombe finishing 3rd. Freddie Worlock 4th, Billy Edgecombe 5th, Jaden Hewitt 6th, and then we've got Finlay Underwood finishing in 7th, Freddie Theobald 8th, 9th is Vlad Tomenchuk, which is a great result for Vlad. He started in 26th place, so he'll be happy with that. Archie Buttle 10th. And then we've got Prezi Walker, Daniel Haynes, Josh Della Carter, Alex Timmins, Louis Rees, who will be joining us in the booth to do some commentary with us, Nick.
No, I'm fired again, am I?
You're fired, yeah. He's going to look at the Minimax race with us. Cool. Alex Dull was 16th, Jill Everton 17th, Taylor Dixon, Frank Ward, Jamie Salter, Daniel Davies, Alex Fraser was 22nd, Callum Scrivens finishes in 23rd, but went out on lap 10, as did George Kay. Levi Earl we lost from 2nd place on that 3rd lap, and then we had Billy Vogt, Alfie Bushell and Lucy Lovell we lost on lap number 2.
Yeah, apologies for the slight delay on the timing, but all the internet at Clay Pigeon failed.
Is that what it was?
It's still down. It's all down.
Ah,
so,
right, okay.
The timer is now hot spotting. And we obviously have other methods for the broadcast, but yeah, we do take the timing directly from the
from the overall timekeepers.
And when they can't get it up to the ether, we can't pull it back down again.
Yes, always best to be honest.
But I'm sure, even though I left to sort it out, I'm sure you were magnificent.
I have no idea what I was, but it was very, very tricky there without timing and scoring.
Okay,
I was having to look at cart numbers as they came underneath us.
It's the old-fashioned way.
Well, they're doing about 65, 70 miles an hour underneath us, and they're flashing by.
It's always a problem with you.
Yes, yeah.
It's getting warm in here, isn't it?
It's a beautiful day. I can't tell you how delighted I am that the weather has blown through, Storm Babbitt or whatever they call it. Remember when we just had October and November weather and we didn't call it anything?
Yeah, but that was boring. Now it's got to be on the internet.
Yes, we've got
it's a red warning.
Yeah, we're all going to.
In fairness, that was fair because it caused a lot of problems. A lot of them. I've got an amber warning. What's going to happen? Well, a leaf might fall off a tree. Who we got now? Senior Rotax Heat 1.
Yeah, Senior Rotax out for the first time. This is the 162 category, the 162 kilograms minimum weight for driver and cart. So it's the lighter boys. James Becker starts on the pole with Ethan Wyatt alongside. Scott Russell and Ashton French are on the second row. Ollie Varney and Ben Harper. To get these away in 30 seconds of warm-up lap, we're never going to get through these large grids.
No, they're waving to slow down, but no one can slow down that much. It's impossible. They are giving it a go now. They're up round the top bend, and the chances of them getting anywhere close to being aligned, they're giving it a go. They're giving it a go.
Yeah. They are they're not formed. They're not formed. They're going to be sent round.
Not
again.
Even close.
We can get away with another lap though. With
it's very short
lap.
This track. Yeah.
So row 3, Ollie Varney, Ben Harper, Alex Wannabe and Matt Lewin on row 4. Row 5 is Jake Davis and Levi Goodyear. Then we've got James Burgess and Bobby Rosier. Paul Ozan and Ari Barker on row 7. Dan Andrews and Ryan Mills are on row 8. Then we've got Philip Howarth, the current 177 champion, alongside Louis Ball on row 9. Jensen Watts on row 10 with Liam Deedman. Alex Jackson, Matthew Lambert, row 11. Then we've got Reece Pope, Charlie Walsh from ST Racing. Aidan Pomeroy, Rob Statham, Jody Fox, Marcus King, Finley Watson, Adam Rogers, James Wood and Henry Stratton are on the back row. Paul Ozan, by the way, into his final race weekend of his driving career, and what a career that's been. We have a full 10-minute interview with him in the paddock show, which comes up in the lunch break. It's well worth a listen to because Paul Ozan really is the master of karting. He's in the masters category in this subclass of 162 karting. We get them underway. We are through Billy's blind.
Oh, and the man in seconds dropped down to third and possibly even fourth to go. The 65 took the lead from, I think, Ashton French is second. James Becker's ended up third and may have now been squeezed down to fourth. It is the 62 kart that's in third. Ben Harper up to third.
We had an incident across the line as well, Nick. We had a kart sideways before he even got to the start line.
He got nibbled in his nose.
Ethan Wyatt leads the number 53 of Ashton French. They're both on the same livery of kart. I think they're on the KR Sport, if my eyes don't deceive.
They're the same livery of kart. It's the same overalls and a white helmet, so they're not really helping. 63 goes outside, around the bottom of the Billy's blind.
No, it's still Ethan Wyatt.
It is through the switchback. It's not really a chicane. It's more of a switchback, isn't it?
It's an S's. You come out
of
that bottom
up
bend.
The inside.
You come out of that bottom bend and then go into the distinctive right-left S's. They're now being joined by the 62 of Ben Harper, so a 3-card battle for the lead. Through Buttons, and then into the final turn of top bend. And if anything, the 53 of Ashton French having now gotten by Ethan Wyatt and pulls away a little.
Yeah, made that gap. Powering it on. Down the bottom corner, and then into the S's in the second. And then they'll come down to the Hans hairpin overtaking procedure. But no one close enough to nip out the slipstream and dive up the inside, the right-hand side there. So these three pacing out pretty equidistantly, but yeah, certainly a little bit of advantage to Ashton French here. I think he's gained himself a kart length over the course of this lap. Around the top bend.
Yeah, we've lost Philip Howarth and James Burgess on lap 1. They haven't come through to complete 2 laps yet. So that's going to be a bit of a stinker for Howarth, who was wanting to improve his championship position. For sure, he's currently 8th, a little bit out of contention for the championship, but he's having came from the 177 class, won the championship last year. He's been very competitive in 162s, understandably.
Why is there a yellow flag at the hairpin?
We've got a car being
just
recovered,
there, just behind it,
just behind the marshal's post.
Yeah, so the best overtaking point, which is Hans Hairpin, currently is out of action. It's a yellow flag in.
That's Philip Howarth. That's where Philip Howarth is.
The green flag isn't out.
No, the green flag is out.
Isn't out. As they're going in there, so it isn't out until the exit of that hairpin.
Yeah. So no overtaking into the Hans Hairpin. We are 5.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time. And if anything, Nick, like you said, they're beginning to space out at the front, aren't they? Yeah. Philip Howarth finally gives up the ghost of trying to get that kart recovered, or back in the race, I should say. And he's given up. He's now in the safe confines of the marshal's post. We can take that yellow flag in, I think.
I think they're waiting for the rest of the field to go through before they withdraw the yellow flag. Yellow flag. Yellow flag withdrawn. Right, whole track is green again. Battle now for third, and that's the big one on the track. It's third and fourth. And in fact, going through was the 93 of Jensen Watts just over the line. Watts now, not done all the rounds, but every round he's done really well. Into third place, 93 with the red and white helmet coming into the Hans Hairpin. And now he has to try and chase down Ethan Wyatt. So let's see what I was about to say Button can do. What Watts can do round Buttons rather than what Button can do round Watts.
It's a bit complex that when you say Jensen Watts through Buttons. I'm not sure. We actually get a great interview with Jensen Watts. He's been here with the NKC twice. This is only his third round, and each time he's gone on and he's won the final. So he's won 2 rounds. Next year his plans for 2024 is to do the complete season, and you've got to say that number 93 of Jensen Watts is going to be a massive contender for overall honours.
Yeah.
If the pace that he's showing in the times that he's shown up in 2023, he's been very, very quick indeed. Got massive pace, and here we are closing rapidly on Ethan Wyatt, who's proved to be no slouch. Ethan Wyatt, of course, our current junior Rotax champion, moved up into seniors for the 2023 season. He would have been carrying the number 1 if he'd been young enough to stay in juniors, but alas, no.
Right on the tail. So, Jensen. Let me have a good look at Ethan now going around the outside of the horseshoe, but there's no real way of getting around there without a bit of help. So as Jensen goes through Buttons.
It's kind of defensive from Ethan Wyatt there, wasn't it? It was a little bit sort of inside line. Here they come then. This is the drag. Gets into the slipstream. Jensen Watts will look towards pulling out, but it's tricky because you go through a sweeping left-hander and then down the inside into Billy's blind. And that was a bit of a textbook move there from Jensen Watts here. Got the slipstream out of the final turn, and then as they come through the left-hander, it kind of puts you in position to slingshot down the inside. And Ethan Wyatt is sensible enough not to try and make that as hard or even harder. Jensen Watts had the pace to catch him, and now Jensen Watts pulls away slightly.
So Watts, I think the chances of 2 minutes 44 catching up to Ashton French, low I would say, because French is a little bit quicker than Wyatt was, and Watts has got to go about half a second a lap.
He started 19th though, Nick. He started 19th.
Chances are quite high, actually.
Yeah. He's made his way through the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, was this his third round he's done?
It's only,
he's been an absolute star in all of them. I assume he'll be chuffed as the Southern Cup and the Northern Cup next year, because he could do the Southern Cup. It was Mansell he first turned up and started laying down some real speed.
I'm just checking now what. So he doesn't feature at all in the championship because he's only done 3 rounds. But let me find him. There he is. He came out at round 3 and round 4, which was, of course, Mansell Raceway and then Wilton Mill. And he took 2. He came first in the 3 heats, and he took the win at his. I think it's his home track, Mansell Raceway. And then he had a first and a second at Wilton Mill, and he took the final. So, massive pace from the 93. He's got to be
just needs to get a van that goes more miles and gets up to north.
He gives. I mean, he's run by his father, Carl, who we, like I say, check out the paddock show.
What's happened?
Daniel Hammett's watching at home. He was concerned he'd missed some, so he messaged us at Karting Live TV. He was worried he'd missed some of it. You haven't missed anything of it, Daniel. We had a bit of a late start because it was basically a late start with everything.
I think that's the earliest they're allowed to open the track.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, noise issues and stuff.
I've got very confused because someone else in the same sticker kit as the guys at the front has just pulled off. I think it was the 85. I think it was Rob Statham. No, I couldn't work out what was going on. There was an extra car there that wasn't supposed to be there. as Watts goes around the bottom of the circuit again, through the S's.
We're inside the final minute, which means absolutely nothing here at Clear Pigeon with a 36-second lap. It could be 3 more laps inside the final minute. Ashton French continues to lead. The gap to the second place kart of Jensen Watts is now under 2 seconds, and Jensen Watts not quite as quick as Ashton French, so they're lapping in roughly the same sort of lap time. So whether there's an element of tyre management coming in, remember some of these drivers into their 6th and final round on only 2 sets of tyres. We've had very little wet running on race days, so those tyres will be getting towards the end of their life cycles. So French leads, Watts second, Ethan Wyatt still in third, Ben Harper fourth, Bobby Rosier fifth, and it's James Becker, Ollie Varney, Paul Ozan first in the Masters, 8th overall. Matthew Lambert and Jake Davis is the driver. That rounds off that top 10. 2 more laps to go, and as we have got the leader Ashton French just crossing the line into the final lap now, that's Jensen Watts. He's come into this round having competed in only 2 this year, winning both. He's got to come in as a favourite, and after coming from 19th start position, and he is the quickest man on the track there. The kart ahead of him though is Ashton French, who is just ahead of him, certainly coming into view. The pink and purple kart just going underneath us there. We'll take the checkered flag to take the first heat for the senior Rotax 162 category.
I missed the there's the flag. I see, it's weird because I'm standing about 2 yards back to your left, but you can see the flag and I can't.
Can see, yes,
I can't see the flag that leading up.
Yeah. The 35-second lap, Nick, I've got to say, is sort of catching us out. We're having to calibrate our minds to a 36-second lap. Let's have a rundown then of at least the top 10 if we can squeeze it in. Ashton French takes the win. Jensen Watts finishes second. Then we've got Ethan Wyatt, Ben Harper, Bobby Rosier, Ollie Varney. 7th is Paul Ozan, Matthew Lambert 8th, 9th is James Becker. Jake Davis rounds off the top 10. Then in 11th, Alex Warnaby, Lewis Ball, Matt Lewin, Harry Barker, Marcus King, that's not a bad effort at all. 28th start on the grid, up to 15th. The LRG driver will be happy with that. Scott Russell in 16th. Then we've got Adam Rogers, currently the championship leader, Adam Rogers.
So for a fantastic day here at the moment. It's all looking lovely. Sun is out, a bit behind a cloud just a second ago. And just looking at the breeze, it's dropped right down as well. Thanks indeed to Joe. That was a lovely readout of the results.
Yeah, I was just mentioning Adam Rogers there, who finished, where has he gone? There he's gone, 17th. So Adam Rogers is currently our 162 championship leader. Still all to play for, certainly in that class. The Adam Rogers is our Masters championship leader. He's got a 41-point lead on Paul Ozan in the Masters subclass of the 162 class. The 162 class is being led by 14 points by Ollie Varney from Kyle Dunford in second, with only 2 points deficit to both Finlay Watson and Bobby Rosier, who are both on 860. And they've got Charlie Walsh down from the northeast with ST Racing. He's on 152 points, only 8 points. And then Adam Rogers 6th overall and currently leading the Masters. He's 21 points behind Charlie Walsh, but still a lot of points up for grabs and still anything to play for. Now, you consider the 162 class last year, Nick. We went into this round and we were talking about the 3 drivers in the top 3 places in contention, and it was won by Simon Peebles, who absolutely just came from nowhere.
What's next?
Rotax 177.
We have someone here for, is it Minimax Louis supposed to be doing?
Is that Louis?
Yeah. Is he early?
Yeah, he is, but come on in, Louis.
Come in and stand behind us. It's fine, no worries.
So Louis, who is probably taller than me almost. All right, mate, how are you doing? We've met before, haven't we? Louis is going to help us with the Minimax race.
Well, I'm going to chat to him now.
All right, okay. Well, we've got a few time. You've had your first heat, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes. How'd it go?
It went all right. Got a drop down.
Did you really?
Yes.
Sometimes it's impossible not to, though, isn't it? When you're in the pack.
Yeah, it wasn't impossible not to, but it's racing. It happens.
Yeah.
So still going.
It wasn't a deliberate punt by you, was it?
No.
Of course not.
I'd never do that.
No, of course not. But what do we mean by drop down? What Louis just said is a nose cone. The front of the carts, the nose cones that you see. You've got to consider, Louis, that there are people at home who may not know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We take it for granted. I knew exactly what you mean, but people at home. So sometimes we have to educate. Yeah, get that? So a drop down is when your nose cone hits the cart in front. The mechanism that holds the nose cone on, it drops off. And you then get an automatic 5-second penalty, and it's not negotiable, is it?
No.
You can't appeal. It is straightforward. And the reason for that is back in my day when I was racing, it was part of the game was to punt the cart in front of you off, and if you were in front, you got ready to be punted off. And it's to negate that. And I think it works perfectly. And some you win, some you lose.
Yeah, exactly.
That one you'd lost 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So early days. We're waiting. So you're going to join us for the Minimax race.
Correct.
And you're going to call the race with me.
Yeah.
That's going to be great. Have you done any commentary before?
No.
It's just like this, mate, having a conversation.
Yeah.
You know when you sat with your dad watching the racing on the telly?
Yeah.
And you're kind of just having a conversation. And it's a bit like that.
Yeah.
But you have to educate the public and tell them what's going on.
Yeah.
So are you all for that?
Yep.
Great stuff. Give Nicky's headset back and hang about, and you can see, you know, I'm sure you watch. Do you watch the live stream? You give us a thumbs up because you lost your headset. Do you watch the live stream of your races when you go home? You do. Of course you do. Everybody does.
What's this delay then? Oh, they're off now.
Right, here they go then. 177's out. We've got a 34 kart field for their first heat. Again, really, really successful class here in the NKC. It's effectively, for me, the 177 class. This is the British Championship for me. There is no 177 British Championship. Last weekend, they were at PF for the final round of the Rotax British Championships, and they had an O plate on a different tyre. But for me, this is the 6-round British Championship because we have the most 177 drivers than any other series. And it's Zach Bolton, LRG Motorsports, Zach Bolton. The Zach Bolton fan club are invariably with us. They always are. Give us a nod if you are, because Zach's on pole position, and I was talking to him yesterday over a cup of tea. And his objective here is to hang on to that lead as much as he can, as long as he can. He's got Rhys Llewellyn alongside. Behind him is Adrian Smith and James Frost. And then Ben Hitch, Tom Storr on row 3. Row 4 is Michael Mallett and Ryan Taylor-Truman. Then Alex Jones, Tyler Fossey, Scott Clee and Simon Wheeler. We've got a well-formed grid. Well done,
Sorry,
Zach.
is this the first lap?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yes,
I looked down to fiddle with stuff, as you know, as I always do with the various bits that's going on. Oh, hang on. That is gridding up.
Yeah, now look how Zach's controlling the pace there. He's got them absolutely at walking pace. You see their hands down by the side, some of the drivers. They're nipping the fuel pipe so that the engine doesn't bog down. And here we go. Completely well controlled.
Whoa.
And Zach Bolton blasts off into the lead, and he's got a relatively comfortable lead. While
That's all gone horribly wrong there, isn't it?
Yeah, all hell breaks loose. Everybody was second, I think, there for a moment.
Rhys Llewellyn actually was up off the track. He took too much of the inside curve going around that little left kink after the start-finish, and he got a nasty bump and then lost all his momentum. I think that's what caused the kind of the kerfuffle behind Zach, as Zach streaks away in the lead. But in second place, we have the
Ryan Taylor-Truman, 65.
65
Yeah.
karts. That's up from
Yeah,
8th.
yeah.
So he's made the most
eighth.
of everyone having a bit of a conversation in the first corner, but not deciding who was going to lead that chat. But Bolton, he's leading a lap with the LRG car, and I'm sure the crowd is going wild, though, of course, unfortunately, in leading a lap by that much distance, you're not on camera.
Well, 1.2 seconds is the gap, and that's considering a 35-second lap gap. 39-second lap for Zach Bolton, and pulled out a 1.2-second lead over everybody. And this was his objective out there at the front. Behind him, though, Ryan Taylor-Truman has Ben Hitch down the inside, carrying the number 3, third in the championship last year. Ben Hitch not really featuring in this year's championship table, but he was third last year. He's
had 3 nudges going around the top bend. So basically, I let you through, but now what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to nibble the backside of your cart as much as I can without getting a drop down. Must be tempting to brake test people sometimes, to give them a drop down.
Well, that's a bit naughty. I
didn't say it wasn't naughty. I said he tempted to do it.
Yes, yeah, but then you would lose momentum, and that's why Ben Hitch has got Ryan Taylor-Truman knocking on his door, knocking on his rear bumper, because Ben Hitch doesn't want to back off. He's cut them. If he backs off, he loses momentum, and right there you see kind of a gap is produced. He's got momentum out of the final turn, though.
And they're gaining on Zach as well.
Yeah, they are.
Zach's basic race pace a little bit below these two, and they're going right for him, and positions change again. Taylor-Truman goes back up to second, Hitch to third.
That was kind of textbook. Now, whether these two are working together or whether they're tripping each other up, the gap was down to 4 tenths. It was 1.2, and now, if anything, they're right on the tail of Zach Bolton. The move is going to come, and you know what? Zach is fully aware. He said yesterday, I'm just going to hang on to the lead as long as I can.
Well, I think he's made a nice break. He could well finish top 3 despite everything.
Yeah. They broke away, haven't they, these top 3?
So Bolton now, he looks quite vulnerable for a move out of Billy's blind into the corners. And I think we're going to see a hop out now. Oh, no, he hugged the inside line there.
Yeah, very clever driving there from Zach Bolton. He's making it very, very difficult for the karts behind to find a gap. They're going to need a turnover.
Very defensive. He's gone top 4 now. And what he's actually doing, I think for his championship points, this is actually not a great idea because he's letting everyone else come towards him. And the lead's gone. And maybe,
or has it?
No.
He's fighting
1,
for
2,
that.
3 there.
He's fighting for every inch. And Zach Bolton, we'll have another look at that, Nick. Comes down the inside and then stays around the outside. They're already through and into their next lap. And still they're bottling up. He's the cork in the bottle, is Zach Bolton on the LRG Motorsport kart. Into the Hans hairpin. Not sure if he got help with that little sideways nudge there. They're going to head towards the horseshoe. Leaves a bit of a gap there. I notice it's a very tight line into that right left-hander, double apex. Now through buttons, very fast right-hander. Into top bend.
Oh, he's made a mistake. It's gone too wide, lost momentum, wide. And I think he may drop. He's going to third at best, may go to 4th. Just went wide, just over that rumble strip, lost momentum. And when you've got 3 karts right behind you, you're going to end up not anymore. So look at this. Everything's great. Everything's great.
Sideways.
Everything's great.
Yeah.
It's not great.
It's the rear end. The rear end just gave up on his kart there. He tried. You've got to keep momentum through there. Can carry it all the way across the start finish, and the rear end grip just gave up on him, and he went into a bit of an oversteer. Now we've got a 3-car battle. Zach Bolton settles into 4th. He's got Rhys Llewellyn behind him, but he's got a gap. Right now, though, it's all about 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Ryan Taylor-Truman, James Frost and Ben Hitch. That's who the top 3 are.
Around the bottom bend. Zach being slightly left to go through the S's. Up into Hans hairpin. Glance over the shoulder by Taylor-Truman, but none of them going defensive. They all stayed on the racing line there.
You know what, Nick? I would like to call it 3 minutes remaining on the clock of this 8-minute and 1 lap heat. Yeah. And I would like to call it, is James Frost just playing a waiting game? Or is Ryan Taylor-Truman, has he really got that? We know he's got pace. What am I talking about? I'm not saying that. What I mean is James Frost in a position to challenge?
Well, Hitch was very quick to begin with. He just seems to look lost a tiny bit of pace here. So my guess is that's tyre pressure, and it's just and I think you can see it here. I think he obviously had a pressure that came up quicker, got that second position, then lost it again. The kerfuffle around getting past Zach brought them all together. But I would say that Taylor-Truman is as comfortable as you can be when you've got a lead about 0.3 of a second.
Yes, hardly anything in it. Here they come then. Let's see what the gap is. It looks a couple of tenths to me. And then back to 3rd, Ben Hitch. Maybe 3 or 4 tenths. There they go, across the line. And Taylor-Truman, 0.283 and 0.683 between Taylor-Truman, Frost and Ben Hitch. Zach Bolton still in 4th. Harrison Crook now 5th. Rhys Llewellyn down to 6th. Scott Clee up to 7th. Stuart Baker 8th. 9th is Michael Mallet. And rounding off the top 10, Alex Jones.
Very high quality racing here. Alden Font. That is an interesting line, isn't it, into that entry into the horseshoe? I think that the faster line is wider,
isn't it? Yeah.
The faster line is a bit wider, but then you feel very vulnerable to someone coming at the inside.
I think it's the wider line because it's a double apex left-hander and you need to clip the second apex. I've got a proper driver in with me next. I'm going to ask him that question about that part of the track. Not saying that you're not a proper driver, Nick.
I am, but just not of these.
Yeah. So, getting towards the 90-second to go mark. Still plenty of time here at Clay Pigeon with a lap just over 30 seconds. 35.6 was the last time through. 35.627 is the fastest lap of this heat, and that is Stuart Baker down in 8th. First of the Masters is James Frost. He's running in 2nd place. That's the first of the Masters there on the KF Sport kart entry. And where is he in the championship battle, James Frost? He's not really showing in the championship battle.
1st and 2nd. Up to the Hans hairpin again. And let's look as they look to end. Oh, and I'm not sure that Taylor-Truman got the best exit from it that time. certainly looking slightly more in control. Was Frost there, and he has closed it down. He's now right on his tail. Ben Hitch is suspected his early place has disappeared, so... And we've got a breakdown of the 69 cart. That's just ground. Oh, Zach Bolton. Zach Bolton's ground to a halt. Oh, no. Right in the middle of the track. Bolton has ground to a halt. He's pulled the cart off. I don't know what it was. I know that Phil Howarth had a fuel pump failure early.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Poor old Zach. Finally up and running in the fast, and the cart lets him down.
That's going to cost him with regards to
Back
points
to the leaders,
towards.
please.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to cost him towards... He's going to be lucky to get into the A final now with a retirement. We're probably going to see Zach in the B final. He's just got to kind of put that away and focus on just enjoying his days racing now with with the face of adversity. There's the leaders: Ryan Taylor Truman and James Frost, just coming through the S's, and now silhouetted against that bright morning sunshine. James Frost showing his nose a little bit into the hand hairpin. Out of there, late apex in the first apex of the horseshoe, and then clip the second apex to keep it tight to the left for the fast right-hander buttons, and then into top bend. Very fast exit of that, using all the curb and more. It's 1 lap to go board showed now to our leader, Ryan Taylor Truman, and he really has showed wicked pace. He got into the lead eventually, and it's been quite a commanding lead, hasn't it?
He had a bit of a glitch about 2 laps ago, and just lost it. Went back down to about a tenth, and then he's now eased back out at 3-4 tenths before. So Taylor Truman certainly, once he's got into the lead, I said, has looked comfortable with someone not very far ahead. Frost now on this last lap, probably just going to settle for what he's got. And there they go.
Checkered flag then. Checkered flag for the first of the heats for the 177 Rotax. That's the 177 kilograms, 177 kilograms minimum weight for driver and cart. A little bit heavier than the Rotax class we saw before. Ryan Taylor Truman takes the win. James Frost second. Ben Hitch is third. That's your first and second in Masters as well, James Frost and Ben Hitch. Harrison Crook fourth. Stuart Baker fifth. Scott Clee sixth. Ian Branfield seventh. Eighth was Dan Milner. Reece Llewellyn ninth. Harry Wainwright was 10th, Tim Darlow 11th, and then we had Steve Gilly, Alex Jones, Scott Smith, Keith Mason, Oliver Smith, Joshua Pickford, Charlie Dowers, Lawrence Hilton, Michael Mallet. 21st was Logan Edwards, then Tyler Kelsey, Alex Thomas, Neil Hemming, and I'm going to sneeze.
Achoo. That's very good, well done.
Yeah. Hang on.
You got another one?
I'm going to sneeze again.
Oh, see, this is all about what live TV is all about. Man
tell
sneezing.
us live, can't you?
Man sneezing on television. It's marvellous. Oh, sorry, you got the nose blowing as well. You don't really want that.
Yeah. Right, I'm back.
You're back. Let me pass you over to our guest commentator.
So yeah, thanks, Nick. Do that. Yeah, we lost Zach Bolton, didn't we? Not sure what happened there. We lost Oliver Moss as well and Tyler Fossey. Right, let's welcome back Louis Rees. Louis already had his first of his heats. He's in the junior Rotax class, kart 47.
Yeah.
Am I right, Louis?
Yeah.
Any reason 47? Any particular reason?
Not really, no.
No. That's what you were given. Right, we've got Minimax out next. It's quite a thing, this, because Minimax only really is surviving in the NKC, and at the end of this season, this is the final ever race weekend for Minimax as a class, isn't it?
I don't know, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're moving to
news.
the intermediate class. You know, the Rotax Inter.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
That's news. I didn't know they were leaving.
Yeah. Because they're not an MSUK class anymore.
No.
So there's your grid, Louis. I'll let you read the grid down. Start from pole position.
Yeah. So pole position, number 27 of Sonny Morgan, P2. Number 119 of Leo Basterfield. Third place, number 45 of Eddie Stewart. Fourth place, number 52 of Sebastian Corking. Fifth place, number 33 of Savary Visserek. And sixth place, number 15 of Max Carlton. And finally, in seventh place, the number 158 of Jensen Cox.
Well done, Louis. Yeah, it may be the smallest of our grids, and it has been throughout the season, but the racing's been very intense. The championship's being led by Seb Corking. He's got an 11-point lead over Sonny Morgan, who's got 24 points over Zauri Visserek, and then Eddie Stewart a further 13 points back, and then a further 8 points back. Leo Basterfield still all to play for, and I think it's going to come down to Sonny Morgan and Eddie Stewart.
Yeah, and we're away. Morgan versus Basterfield into turn 1.
Sonny Morgan there on the black nose with the white fairing. He's took his sticker kit off because of weight. He's going to save a kilogram because he's growing up. He's growing. You've got the same problem, haven't you? As you grow up, you get heavier.
And I believe Eddie Stewart in second, if I'm right.
Let's have a look.
I think I am.
Yes, you're right. You're spot on. There he is. Eddie Stewart's in the blue and yellow cart. And then behind Eddie Stewart is the number 10, Leo Basterfield.
Yeah. New chassis, of course, for today, after his got cracked yesterday.
Who's that, Basterfield?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
So he's on a Tony kart today.
So he's on a kart that he's completely unfamiliar with? Is that going to make a difference for him?
It can do. Hopefully he settled in quite quickly as he goes to a move on Stewart, and Stewart gets pushed wide, and the 33 of Vitorek goes through there as well. So Stewart goes from second to fourth in the space of one corner.
Great move there, wasn't it?
It was.
I think Eddie Stewart was pretty heads-up driving there. He saw him come down the inside and got out of his way, or else that could have been a bit naughty. They could have had a bit of contact there. Right then, we've got a race now, Louis. We've got Sonny Morgan leading. He needs to get he needs to maximise his points haul, doesn't he?
He really does.
Because he's behind Sebastian Corking, and right now he's ahead of Sebastian Corking, and this is good for his championship.
Yeah.
But look at that. Look at Leo Basterfield. He looks
really
very racy.
pushing.
Yeah.
I don't think Sonny knows he's behind him. He may do in a minute if Leo goes for a move.
Is that a defensive line there, middle of the track, into that hand hairpin?
Yes, it can be. It can be. Maybe he is wary of him behind.
Yeah.
Leo really trying to get away through here for the lead. Onto the straight now they come.
And this is his chance, isn't
Basterfield
it?
pulls out.
Yeah, didn't quite have the momentum to pull alongside. Can he have a go down into the braking area? No, the answer is no.
They both got to be careful here because Vitorek is closing in, as well as Stewart and Corking.
Yeah, in fact, is that pretty much the whole field?
I think it
in
is.
one train of cars. We've got Jensen Cox at the back, who's just sort of keeping a watching brief. I think Jensen is quite a beginner, I think.
Yes.
So he's dropped off, but we've got the 6-cart field now, 6-cart train, pretty much from first to sixth. Here he comes again.
Round 2. Oh, Morgan makes a mistake. Again, though. Does he hold it in? No.
He's got some good...
Oh, he does.
Yes.
He does. Good move.
Yes.
Up the inside.
That was all about momentum, Louis, wasn't it? Coming out of the final turn, he had the momentum all the way to that Billy's Blind Bend. Let's have a look at the replay again. There he is, pulls alongside. Morgan had slid wide, but it just hangs on there. It's a very tricky corner that. Looks easier than it is, isn't it?
Yes. It very much looks easier. But it's a great send from Basterfield in the end of it. I don't think Morgan was expecting it.
No, he didn't. He did not at all. I think Morgan's got some good power. Here they come again. Already another lap completed. And that's Basterfield now, who's pulled 2/10.
Yeah, can he extend his gap over the next few corners?
I suppose the other driver to keep an eye on is currently the driver in 5th place, Sebastian Corking, who's currently... He came into this round leading the championship. He's been held up a little bit, I think, by Eddie Stewart and Visorek. He's been held up. He's not been held up. Those drivers are quick enough to stay ahead of Corking, is perhaps what I mean. And as Basterfield just comes through the final turn, let's drop back, Paul, to the carts behind. We'll keep a wary eye on Sonny Morgan coming back at the leader. But that battle there of Zauri Visorek and Eddie Stewart and Seb Corking, with Max Carlton not that far behind them, that's where it could all go wrong, isn't it?
It really could. If these three collide here, Carlton can pick up some good positions. That's what he's going to be wanting.
That's not what Seb Corking be wanting, though, is it?
That's the last thing he'll want right now. It was Stewart on the inside. Can he seal the move off? I don't know. He's on the grass.
He's on the grass there. It got a very, very tight coming out of the horseshoe. And I'm not sure whether Visorek knew he was there. He squeezed him tight to the left. I'm not sure what the stewards will make of that. Do you?
I would say racing incident. I think there was a cart's width there. I think Stewart just pushed it to the limit as Corking up the inside of Vitorek. He's gone from 5th to 3rd in the space of half a lap.
You know, when you're involved in... so Viserek there has that coming together with Eddie Stewart. And poor Eddie Stewart got pushed onto the grass. But we talk about losing momentum. And that... It was way around the lap that loss of momentum came to pay off for Seb Corking.
Yeah.
Do you kind of get out of a rhythm when that happens?
Yes, you can do sometimes. You can do. Your head's still thinking, oh, that's close. I've just made contact with him. And Corking's like, oh, I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Up into third place. And Corking can, with 2 minutes 40 left on the clock, can he go after Basterfield and Morgan?
Yeah, he's been stifled a bit, hasn't he? You know what? I can't blame Seb Corking for making rash moves to try and get through the traffic. He's going to have to be very, very careful today, isn't he?
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to get past this traffic, which he knows he's been quicker than all season, to try and get up to Morgan and let him score as minimum points, as minimum beating to him as possible.
He'll be beating himself up about the poor start, dropping himself back to 5th and 6th place, which had all happened in the first turn, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
So now we'll see if he can break away from the number 33 of Zauri Viserek and the 15 of Max Carlton.
Well, it looks like Carlton's coming at him here,
yeah.
Vicerek. Maybe he'll be focusing more on defensive, maybe even, and I'll allow Corking just to pull away.
Yes, it is. That always happens, though, when two carts start squabbling.
Yeah.
The cart in front kind of pulls away. Because you do end up being slowed slightly, don't you? Meanwhile, at the front, just to bring everybody up to date, we've still got Leo Basterfield leading. He's now got 4/10 of a lead, 4/10 lead on Sonny Morgan. But Sonny Morgan's not that far away. And Leo Basterfield will not be able to make a mistake. He's still, 4/10 is absolutely nothing. And if anything, it looks still look racy at the front. But meanwhile, we are focusing on this battle for 4th and 5th.
Well, you know what? Considering Stewart went on the grass and lost all his momentum, he's come back here almost into this fight again.
Well, I've named Eddie Stewart, and Eddie Stewart will be joining us later to after his final heat. He's going to come in and do a junior Rotax round with us. Might even be one of your heats.
Yeah.
So Eddie's going to be the commentator with us for that. I've called Eddie Stewart the comeback kid. He's had lots of incident this year where he's dropped back and then come through. He really is the sort of driver lad who can get his head right, put it all away and just focus. And that's what you've got to do, hasn't it, as a driver?
As soon as a mistake happens for you, you just want to think, right, let's get my head down now and just push flat out to the end and see what I can do.
And stop thinking about whether it was a mistake or an incident.
A penultimate lap now for these two. Basterfield versus Morgan. I think Morgan's closed in a little bit here, isn't he, on Basterfield? It was 4/10, isn't it? It's now 3.
Yes, yeah, ever so slightly. The race to the flag with Leo Basterfield, the number 10, and Sonny Morgan, the 27.
Basterfield's looking behind there. What I think that is that's all he's got to give in his car. He cannot push anymore. That's flat out 100% what he's got.
Does that give you a sense of vulnerability when you know you're flat out?
Yeah.
And you're worried about how much pace the car behind?
Basterfield ran wide in the top end.
That's the last lap board then.
Yep. Morgan's so quick on the straight. He's got a lot of top end, has he?
Yeah, he has. He really has. He's got that gearing right, hasn't he? He's got a good engine. I'm not sure whose engines he uses. So we're into the final few corners, Louis.
Yeah. I think Sonny uses rain in race engines.
Does he?
Yeah, I think he uses rain.
Well, it's working well for him.
I think Basterfield may just have this. As long as he doesn't make a mistake now in top bend, I think he's got it.
Here we come. Let's call them. You go ahead, Louis. Call them across the line.
And Leo Basterfield wins Heat 1. Sonny Morgan second. It's then going to be Sebastian Corking third. Savary Visacek in fourth. Eddie Stewart fifth. Max Carlton in sixth. And Jensen Cox rounding the final turn now will come home in 7th place.
Great stuff. I detect you're from Wales.
Yes.
What part of Wales are you from?
Cardiff.
You're from Cardiff. Sonny Morgan's a Welsh lad as well, isn't he? Where's he from? Do you know where he's from?
I don't actually know. I think him and Leo live quite close.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Right, all South Wales, eh?
Yeah, all South Wales. Yeah.
My commiserations on the Rugby World Cup then.
Yeah.
I know how important it is to you Welsh lads.
Yeah.
Louis, that was brilliant, mate. If you ever give up driving, then give Nick a ring, because we can always do with a second commentator.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. It was quite fun, actually.
Yeah.
Good race between Basterfield and Morgan.
Yes.
It was.
Yeah, you'll have to come back for a senior Rotax or something next year.
Yeah.
Where you've got 38 carts or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a good race, yeah.
Yeah.
And thanks for the insight as well. It's always very interesting, I think, for the listeners and viewers at home when you've got somebody who's driving and racing and the sort of insight that you were able to give to what was happening there.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Great job. Thanks mate.
Thanks.
Enjoy. And race well.
Thanks.
And have a great day. That's what it's
Thanks.
all about. Thanks. Louis Rees there. Kart 47 in our junior road class. Nick, if I was you, mate, I'd be very worried. He didn't talk over me at all.
Well, he didn't talk enough.
He waited for the natural pause, didn't he, Paul?
I was trying to balance his sound. I've misplaced the car keys. Have you got them?
Yes, they're there.
Oh, fine. But you put a piece of paper over them.
I did, but I know where they are.
But that doesn't count.
Junior Rotax heat number 2.
Excellent.
Which has not got Louis Rees in it.
Thank goodness, because otherwise he'd be late.
Yeah. Mitchell Mulvey is on the pole position with Curtis Latimer alongside. We've got Archie Butler and Billy Edgecombe on rule 2. Lewin Hughes and Billy Vuk are on rule 3. Jamie Salter and Mason Perrin, provisional champion for 2023. Row 5, Joshua Withcombe and Presley Walker. Then we've got Jack Dimbleby, Alex Dole, Alex Timmins, Archie Hardiman, Freddie Werlock, Daniel Haynes, Alex Fraser, Maxim Smith, Callum Scrivens, Benjamin Bartlett in 20th, Jasmine Taylor, Will Swales, Levi Earl down in 23rd with Reese Green alongside, then Jill Everton, Lucy Lovell, Daniel Davies, and it's Jaden Hewitt rounding off the 28 car field. We haven't got them formed up at all,
no, they weren't
so we're
even
going to
trying.
send them round.
Hello to Ollie Hancock, who said he should have entered, weather looks glorious. Mel Bond said, come on, Zach, and it was going so well till it wasn't. Simon Keeble Reese, the Dark Knight is a missile at Clay.
Oh, yes, he is. He dropped a couple of places there, though.
And then Ryan Taylor, Trim, a fantastic drive, Mayor Barrett. So obviously there was a little bit delayed because we had Louis on the chat. I went and had a full and frank discussion with Ash.
A full and frank discussion?
Well, not really, because he went, no, you're wrong. I went, all right then. Hello to Jojo ADHD Rocks. He's, of course, part of the Zach Bolton fan club. And, yeah, it went well, to a point.
Yeah, he did do well until he had you can never foresee mechanical issues. I'm not sure what that was.
Caroline Strange is off my Christmas card list. Loving the guest presenter. He's a natural.
Yes, he is. I thought so as well.
I thought it was great. I was sitting behind and I thought it was great.
Here we go then. Here we go. I love this first turn at Clay through the sweeping left-hander of Billy's blind and into the right-hander, and then sweeping into the right-left S's. Out of there, and Hans Hairpin is perhaps, that's why we'd see driving defensively there, middle to the inside line, and remarkably everybody in this 28 kart field is through the Hans Hairpin and on.
They are indeed, and it's Mitchell Mulvey who after having no intention whatsoever of doing a single warm-up lap, he didn't even try and get the karts together for that first lap. It was quite impressive. It was quite impressive how he decided not to try. But he sweeps past in the first lap, leading from the 22 of Archie Buttle, and I think it's Billy Edgecombe now up to third, and there's Buttle up the inside. Is Edgecombe going to follow him? Not quite.
Yeah, but the kart in fourth, Curtis Latimer, he saw a gap as well, and he's gone through it. The number 20 of Billy Edgecombe
Edgecombe's now up the inside. No, he's come up the inside of Hans Hairpin. I'm not sure he's going to get the X. He has. He's now in third. But there's a bright orange kart. I'm looking at the number that goes round. That is the 30. That is Mason Perrin.
How's he done that?
Who's now Perrin up to fourth. So Perrin.
He started 8th.
But still, it's not bad. And he comes at the end of the second lap. There's a few kind of wavings from the crowd. There's some stopwatches and pointing. They sweep down to the bottom bend. And there's a nice little edgy lead that Archie Buttle's got himself as he goes through the S's. Immediately behind him, Mitchell Mulvey. As you can see that 155 as they go round the hairpin. And there's more action in the back of these. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 carts have kind of broken away. Was it 8? 8 or 9?
A 9-cart train.
Yes, and there's some squabbling even there right back. Ewan Hughes, I think, has lost the position during the course of this lap. But there we go. Over the line go our leaders. And it is still Mulvey. So Buttle from Mulvey, from Edgecombe, Mason Perrin in fourth. It's behind him. They've had action. Withercombe, sorry, not Widdicombe, because that's a comedian. Withercombe up to fifth.
I do that all the time.
Oh, and the move there, fifth to fourth. That's Withercombe going past Mason Perrin. I don't think Mason Perrin gets overtaken very often in the championship.
No, he does not.
A little bit of nibble there. It's a bit heavy braking from the 77 Withercombe to try and move forward one step forward. He's now right behind the back end of the kind of bright blue car of Billy Edgecombe, who of course himself is trying to get hold of that fluorescent green and white machine of Mason Mulvey. But the man on the move is absolutely Joshua Withcombe at the moment. Good blocking there. Well, defensive, not blocking, defensive driving from Edgecombe. But all this is happening is it means that getting further away is Archie Butler had over a second of a lead, and they're kind of leading Mitchell Mulvey to his own devices.
Yeah, the gap last time through was, well, it was 4/10, but that's because my timing hasn't updated. It was about a second, I think, the last time, Nick.
Yep.
Here they come, though. The 155 of Mitchell Mulvey is about to have Billy Edgecombe and Joshua Withcombe right with him. Withcombe, not enough pace on the brakes to get down the inside of Billy Edgecombe. He's a very, very quick drivers at the front of this junior Rotax field. Archie Buttle is having an absolute ball there. 1.4 seconds is the gap last time through, and because of the battling for position behind him, he is able to ease away, as is Mitchell Mulvey. He's got a bit of a breathing space now because behind him Billy Edgecombe and Joshua Withcombe, with Mason Perrin settling in now to that 5th spot. Remember, we said that Mason Perrin, he can kind of...
One up the inside.
Yeah, he has. That's been coming, hasn't it?
So Withcombe takes Edgecombe. As Perrin, as you see, I'll finish the sentence for you because you're obviously trying to reload the timing. Can really just relax for this one because he only needs to score a few points and not have a disaster or get disqualified, and he will take this championship. But he's not quite in the bag, though. He's already at the self-service checkout and only has to scan one more item, and he'll be the Junior Rotax champion for 2023. But there they are now. So second and third right together.
7 laps completed. This is not over yet, is it, for second place? Mitchell Mulvey, who was relatively comfortable. 3.5 minutes is a lifetime here at Clay Pigeon. We can get lots and lots of laps
19
in 3.5.
laps, isn't it?
Yeah, about that. They're lapping in 35 seconds, these juniors.
Round the horseshoe for the 8th time.
And this is where he's going to have to mount his move. Through buttons, into top bend, and it's all about momentum across the line. And then into Billy's blind, the sweeping left into Billy's blind, the right-hander. Down the inside. Oh,
it's got him.
Yeah, that was textbook, wasn't it? That was coming.
You kind of think that Mitchell Mulvey knew it was happening and let it happen, because otherwise you just move across a foot and stop it happening.
Well, there was another element of that, wasn't there? He knew it was coming, and he didn't really want to fight that. So he could have defended. Very tricky corner because you're braking and turning there.
Is his nose down? Is Withcombe's nose down?
Oh, I'm not sure. Let's have a look as he comes through the final
looks
bend.
Very
here.
low.
Top bend does look low
compared to the others.
Yeah, we might have to wait and see what the scrutineers think of that as they come through. It does look very low, doesn't it? I know his front fairing is bouncing around, but that's not really in any kind of regulation. There's the leader, Archie Buttle, there, silhouetted, coming in, sliding the cart in, getting it to rotate on the brakes. Great driving from all of these youngsters. And there's the number 30 of Mason Perrin now onto the rear bumper of Billy Edgecombe.
This is 4th and 5th. 1, 2 and 3 kind of separate, sort of settled their argument. Though actually, in fairness, these two guys could actually get back up to Mulvey, and you can see him just ahead with the green-nosed cart.
Well, that Billy Edgecombe is actually second in the championship, behind Mason Perrin. The rules are reversed on the road here with under 2 minutes remaining.
Going away to Hans Hairpin again. No action this particular lap. Minute 45 to go, plus 1 lap. And the bright orange cart of Mason Perrin snapping around the rear end of the 20 of Billy Edgecombe. So Edgecombe, I'm pretty sure Edgecombe is pretty similar pace, but there's always a chance of an error.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, very, very fast pace at that. These drivers, quite experienced, very experienced drivers here. We're getting towards the final minute, which can mean at least 3 laps still, depending on where they are on the track. So Buttle leads by over 2 seconds now, 2.2 to be precise, from Joshua Withcombe, who has himself got 1.3 seconds on Mitchell Mulvey. And that's the cart there, the blue-sleeved driver with the green and blue and white liveried cart there in 3rd place, from the Lando Norris cart there, the yellow and blue one of Billy Edgecombe, and then the bright red livery of Mason Perrin.
That's orange.
Is it orange?
Deep orange, I think. It's kind of mystery orange at the moment, but it's deep orange.
So we're getting towards the final stages, and this battle for third, first and second's pretty settled. It's going to take an incident to change that order round. But as Mitchell Mulvey consolidates that position, I think we've got a chance of seeing the 1 lap to go board next time by for Archie Buttle, who is just coming through. Let's have a look out the window, see if I can see Buttle. Yeah, just coming through the S's now and heading down towards the Hans Hairpin. It will be the 1 lap to go board for these drivers next time by, as Archie Buttle leads out of Hans Hairpin towards the horseshoe for the penultimate time. This battle still rages, 3rd, 4th and 5th. None of these drivers, though, look like they're in a position to maybe make a move. They are absolutely flat out driving from these 3 drivers. 1 lap to go aboard. And even Mason Perrin, who dominated that first heat in quite distinctive style. As we look for Archie Buttle now towards the flag. He is just coming through the horseshoe into the final 2 corners of the lap. There he is there. Archie Buttle it will be through Top Bend for the final time. Let's see how much curb he uses. No, he's well within the limits of that kart. He takes a nice little discreet finger in the air to acknowledge the win.
Finger in the air.
Yeah, it was the forefinger as
it
well,
was, okay,
not the
right.
other finger.
All right.
Yeah,
Joshua
Whitcomb second. It was Mitchell Mulvey, Billy Edgecombe and Mason Perrin, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Benjamin Bartlett finishes 6th. Freddie Wheelock changes places with Billy Vogt towards the flag and comes 7th. Billy Vogt 8th, 9th is Will Swills. Jasmine Taylor. Now, where did Jasmine Taylor start? I'm pretty sure. Yes, 21st. Started 21st did Jasmine and came through to finish and round off the top 10.
Logan Bennett has a question.
Go
What's
ahead.
the fastest time of the juniors?
Well, there we had a 34.892 was the fastest lap of that race. Does he mean lap record?
I don't know about that. Do you know the lap record?
No.
Because it will depend on the tyres you're on.
Yes. The lap record won't be on a Maxxis tyre.
No.
It'll be on a Mojo, which is a stickier tyre. We don't use Mojo tyres in the NKC. We use Maxxis tyres. He keeps the cost down. We have 2 sets per season in comparison to 1 set per day in other series. So it keeps the cost down massively. That's what I think has been one of the key factors to the success of the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC for 2023. And it continues on. 2024 looming large, Nick.
Yep.
The
big championship coming up. We've got several new things happening next year. First of all, we have a junior TKM class.
Yes.
We have KZs at some of the rounds to be confirmed, and we have a northern and southern split of the championship.
Yes.
So the rounds. The first 3 rounds are the Southern Championship, and I forget it's Clay, Mansell, and
it's Clay, Forest Edge,
and Mansell. That's your Southern Cup, and then you have the Ove Plate at Rowrah, and then you go to the Northern Cup, which is Wilton Mill, which is a good definition of north for me, because it's north of my house, so it is north. Then Three Sisters in Warden Law. Which
being from the
north.
Warden
Law, where you get to sleep in your own bed, Joe.
Yes, I know. Being from the north.
Yes, from
Wilton Mill isn't the north, but we'll consider
Wilton Mill
it the north.
actually isn't even the north for most, because it's actually south of Watford Gap.
Now then, that's a good point. Our producer Paul, who is firing the pictures into us, has just asked what's happening with tyres. Well, there's a slight change in the tyre regs next year, Nick. I'm not sure if you're aware.
I'm not aware.
Right, well, I'm going to tell everybody.
Tell me.
This is all about. This
This
is all going into 2024. 1 set of tyres for the first 3 rounds.
Right.
1 set of tyres for the last 3 rounds.
Right.
So you've got a lot of people. There's a lot of talk, certainly in the north, which is where I'm from, of people joining in
from round 4.
From round 4. But we also have an overall championship as well, don't we? So we have first 3 rounds of the Southern-based championship. Final 3 rounds are the Northern-based championship. But overall, you're going for the accolade of the NKC 2024 champion of whatever class you are in. What's out next? Got a bit of a delay, and we've now got the senior road acts out. The 162 class being led out by Tommy Lee Davies with Luke Evans alongside. And then we've got Joel Bowden and Lewis Berry on row 2. Liam Deedman and Jodie Fox are on row 3. Reece Pope and Jensen Watts are on row 4. Row 5 is Matthew Lambert and Bobby Rosier. Matt Lewin and James Wood are on row 6. Now, James Wood had a retirement in his first heat, so he'll need to maximise his points haul here. Alex Wannabe and Sam White are on row 7. Then we've got Henry Stratton, Levi Goodyear, Ben Harper, Grace Lee Davis, Aidan Pomeroy, Ashton French, Finley Watson, Kieran Gifford, Ryan Mills, James Burgess, Kyle Dunford and John Hobbs, Sam Elliott and Alex Jackson, Braden Hill and Philip Howarth, who also had a retirement in his first heat, so he'll be wanting to maximise as well. Harry Barker and Dan Andrews round off 32 kart field. And I think, Nick,
they're giving it a go.
They're all
giving
together.
It a go.
We could get this going.
I can answer Silver Stripe's question. Yes, this is from the UK. This is a place called Clay Pigeon, which is half between Dorchester and Yeovil, quite near to the south coast. And they're away. And they've got the go. They have. And a very, very easy start. Oh, we've got an accident on the line. The 87 and the 32. Oh, we've got a problem with the 32.
Yeah, the 32, James Burgess there.
He's gone into the wall. He's hurt himself. I think we're going to get this one to be red flagged, I would think.
I'm not sure if he's took a hit up the back end, I think. And, he's feeling a bit winded. We've got a red flag.
Yeah, that's no surprise.
That's a sensible approach.
So we can see that we're not going to put it on screen. We can see James. He's just he's obviously uncomfortable, but he's up and he's about and conscious and everything else. It was the 87, I think, of Harry Barker, wasn't it, who he had the problem with? Because Barker was facing the wrong way on the straight. So where was Harry? Where was that? That was right
Harry
towards
Barker
the back, wasn't it?
Was at the back, yeah, 31st. Yeah, it all happened on the back few rows there. They sort of bunched up and started connecting and contacting, and they've been brought to a halt. We'll get this race. We'll restart this race afresh with the original grid being lined up. While we're in this break, Nick, we can continue our chat about the 2024 season.
Absolutely.
We haven't quite finished the 2023 season, but it's always around this sort of final round of any championship. Doesn't matter what championship we're in, we always talk about the coming season, don't we?
Yep.
So we've talked about this, the split season, but it's an overall. We've also got an O plate. We've got an O plate winner here in the form of Kieran Gifford. He's carrying the O. The O plate that took place in August at Wilton Mill, didn't it?
So it did.
It was August, wasn't it?
It rained.
Yeah, it was. Well, next year's O plate will take place in July
in Rowrah.
At Rowrah,
So
which is
rain.
probably a good point of. What? Sorry.
It'll rain.
Well, yeah, there's a good chance because it's just on the edge of the Lake District. The reason why the Lake District is very green and picturesque is because it does have a lot of rain. However, in July, there's every chance that it could be one of those rare days at Rowrah where it absolutely is blisteringly hot and the sun shines. That comes right in the middle of the season in July.
And if not, we can go to the Pencil Museum. Which is, honestly, is the nearest local attraction to Rowrah is the Pencil Museum.
I've been going to Rowrah since 1986.
And you've never gone to the Pencil Museum?
Never been to the Pencil Museum. No.
Just shows a bit lack of ambition, doesn't it?
No. Yeah, it does. Yeah. We've got a bit of a wait, Nick, between this round and the first round of the 2024 calendar. Clay Pigeon in April. 19th and 21st of April to be precise.
But we haven't got quite so long a wait for the next Karting Live TV event, have we?
I throw the ball in the air and you knock it out of the park.
Well,
what's that then, Nick?
Well, we are off to Hull. No, not Hull, sorry. We're off to Warden Law, which of course is Sunderland.
Why does Nick keep saying Hull? Well, I'll tell you, everybody. We did a live stream at my local track, Warden Law. It was our first ever big event. And it was at Warden Law, and Nick had one job to do to open the broadcast, and he said, here we are in the northeast of England near Hull, which everybody from Warden Law, Hull is about a 3-hour drive south. But Nick, being from Gillingham in Kent and living in Milton Keynes, has no geographical knowledge of anything north of what?
Scotland.
Watford Gap?
No, I'm all right to Leeds.
Or Leeds.
That's what
okay.
Leeds. I know the whole way. Let me prove this to you. Yeah?
Okay.
Watford Gap.
Yes.
Yeah. The M6. Leicester.
That's in the west.
Nottingham. No, the M6 turn off.
All right, okay.
M6. Then you've got Leicester, Nottingham, Mansfield, Sheffield, Leeds. And then I don't know. And Harrogate's over there if you're rich.
Harrogate's north of Leeds.
I don't bloody know.
Just north of Leeds.
Anyway, yes, so we are going up on the 11th and 12th of November.
So more Karting Live TV.
Karting Live TV for the fantastic Autumn Cup at Warden Law. And the great thing about it is it's 2 separate days, so both days has heats and finals. You haven't got to wait for finals on Sundays. We've got all-out action finals on the day. And already a bumper crop of entries. And the reason it's a bumper crop of entries is because there's a bumper crop of prizes.
Massive amount of prizes for the winners of the Autumn Cup. We've got, for instance, we are running a 177 Rotax grid on Maxxis tyres, like we run in the NKC. And the winner of the Autumn Cup in that 177 class will win a free registration to the 2024 Championship and a free race entry to one of the rounds of their choice.
NKC,
so that's very, very well worth winning. The other Rotax classes...
But you've not just teamed... I'll give you the feed. You've not just teamed up with the NKC for the prizes, have you?
No, we haven't. The other Rotax classes, from Micromax, Intermax, Junior Rotax, and Senior Rotax 162, their prize for winning the Autumn Cup is a full season registration into the UKC 2024 Championship and 2 free race entries for that championship. We've also got Pro Karts that are going to be running, and they will win. We're working on prizes for that, but we've got probably in the offing an RPM engine build to the winner of the seniors,
and
juniors,
what sort of value is
and
that?
Honda Cadets. I'm really not sure. It's a few £100 though.
No, imagine
all of the
any
prizes are a few
rebuilds
hundred
are
quid. Yeah. And a free sticker kit from Apollo, from Red Graphics Racing, Apollo Karts. Adam Nichols, big advocate of the Pro Kart classes, is going to be giving sticker kits to all of our Pro Kart winners as well.
So there's a race meeting on Saturday.
There's a full race meeting on Sunday.
And a race meeting on Sunday with trophies. And then aggregated
to give us the winner of the Autumn Cup for all of that classes.
So it's going to be really, really exciting. And of course, because it's in November, we guarantee it's quite a short day because it's dark by 4.
Well, we've got floodlights there.
It's not dark by 4. We're going to carry on going.
Our cameras are going to be working at full pelt under the floodlights.
Full pelt, and that is going to include our very lovely producer Paul's return to camera work and frostbite.
Which he loves.
He loves a bit of frostbite, in fairness.
Talking of the
hang on a second. We haven't told we've missed out the major returning star for our performance.
Oh, of course, yes. Yes, Karting Live TV will be joined by our...
well, let me just say, for the person who commented, the one comment on Facebook for the last event was, great broadcast, apart from Nick. So we've solved that problem of the Autumn Cup, because I'm not doing that. I'm pressing the buttons, Paul's doing the filming, and who's doing the talking?
Johnny Palmer.
Johnny Palmer of
BTCC fame, European Le Mans Series, and Radio Le Mans fame. I'm joined by Johnny Palmer. Not a stranger to Karting Live TV.
No,
2022, he did the round at Landau. And this season, if you look back across the season, as you've got nothing else to do across the winter, the dark, lonely, cold nights of winter, which I hate, then they're all available, all 6 rounds of the season, all 6 rounds of last season as well. But Johnny Palmer was with us for Mansell Raceway. One of the best rounds this year.
Apparently so. All I remember is the issues we had with the marshals. Oh dear. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. By the way, they have cleared the driver who had the incident. I think he's been looked at in the medical centre. I think they're going to get underway again relatively quickly. There is still a second ambulance here. I don't think he would. And in fact, so the carts are rolling already. Normally they run this down to a 6-minute race, so it did stop very early. So they might get the full 8. I'm not sure. I have to wait for the timing to actually get pinged when they start to find that answer out. Yeah,
it's a fresh restart from the original grid.
But is it with the 8 minutes or 6 minutes?
It looks like 6 minutes to me.
Yeah.
Gaz Bury is with us this weekend, and he's going to run off and see just how James Burgess is. He's the driver that looked a bit winded to me. We'll get a report on him as soon as we can.
Hopefully he didn't hurt his ankle, because he was tight up on the right-hand side of the car, so I was slightly worried about his ankle. I think you're right. I think he got a windy from behind.
Yeah. Tommy Lee Davis is our pole sitter, and he will bring the field round. They're already out of the Hans hairpin and towards the horseshoe. The number 89 is Tommy Lee Davis. That's the Lando Norris kart livery that you see there, the yellow and blue. Alongside him is JKR's Luke Evans, and then behind them, Joel. In fact, that's Joel Bowden, not Luke Evans. Where's Luke Evans gone? Looking for the number 3, Luke Evans. He's not there. Where has Luke Evans gone? Yeah, that's a bit odd. He's, he's carrying the number 3 because he was 3rd in the 2022 championship. Here we come, though. Practical Racing, Nick.
And they come very, very slowly. Sarah Darwell, the starter, says now you can go. And the throttle is pushed. And the 89 of Tommy Lee Davis did a slightly better start. The 13 of Joe Bowden will just swing around the outside. He's going to lose. And up the inside then. 2 positions taken by, I think, Lewis Berry, has gone into the lead there. By a fantastic... No, it's not. It's the 83. All the numbers are wrong. It could be 93. I don't know. Was it Jensen Watts' picked it? Jensen Watts the lead?
Yeah, could well be.
How has he done that?
The 93, he showed massive pace whenever...
How has he done that?
He was
5th.
Absolutely on fire, isn't he? Jensen Watts. Let's see if we can pick up where Jensen Watts went. We had an incident into the Hans hairpin with a cart spinning off. It looks like Who is
Ow.
that? The number 70 or the number 10?
I think it's a 10.
Right.
We have a shifty about who it might have been.
We'll find out in a moment here when the carts have come
it
through.
must be the 16 of Grace Lee Davis.
That didn't look like
She's
that.
got a pink helmet, so probably is the lady driver.
Jensen Watts leads by an amount of time that's quite startling. 0.8 of a second is the gap to Matthew Lambert, who's no slouch at all, and will now spend the rest of this 5 minutes chasing him down.
I can only see what happened with the various squabblings around the bottom bend, and the race opened up to him like the Red Sea for Moses. So he's now absolutely away. Though interesting, keeping him honest, is Matthew Lambert. Whilst it's timed at having lost 2/10 in that last lap, I don't think it was Lambert. It was all very, very wide.
That's the 13 of Joel Bowden. He slid wide into Billy's blind. He was in fourth. That's allowed Lewis Berry and I think Bobby Rosie and Alex Warnaby even might have come through.
1, 2 and 3 expeditions. 4, 5, 6 is where the more actions are. Keep an eye on the lead, because I'm not sure Jensen may well be pacing himself at this point, but he didn't really massively pull away from Lambert last time across the line, and they are. No, it's 2/10. Okay, right, it's pulling away. So the battle really is this 4th, 5th, and 6th battle, and just coming out the inside to take that 4th place is Alex Warnaby.
Yeah, Warnaby, who did get ahead of Bobby Rosier. Rosier, a former heat winner in this championship. Meanwhile,
yellow flag, so there's no overtaking at the hairpin due to the fact that Gracie Davis' car is still on the side there. Marshall, I know, because
there's a Marshall there sorting tyres.
Yeah, they're going. The tyre barrier get fixed this time. I think they're going to have the track fully green next time round. There is the 16 kart, letting people lap her. One of those things, you make the accident the first lap, what can you do? Don't forget, you still get a few points even at the back, so you may as well keep going in case someone else tries up the inside there. And it's another lap lost as the 49 goes past the 31.
Bobby Rosier.
Past Berry. So Berry's on a little bit of a drift backwards at the moment, still leading by comfortable margin is Watts from Lambert, from Lee Davis, and now separated into 4th is Warnaby. So they're kind of easing them. Basically, this is about as exciting as the sprint race was in F1 yesterday.
I don't know.
Bit of action on lap 1, and now they're all just easing out to a various gap.
No, I think you're wrong there. Bobby Rosier there, the number 49. He's managed to break free of Lewis Berry, and he's now chasing Alex Warnaby. These are positions which will give them a better points haul, so they're all important going forward to the final. They don't want to be anywhere near that B final. They want to be qualifying well up the A final, and there inside the 25 almost.
Use the traffic.
Yeah.
Use the traffic.
And he did use the traffic well, used it at the horseshoe, went down the inside of the left-hander, now through buttons the right-hander, and the final top bend. Here it is, coming into the Hans hairpin. And then using that back marker there, who's just regaining ground there, the number 16 of Grace Lee Davies, just regaining, in fact, pulling off the back onto the track.
She's trying to get out of the way, actually.
Yes.
She's been trying to get out of everyone's way. And it's just one of those things where sometimes trying to get out of your way, but it's also where you want to be. What can you do?
It was nothing to do with Grace. She
can't disappear.
She kept out of the way. It was the other cars that had to get around her. There's Bobby Rosier, the lime green, very distinctive on that sticker kit. He's broken away from Warnaby, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Is he going to be able to move up towards Tommy Lee Davis?
Oh, it's a big ask with only 1 minute and 46 seconds.
Yeah, it's a shortened race, of course, because of the accident earlier. Sweeping now down to bottom bend. And there's the 31.
Into the Hans hairpin. There's the field. The sun moving slightly round gives us less of a silhouette, but it's still, I do like that shot.
By the time the finals come, you'll be able to see everything.
We'll be able to see. Yeah, I kind of like the silhouette shot. It's a bit arty.
Yeah, that's us. We're arty.
As they change direction into the hairpin, it really is quite an arty shot. The 31 there's Lewis Berry. He's currently in 6th. They have settled in, Nick. Not quite as boring as the F1 sprint race yesterday.
It was very hard to do that. I mean, midday is 11:30. I managed to stay awake.
I don't know how you did that.
Henry Stratton's had a problem and pulled off the 26 kart.
Philip Howarth has another retirement.
Gone again. He had a fuel pump last time. He's going to be in the B final.
He is absolutely going to be in the B final. He's going to be at the back of the B final. He's back on. He's just clicked through, but he's way at the back of the field in 27th. So I'm not sure what has happened to Phil. He started in 30th. Only 28 karts took the start from 32 karts that were on the grid.
Yeah, we lost a few in the first accidents.
Oh, and there's a move down the inside. Has gone the all-plate holder, Kieran Gifford. He's put
past
another.
Berry as well, yes.
Lewis Berry drops to 7th. We are ticking down. There is Phil Howarth just coming through at the tail of the field.
I think the leader's going to cross the line and get 2 laps.
Yes, there he is.
So 2 laps to go. Because you got across the line with 6 or so seconds left. So you get to, it's when you hit the limit, which is 6 minutes in this race, normally 8 minutes, and then you get 1 more lap the next time you go round. So races can last. On a long track, a race can last the best part of 9.5 minutes if you time it correctly. But on this short track, you're never going to get much more than sort of 8:45,
yeah.
8:50.
Kieran Gifford, another scalp taken by him. Alex Warnaby there, coming through that sweeping Billy's blind into the right-hander of Billy's blind there, and then textbook move down the inside and pulls away straight away. Kieran Gifford, very, very quick pace from Kieran Gifford. Lapping in the best lap time for Kieran on lap 9, 35.1. Jensen Watts, though, fastest lap of the race on lap 8, 34.955. I think he's the only driver to dip into the 34s as well, Nick. So he's got massive, massive paces, Jensen Watts.
Yeah, he's easy out 10th here, a 10th there.
And if his plans come off for next season, as the all-plate holder goes down the inside of Tommy Lee Davis, if Jensen Watts joins us for the full season, he's got to be a massive, massive favourite for a championship.
Alex Jackson was that driver who vaguely started photobombing our shop. He's gone off as well. Bit too much brakes, bit of help, and he's reversed himself into the barriers down at Hans Hairpin. Karts sweep round the bottom bend in what's turned out to be a relatively interesting race, but been some problems left, right and centre. Where's our leader? And they've yellow flagged the whole track. The whole track's yellow flagged. So they've yellow flagged the whole track. It's finished, that's why. You missed the end there.
I didn't.
You went on the phone and missed the end.
No, I didn't. I thought you were taking us through the...
I didn't know it was the end.
Really? The checker. Oh, you can't see it.
I can't see the checker flag.
Right. Jensen Watts takes it in fine style. 3.8 seconds was the gap at the flag, which Nick missed. Matthew Lambert second. Bobby Rosier up into 3rd place. Kieran Gifford, though, that was the driver of that heat for me. Kieran Gifford all the way through. Where did Kieran start? Started 22nd, and he just came very cautiously and carefully, but very, very effectively through the field and finished 4th. Tommy Lee Davis was 5th. Alex Warnaby 6th. Lewis Berry 7th. James Wood 8th. They'd be happy with that, will James Wood, because he had a retirement. Started 12th, so he's made up some points. Levi Goodyear 9th, the top 10 rounded off by Joel Bowden. Then we had Ben Harper, Sam Elliott, Ari Barker, Braden Hill, Ashton French, Sam Wyatt, Kyle Dunford, Ryan Mills, Finley Watson, Aidan Pomeroy, Reece Pope was next. 22nd, Dan Andrews, then John Hobbs, Jody Fox, Henry Stratton, and Philip Howarth. The last of the finishers. We lost Alex Jackson and Grace Lee Davis. They weren't lost. They actually were 2 laps down after an incident. So that is the second heat for senior road acts completed. What have we got out next, Nick? We've got our first heat for TKMs.
Oh, smoke.
Yeah.
So Simon Keeble asked the question, are we doing FIA track limits? Well, if FIA could decide what the track limits are, perhaps we would do, but they can't.
Yeah.
The track limits are delineated here by tyres and grass.
I'd tell Simon, I'll just put that to Chris Cox. Add that to Chris Cox's plate, shall I? Here they come then. They're out.
They will not want to do 1 warm-up lap. They will make sure they get 2 warm-up laps.
Or even 3 here at Clear.
What's the grid, Joe?
The grid, Nick, looks like this. We've got 28 karts down to start. We have got 20, well, that's still clicking by. 21 seems to have come out. I'm not sure why we've got 28.
You might have a few more.
Yeah, they might tick by. Mitchell Mulvey is the pole sitter. Curtis Latimer alongside. Then we've got Archie. Sorry, that's not our TKM at all. I think my pages have stuck together, Nick. Hang on.
I wonder why that is.
There it is.
Oh,
yeah,
that's why it's 21 again, is it?
They've been in here overnight and they're very damp. Yeah, it's Joseph Jakes on the pole position. Alexander Lehman. We've got 22 karts. And 21 karts have come out. 22 karts on the sheet. They will be given the one more lap around, I think. They're in order. Joseph Jakes, Alexander Lehman, Matthew Temple.
They're going for it. They are going for it.
Wow, that's really, really
unlikely.
That's a first.
Oh, and you could see them bogging, couldn't you? And a lot of them, they're just bogged as they put the power down.
To be honest, the field looks nothing like the grid after a few corners. And we've got an incident at turn 1.
Yeah, we've got
blind.
4 carts off, 1 cart stuck in the back, and they're all underway again. So all of them got underway again at the bottom corner.
So a few sliding wide, and after only 1 lap around clear, I can tell you now, those tyres will not be up to their optimum running temperature. They will have not gotten enough heat into those tyres, so we're going to be finding and easing ourselves into this first lap. And the leader, very, very much, is the number 65, the 55, Joseph Jakes. He was.
So is it Jacks or Jakes?
Jakes.
We changed that round, wasn't it? It's spelled Jakes and it's actually Jacks.
No, it's spelled Jakes. Jacques. It's spelled Jakes.
Well,
you've confused me now.
Yeah, I think you got that wrong.
Gasbury will need to.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
So Joseph leads with an F from Matthew Temple Purcell. James Hull in third. Top 2 little breakaway, bit of a squabbling amongst the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Third place is the 48, so James Hull. And it's 23 now, which is Callan Lamont, possibly, or Kayla Lamont, or who knows, who's come up quite well. He's made 2 places in this particular round already. Let's go for 3rd and 4th, guys. And there we go, 48 from 23. So it's Lamont now in the yellow fronted cart, looking to make a move around the bottom bend. Getting up the inside, and he should be... No, he getting up to the exit. It's just stuck with it, 4 corners through, and Lamont now whips into 3rd place. There's also a little bit of a cheeky move up the inside there by the grey cart, which I think may well have picked up 4th, and that is the 42 machine of Tom Johnson. Now, one really weird thing was there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts in a row who all have plain white helmets. And it kind of reminded me of that motorcycle display team it used to be on Saturday afternoons.
The white helmets.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bit. I tell you what, though, the mixed grids do that for us, don't they? They really do put these we've got some great racing up and down the field. We really cannot keep our eyes on it, on everything that's happening. Joseph Jakes leads after 3 laps. Matthew Temple Purcell in 2nd, and then we've got Callan Lamont, or is it Callan Lamont? Who knows? He's in 3rd. Tom Johnson 4th. James Hull 5th. Leo Crabtree 6th. Charlie King, though, he's the championship lead. He's got a 7-point lead on Mitchell Ball. Charlie King has got Mitchell Ball behind him. That's it there. The number 26 has gotten ahead of Leo Crabtree on the 44, and Mitchell Ball will want to do likewise.
Yeah, Ball in that very distinctive Sunderland helmet, as you like to say, red and white, and he's also gone through as well. So they're in line astern, but losing a point, or 2 points, in fact, just a point with Mitchell Ball to Leo Crabtree. 2nd and 3rd now getting close together. Let's move up forward to 2nd and 3rd, because Callan Lamont right on the tail of the 65 of Matthew Temple Purcell.
Yeah, Lamont is not really featuring for some reason in the championship. He's down in 8th, but he's
on
making
the outside. Just cut off slightly, then tries again, and then round the bottom bend.
That's pure out braking, Nick.
Yeah.
That is pure out braking. He didn't have the momentum on engine power and speed out of the final turn down the straight, so it was down to doing it on the brakes, and he made that look very, very easy, and it's not. Absolutely on the edge of grip and adhesion. Into the horseshoe then, and the number 23, the Flex livery, the bright yellow and blue livery of the Flex team, being carried by Callan Lamont. He's currently 8th in the championship on 862 points, so he's a bit out of contention for a championship, I think. However, there's a lot of points, 50 points for a heat win, 48 for 2nd, 47, 46 and downwards. And he's pulled out, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He was being stifled, and more moves down the inside on Matthew Temple Purcell. I think that's Tom Johnson.
Yeah, but
he's come back.
No, it's the 26. It's Charlie King has come
King.
past both of them. That's big for the championship. That's the green helmet of Charlie King there.
And Charlie King's got 2 carts between him
Now
and the
in third.
Mitchell Ball.
And that's the real... It doesn't really matter where he finishes, it's where Ball finishes. Ball nips out to try and get a place further forward past Temple Purcell. Got him. And now it's another battle, really. This is absolutely a mixed grids battle, isn't it? It's people are coming and people are going based on the mixed grids.
Yeah, that's right. The faster, the more experienced, faster drivers making their way through. And Charlie King, right now, leads the championship from Mitchell Ball, and current champion Louis Bevan. Louis in 3rd place, 12 points behind Mitchell Ball, 19 points behind Charlie King. and Louis Bevan currently in 8th place in this field. He's a consecutive champion. He was the 2021 champion. He was the 2022 NKC champion. And albeit he's in contention going towards the rest of this day, but whether or not he can do it.
This is Bull taking another position, this time the 42 of Tom Johnson, so he's right behind Charlie King again. But we are now in a situation where the lead is under threat. In fact, Lamont's taken the lead, I think, in that last lap. Yep, Lamont in the lead now. So Callan Lamont enjoying his time at Clay, and now he's got Joseph Jakes behind him. Jakes, I don't think he's given up, thinking about perhaps getting back down again to the bottom bend.
Yeah, just coming up to 2 minutes remaining as well, so plenty of time. However, Charlie King looking very racy indeed and about to take that second place down the inside of the hand hairpin. And Joseph Jakes comes back at him and does the undercut.
And that's actually put King into the grips of Mitchell Ball. And this is the one that counts because they are fighting for the championship 7 points apart prior to this race. At the moment, it's going to be 8 points, but the swap positions will be 6 points.
Joseph Jakes there on the number 55. The Carlin Motorsport mechanic, works for Carlin Motorsport in Formula 4. Has to renege and drop back into behind Mitchell Ball, losing 2 places to both Charlie King and Mitchell Ball there. And Mitchell Ball, I've got to say, is doing a cracking job of staying in touch with Charlie King. However, he'd prefer to be ahead of him and just bring some of those points back to him. Can he do it though, Nick? Can he do it? The number 2 there needs to be ahead of the 26. That's your championship battle there, right there. The 26 leading the championship. The number 2, Mitchell Ball, is in second, 7 points behind.
Yeah, it's all going on in this TKM race, just 22 starters, but most of them seem to be competitive. And now Ball needs, in the way, he needs to get past King, because obviously he started behind him in this seat. He won't stop behind him next seat, and he looks at the inside, he's gone through. So, but is it going to be a switchback? No, Ball holds it. Ball has held the position. No, there has been a double switchback. And they fight and battle over 4 corners, right through the horseshoe, into Buttons and beyond there. And they come down the straight, and the net effect is that the Monts had a bit of a breathing space lead. Ball now being helped along by King. King goes outside on bottom bend, and then bringing back into play Louis Bevan.
Great racing this, all the way to the flag as well.
Defensive by Ball. That's going to cost him time on the exit.
Charlie King's not happy, is he? Oh, and who's this coming? It's Bevan. That's your championship there, first, second and third. But in the championship, battling it out on the track. And who's that? Interloper.
Johnson's come back into fourth place.
Brilliant stuff.
So Johnson back into 4th place in the greyish and blue cart there, 42. Ahead of him, there's a green helmet. That's Charlie King. And then you've got Mitchell Ball with a red and white helmet. And they're leaning in, but it's Callan Lamont who's getting away and having a very nice time winning the race.
Yeah, last lap. 1 lap to go board. Being shown now. So it's one more 35-second lap for these drivers. Well, 37 seconds in the TKMs. And Mitchell Ball has to defend. Charlie King has the wider line through the hand hairpin. They're going to be side by side going into the horseshoe. Slotting in behind him now is King. Getting to the final 2 turns now into the right-hander of Buttons. They've got one more bend left, and that's top bend. Through that, and it'll be a drag race to the flag. And Charlie King slots in behind Mitchell Ball. They both took down behind the steering wheel, and there's absolutely nothing in it at the line. Mitchell Ball does take second, but 8 thousandths of a second there, as Charlie King comes through in third. Callan Lamont, though, he took a very fine win. I tell you what, Nick, another 2 or 3 laps, and considering that's what's going to happen in the final, Callan Lamont would have been under immense pressure from those 3 championship protagonists, and the cheek of Tom Johnson to get in between Charlie King and Louis Bevan. Louis Bevan third in the championship. So just to clarify, Callan Lamont takes the win, Mitchell Ball second, Charlie King third, Tom Johnson fourth, Louis Bevan fifth, Joseph Jakes from pole to sixth, Leo Crabtree seventh. Then we had Ben Watson, Matthew Temple Purcell, Alexander Lehman rounds off the top 10. And then we had Matthew Horton, Gordon Smith, James Hull, Ollie Milner, Matt Slate, Molly Nicholas Biles, Ryan Layton, Will Cregeen in 18th, 19th was Chris Whiteside, James King and James Workman rounded off 21 starters. No retirements there, bizarrely.
Well, it's surprising to see how much they're going for it, and it's TKMs, but that was a great race. Good race, and well done, Callan, or Kalen, who knows. And if you want to know what that's all about, you need to go back to Rowra last year, where it was all explained how a man didn't know how to pronounce his own name. He's lovely lad, though.
Yes. I've got some info.
Go for it.
James Burgess, the kart that we saw at the start line incident on the previous senior Rotax, his chassis is written off, so that was a big hit, and he's got a bruised arm, but he is okay. He can, bruised arm will be nothing for him. However, unfortunately, he's out for the rest of the day because of that chassis written off.
Nice.
So James Burgess there, his season is finished. Hope to see James back here with the NKC next year, and hopefully you get that bruise heals very quickly, James, and you get back testing at least. Or even, why don't you venture up to the northeast and
for the Autumn
take
Cup.
part in the Autumn Cup?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Joshua, who's obviously, I'm not quite sure why you asked this question, says, what time's the lunch break?
Are you bored?
I don't know. I think he's hungry. I think he can't tear himself away and needs to make a roast dinner.
Ah, right. Well,
that's
yes.
my guess.
Well, the lunch break is, where are we?
5 heats, 6 times.
We've got,
ages.
I'll tell you how many heats we've got left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more heats, and then the lunch break.
So it's going to be quite late.
In motorsport, you very rarely have a defined lunch break. You just as and when. Where is Glasbury? Took me pen. There it is.
I don't know your pen.
It's my pen, yes. Rotax 177's out and released and come blasting onto the track. Let's have a look at their grid. And I haven't got their grid in front of me, my friend.
You weren't very happy that the whole thing...
there it is.
There it is. You said, is everything in order? But yes, it is. But I think
Yes,
what happened was the first 5 were in
They
order.
got stuck together.
Oh, the 52 shouldn't be there. That's for sure. Who is the 52?
Alan Cook.
Alan Cook is now he's going to try and get himself back through the field. Is he going to be able to get back through the field? Or is that it? Cold tyre spin in front of our camera. Thank you very much. Makes it worthwhile us putting it there.
It's Ben Johnson on the pole. I finally sorted my paperwork out.
Oh, well done.
Ben Johnson on
Not
the pole.
Not that Ben Johnson, obviously.
Patrick Williams is second. Paul Moran, hello Helen, back at home, cooking the dinner, is on the second row with Keith Mason from LRG Motorsport.
32's got a problem.
32
or 22. This might be 22. I think by the 22 of Dan Moore, he's absolutely staring at the rear of his car, and he's going to he's going to give it a go. So
is it relevant, Nick? Is it relevant?
What's happening?
To a 34 kart field?
Well, it's starting. And we're away. And Johnson gets the whole shot. Second going in the first corner was Patrick Williams. Oh, wow, that's a big hit. That's a big hit. And it's turned into chaos.
We've still got big hits. That was lots of big hits.
And someone else has got a bit of... that cart's got damage. It's a cart on the start line. That's the 91 didn't even start. Who's the 91?
Tyler Kelsey.
Let's have a look at that first corner incident again as they get themselves sorted out.
Yeah, they all came together, didn't they? The concertina turned in. I'm trying to see who was involved. Keith, that was...
He was off the track.
Who was that?
It's the orange car. I can't see what cart number it is.
77?
I'm saying 70-something, 70 or 78. Basically, he came off the track, and of course you can't brake on grass.
No.
So that was it. Let's pick up the leaders.
The race continues, though, and Ben Johnson, Keith Mason picked his way through that. That cart sleuthed across his front, sleuthed across his bows. He could have very well have been mixed up in that, but he wasn't. He kept out of the way, and he came through in second behind Ben Johnson, who's pulled out 0.8 of a second. Scott Smith is third. Richard Evans came through fourth. Then Stuart Baker, Ian Bramfield, Ryan Taylor-Truman, and Neil Hemming. Michael Mallett was ninth in the top 10, rounded off by Oliver Smith. Yellow flags are still waving just in front of us as the field come through. Keith Mason has got a lot of pressure now from Scott Smith. These 177 class karts, the heaviest category of the day, senior Rotax 177, denoting how heavy the kart is, and Keith Mason doing a great job of holding them back and sustaining this pressure. Scott Smith pulling away slightly from Richard Evans and Stuart Baker now. They're on lap 3, so still a lot of racing left. There's the leader across the line in front of these, and then Keith Mason. Is he going to be challenged by Scott Smith down into the braking area for Billy's Bend? The answer is no.
Well, he was challenged, just didn't he?
He was challenged,
It was a kind of a meandering. I think his braking was being slightly unaided by being lent into by Smith, but they sweep round the hairpin again. Nice lead for the 61 of Johnson. And then it's a train of 5 karts now looking to battle over second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth.
Still a long way to go, though. 5.5 minutes, and Keith Mason Oh, Keith, what happened to Keith there? I think the cart slid away from him. That's allowed Scott Smith through, but Ian Brandfield's coming as well. Ian Brandfield has Ryan Taylor-Truman, and we know how quick Ryan Taylor-Truman is. Stuart Baker behind them, Richard Evans, Neil Hemming, Michael Mallett and Oliver Smith round off the top 10. But now that Keith Mason has dropped behind Scott Smith I should say, he's going to have Ian Brandfield and Ryan Taylor-Truman now breathing down, quite literally breathing down his neck. The KF Sport driver, Ian Brandfield, onto the tail of the LRG Motorsport driver, Keith Mason there. And Scott Smith undoubtedly, Nick, pulling away slightly. He's a challenge, is it, down the inside, Brandfield? And Ryan Taylor-Truman going with him as well. And Keith Mason being run out of road.
Literally
run out of road there. And Stuart Baker's gone through as well. Found himself hung out to dry, didn't he?
Bad corner there. Yeah, when you lose 3 places, it's never a great day. And now the chase of Scott Smith will begin for Mason and Brandfield. Yellow flag going into Buttons at the moment. I can't see why. There's a driver off at the outside of Buttons, so that's a yellow flag all the way around Buttons and Big Bend. I think the green flag is to the exit of Big Bend. So in this short track, if you lose 2 or 3 corners to overtake on, it makes it all the more difficult.
Yeah.
And there they sprint through the S's, and certainly the 38 of Smith now is under increasing pressure from the Banfield Taylor. But now we've got a yellow flag also at the hairpin.
That's because of a card just
pulling
off.
We've got yellow flag, I think, the whole track. I think the whole track's yellow, I think. We've got a yellow flag into, perhaps you just can't see, but certainly half the track's now yellow.
That's because we've got a cart off at the Han hairpin, and then we've got a cart off at Buttons.
There's also yellow going into the yellow going into the S as well.
Going into the S's as well.
I think that's clear. The yellow for the S's was a guy who was a long way away. I think it's slightly overcautious.
It's not quite a full course caution, but it almost was.
Yeah, just by separate yellows.
Yes. So local yellows abound pretty much the almost 2/3 of this track.
So Scott Smith doing a great job in holding back this tidal wave of competitive carts in this 177 Heat 2. It's Smith in the white cart with the Bramfield, Taylor-Truman and Baker carts behind him. Taylor-Truman in the middle of that pack with that yellow and sort of cream, swoopy moustache-nosed cart, but it's the second place has gone now because up the inside. And again, when one goes through, the door's open. Yeah. It's like, the door's slightly open, well, that kick through the second part of it.
In the orange and black cart there of Ryan Taylor-Truman, the number 65, he's waiting for Ian Brandfield to make the space. The orange, black and white there on that Ryan Taylor-Truman cart. He's been glued to the pink and black cart of Ian Brandfield, the KF Sport cart there, just now into what is second place. And already, look how much they've pulled on Scott Smith.
And for the second time, we've seen someone lose 3 places in 2 corners. And Smith, who came off the line in second, is now going to go over the line 1 lap later in 5th. But these two have put a bit of space on themselves. They've got to find 2.6 seconds to get towards Ben Johnson, which in 2 minutes, and he's running quite well, is going to be a task. But Brandfield firing down towards the hairpin, not under immediate pressure from Taylor-Truman. So that red and white machine with the man with the multicoloured helmet, will he be able to get a couple of laps to concentrate, see if he can put down some speed? Remember, last time across, it was 2.65 seconds was the gap. Have they managed to gain? Have they lost? Has Johnson pulled away from Brandfield? Let's find out. They cross the line now, and the gap has changed to 2.3. So 3/10 is not enough.
It was a 35.8 from Ben Johnson. He's really showing cracking pace. Same pace as everyone else already. 35.5 from Brandfield and Ryan Taylor-Truman. 35.6 from Stuart Baker. So Brandfield and Ryan Taylor-Truman, they're just slightly quicker by a couple of tenths, 90 seconds or so remaining on the clock. So time running out for them to close that gap. But a second and third place finish from coming through that field.
There is the potential fly in the ointment in that there's obviously been that early first lap kerfuffle has meant that some people are a long way off. So there could be some lapping in this one. And Johnson may get a back marker before he gets to the end of the race.
It's a short lap here, isn't it?
As well, yeah. Short lap, big accident at the start. Suddenly you've got a chance of lapping in only 8 minutes.
Yeah, I think back markers may become a factor here, Nick, with just coming up to 1 minute remaining.
The lead went down 2/10 that time, so if we watch this again, it's interesting, there's kind of an equidistance between second, third, fourth and fifth. They've all kind of spread out, not by a huge amount, not like certainly less than a one mistake, any minor error, and they'll be in trouble again. But apart from that, they're all going pretty well. Gap down to 1.9, so 2/10 a lap. They need about 7 minutes, which they haven't got. but there is every chance that our second place man, sorry, our first place man may get held by back markers. And indeed, he's gone past one back marker already, our leader, which is the 61.
He's made short work of it, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think there's been
really
some
delayed him
flaggage.
any.
There's been some flaggage, and now it's going to get very confusing for everyone involved because back markers around the leaders.
Yeah, Branfield now gets waved through. Yeah, gets waved through there. Very efficiently. Ryan Taylor-Truman goes through as well. As does Stuart Baker. He's next up. Ben Johnson, though, 1.6 seconds at the flag. 2 laps to go. It'll be the 1 lap to go board this time by. We've got carts pretty much on every point of this track.
Yeah. Taylor-Truman on camera at the moment in third. Not really making any particular movement on any other drivers, to be honest. They have got this situation now where I think the back market is helping nobody. And my feeling is it's just keeping everyone, is really preserving the status quo more than anything else. Up the inside there now, is that a back marker? I don't know, it could be a back marker, Joe. You can point at it, but it could have been a back marker.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure
at this
if it
point,
was. It was the same livery as Branfield.
There's
so
a few cars. It may well
startled
be,
me.
but there's so many cars with similar sticker kits. Who knows? Is the question. I don't think it was Branfield, but
well, I can tell you the leader is already into buttons now for the final time.
Okay.
So we'll get the leader. We'll stay with Ryan Taylor-Truman. The leader just coming out of the final turn now. There he is in the foreground, and he will take the flag to take the win. And yeah, that was it was Ryan Taylor-Truman overtaking Branfield.
No. You pointed at the screen.
Yeah, I did.
But you're currently having a coughing fit.
I was having a coughing fit, so I couldn't actually verbalise what I was trying to say to you.
But we were seeing lots of overtaking there, so I'm going to take I'm taking nothing for that one.
Okay.
Because if you're going to be this sick, you've eliminated all your rights to moan.
So Ben Johnson takes the win. Shall we put some sort of credibility to this?
No, that's not what we do.
Yeah, okay. Ryan Taylor-Truman did come through on Ian Branfield there right at the very end and take second place. Ian Branfield, therefore, had to settle for third. It was Stuart Baker who finished fourth, Scott Smith fifth, sixth was Richard Evans, then Keith Mason hangs on. Top 10 finish for Keith. He should be happy with that. Oliver Smith 8th, Harrison Crook 9th, Cole Edwards 10th. Outside the top 10 we had Matt Zanetti, Scott Clee, Alfie Williams, Joshua Pickford, Harry Wainwright, Neil Hemming, Alex Jones, Steve Stewart, Paul Moran is 19th. Then we had Brendan Smith, Dan Millward, Aidan Hammond, Michael Mallet, Mike Edwards 24th, Tyler Fossey, Dan Fleckney, Adrian Smith and Patrick Williams. Rahaj finished 28th. Alan Cook and Tyler Kelsey and Carl Bryant finished a lap down. Alex Thomas 2 laps down, and then we lost Simon Wheeler and Ben Hitch right at the very start. Championship-wise, the 177 table has Harry Wainwright, who finished 15th there. He's only got 6 points on Scott Smith, and Scott Smith finished in 5th place there. So Scott Smith,
will be in the lead.
by my very sort of provisional calculation, will now take over the lead of the championship.
Blimey.
Blimey indeed.
Blimey Charlie.
So race 9 coming up next. It's the Junior Rotax heat number 3. That's what we've got for them. Not necessarily the third heat for everyone, as we've got the junior and senior Rotax classes split into groups.
Quite a lot of kart rescuing from that last heat. That last heat seemed to be particularly sticky as far as...
It was eventful, wasn't it?
Karts going off. We had the accident on the first lap.
Yeah, it was very eventful, and it's a very fast start here at Clay Pigeon. You've got that run down across the start-finish line out of a very fast right-hander at top bend, and then sweeping into Billy's blind. You're turning and braking at the same time and trying to avoid people, and you're actually on. If
you do it on the grass, you're not. You're just.
Well,
turning.
that's what happened there. He was
just turning.
He was not going to make that right-hander, was he?
There was very little braking
not going to make
involved. Because half his times
absolutely
were going,
not.
Nah, not doing this, boys.
Yeah.
And that would have locked the other side up, and they're going, nah, not going to do this. And I appear to have hit several people. So there we go. So it's Junior Rotax Heat 3 next, is it?
Yeah, Junior Rotax Heat 3. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more heats before the break. We've got some heats to get through after the break, after the lunch break, before we get into our B finals. Junior Rotax out next. We've got 28 karts on the grid sheet. Let's see who's turned out. Alex Fraser's on the pole. Frank Ward's alongside. And then we've got on the second row Vlad Tomenchuk and Archie Hardiman, Jaden Hewitt and Louis Rees, who was proved himself to be a very competent commentator there.
So you say.
Maxim Smith and Jack Dimbleby are on row 4. Row 5 is Alex Dolan, Reece Green, Joshua Delacarter and Benjamin Bartlett are on row 6. Joshua Whitcomb and Will Swales are on row 7. You'll get over it, Nick. Row 8 is Billy Edgecombe and Finlay Underwood. Jimmy Salter and Freddie Theobald are on row 9. Row 10, Callum Scrimmins, Alfie Bushell. And then we've got Daniel Haynes, George Kay, Presley Walker, Taylor Dixon, Mitchell Mulvey, Curtis Latimer, Lewin Hughes and Alex Timmins rounds off 28-cart field. We've got them in some semblance of order. I'm not sure whether the starter will be happy with that. No,
it's way too...
Bruce, our clerk of the course, says no, got too many stragglers. So we let them have another bash at it.
I don't know. The junior road taxis are really trying, to be honest.
Well, I mean, you know what? Any NKC round, any Junction 6 NKC round over the years... Over this year, certainly, and certainly last year, is intense and dramatic.
Yes.
When it gets to the final round and there's a championship for up the stake, and not just a championship win, but further down the field, you are wanting to finish. Like if I was racing in the same class as you, I'd want to finish ahead of you. I wouldn't necessarily be winning the championship as long as I can beat you. So all the way down the field,
you've got to break down.
You've got these personal little battles.
Wouldn't it? My car would break down.
Would have to.
As I waved goodbye to you twice as you fallen off the track, and then my car broke down.
Nick, I'm going to let you take the start here because I need to...
Don't want to turn you off?
Yes.
Okay, they are bunched up on the inside of the 666 of Frank Ward. Oh, and he's taken way too much curb, being bounced off. He's going to go down to third or even fourth. And into the lead is Alex Fraser from Vlad Tomacek. So Fraser from Tomacek as they through Sturmey Straight, and Tomacek has a bit of a think about it, and there's a massive spread out as various carters try and get themselves into the lead, but the net effect is the Lando Norris cart of Alex Fraser who leads from Tomacek. Third cart, just more difficult to tell at the moment as they go around the top bend, but they are now line astern at the end of the first lap, and it is third. It is the 25 of Jaden Hewitt, so that's the 1, 2, 3 at the end of the first lap through the S's. The cart's now settling down. A little bit of action there with the 444 Benjamin Bartlett to get past Maxim Smith in this overtaking area with the hands hairpin. Okay, round now through the horseshoe. 1, 2 and 3 nailed together. But no one really looking aggressive. They want to overtake. We've got a straggler already. There's a back marker's in a terrible lap. And is going to get overtaken. That's that bright coloured car. He pulls off to let everyone through. Good driving there. Yellow flag waving, thinking to turn 1 at the moment. In fact, maybe for that slow cart, actually, which would normally be a white flag. And they come to the S's. And again, no real movement there. Glance over the shoulder from Vlad Tomachuk, just trying to make sure where Hewitt is. And Tomachuk gets up nicely up the inside there of Fraser. We're going to go around the long side, but that's all we go away. But now at the inside is the 25 of Jaden Hewitt. But each time these guys are trying these little moves, they're just losing enough momentum not to be able to make it happen. And what's end result, unsurprising, is 2 attempts to overtake positions, and all that's happened, Alex Fraser has got a few extra lengths, but now looking left, looking right, Hewitt didn't quite make the dive into bottom bend, and we've had a very, very action-packed, complete lack of overtaking, Joe.
Yeah, it's settled down. Alex Fraser, our current Minimax champion from 2022, moving into juniors there, and now leading the field round in this third heat for junior Rotax. And now coming under a bit of pressure from Vlad Tomenchuk on the number 336. But it's all about playing a bit of a waiting game, Nick. You know, these drivers are driving very fast, but whether or not they are, creating chances and throwing caution to the wind, as we see Tomenchuk there, quite happy not to press Alex Fraser. That's letting Jaden Hewitt onto the rear bumper of Tomenchuk as well. A little bit of a cushion before Maxim Smith comes through. And there's a move. That was Jaden Hewitt down the inside. The orange nose with the black bumper just coming into contact with Alex Fraser. Yeah, this is about, keeping momentum, isn't it?
But we've also got top 4 now because down the bottom, Benjamin Bartlett took Maxim Smith last time round. And that, I think, is what inspired Jaden Hewitt to get moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, and right up the inside. And I think that was a change to the lead. It's always hard. Yep, Landon Norris cart not in the lead anymore. Now there's 5 of them. Where's the 5th one come from?
So Alex Fraser
just stayed ahead, I think.
Just stayed ahead.
Now he's
down the inside.
Now he's lost it, I think, hasn't he?
He could be down to third here.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Tominchuk into the lead. 444 is Benjamin Bartlett, who's up to second. Fraser hanging on really well to third. Did well not to drop another 2 there, because right behind him is Jaden Hewitt, then Maxim Smith. Tominchuk's in there as well. Oh, he's a battle for the lead coming in
Tominchuk
through.
leads in that grey car, grey fronted cart. Just got the line through bottom bend there to hold off the very aggressive attentions of Benjamin Bartlett in the 444 machine. And there's some action behind. I think 4th and 5th has changed round as well. As you can see, what's happening is there's a cornucopia of cars. There's a lead change, and into the lead
Bartlett
goes Bartlett. I'm not quite sure, that was only a 3-corner attempt.
Well, he came out of the Hans hairpin and then towards the horseshoe. He just waited for the gap to open up, and he went through it, didn't he? Thank you for opening the door, Vlad Tominchuk.
Tominchuk, I think, may have gone a bit wide. You know, he got a little bit of squirrel as he put the brakes on for that corner. I think that prevented him from tightening back in again, and he saw behind him with Bartlett, went, OK, I'll let you go and see what happens next. And Bartlett breaking away from Tominchuk. Third place is scored as Fraser. I'm not sure if it is Fraser now, to be honest. I think it's not. It's the bright red and blue machine of the 77s in third. Now, Joshua Withercombe, where's he come from? Didn't mention him.
He was fourth.
Well, but he was way back prior to that. I can also see that Billy Edgecombe's coming through as well. He comes from nowhere, and now he's in 6th.
He started 13th.
Where did Edgecombe start? He's in 6th now. Oh,
Billy Edgecombe's just passing Alex Fraser, and he showed that he was passed by the time they crossed the line. He wasn't quite ahead of him into Billy's blind, but now he is.
And it's a change for second and third. Withcombe has gone into second place. Let's get back with the leaders, second and third, and see if Withcombe can now gain back up on the 444. Because Tomchuk's gone down to third, Withcombe, who's come from a long, long way back now, is already gapping Tomchuk as he now is looking to try and bring it to Benjamin Bartlett, who himself has come from the pack into the lead. The lead this time round between the first and second. It's Bartlett leads by 0.5 for the second, but you've got a feeling here that Withcombe's got the pace.
Yes, Withcombe. Let's have a look at the timing screen, which has just failed me, Nick.
Well, luckily ours is working.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the sort of lap times that they're putting in, though. We'll wait and see for that. We'll wait for that to catch up. But it's very much Benjamin Bartlett now coming under pressure from Josh Withcombe. I don't need a stopwatch. I can tell you now, Josh Withcombe is the fastest man on the track in comparison to the leader, because he's absolutely coming, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks like all our timing seems to have frozen, so I was a bit smug about that one. Oh no, it's back on again now. I think obviously there have been some issues with uplinking the timing from the track here this week today. It's just some problems. Claire's got some weird issues, and of course what happens is the timing gets uploaded from the timing hut, and we then download that again from the ether. If it doesn't go up, we can't get it down. But they are now nailed together, Withcombe and Bartlett. The 444 white side pods, yellow helmet. That's Benjamin Bartlett, and then behind him, blue and red with a kind of a chrome finish, very attractive from Withcombe. Withcombe now looking to go up the inside, and can he get the move into Big Bear, bottom bend? No.
Well, Withcombe, and now that I have my stopwatch back, that was the fastest lap of the race. The previous lap to that one, 34.9. First of the drivers to dip into that. And we've got Withcombe now pushing Bartlett all the way. And there's plenty of time. Usually there wouldn't be with only a minute remaining, but here at Clear Pigeon with only a lap just over 30 seconds, there's plenty of time for more challenges to come, and Joshua Withcombe is playing it very, very cleverly. He knows where his strengths are, and here is where his strengths are. Through Billy's blind. Oh, it really is. Bartlett cracking driving there from Benjamin Bartlett, who was absolutely on the edge there into the braking area for that first turn. They're out of the S's towards the Hans hairpin now. And then out of there, heading towards the horseshoe. There's no gap going to appear there. It's a very fast left-hander, two double apex left-hander through the very fast button right-hander, and then into top bend, through top bend, and now the race to the first corner. Billy's blind, sweeping left underneath us, sweeping left, and then down the inside has gone Withcombe. Joshua Withcombe, he's been sizing that up for a couple of laps. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Withcombe, our leader. Bartlett now settling for second. And Withcombe, he checked that off. He had a jobs list just following Bartlett. He knew where it was going to come, and it all started coming out of top bend. He's going to do it again. This section of the track here, the all-important top bend, the final bend on the lap, because that's what governs your time across the line. And into the final lap now. Bartlett leads. Withcombe leads from Bartlett. Tomanchuk in third. Edgecombe fourth. Maxim Smith fifth. Jaden Hewitt, Louis Rees, Mitchell Mulvey, Reese Green, and it's Alex Fraser who rounds off the top 10. The youngster, first year in junior Rotax, moved up as the Mini-Max champion from 2022, and Alex doing a great job there, keeping that number 55 in the top 10. But this heat has been all about the move through the field for Joshua Withcombe, who acknowledges the flag with a discreet little flick of the wrist. He will take the win from Benjamin Bartlett. Vlad Tomanchuk loses out right there on the final lap to Billy Edgecombe, who comes through in third. Tomanchuk settles for fourth. Maxim Smith fifth. Jaden Hewitt sixth. Louis Rees will be happy with seventh. Mitchell Mulvey eighth. Ninth was Reese Green, and then Alex Fraser rounds off the top 10. Outside the top 10, Archie Hardiman, Jack Dimbleby, Frank Ward, Finlay Underwood, Alex Dole, Presley Walker, Taylor Dixon, Callum Scrivens, Alex Timmins. Alfie Bushell rounds off the top 20. Then we had Freddie Theobald, Daniel Haynes, Joshua Della Carter, Curtis Latimer, George Kerr. We lost Jamie Salter, Will Swales and Lewin Hughes at the start of this race.
Cracking race, that one. It's always good to see them come through the field. And then about 4 different people came through the field. But of course, it's all a bit too late because Mason Perrin's kind of claimed that one, hasn't he? That championship.
Yeah, he kind of has. But it's you know what? There's still, like I said, Nick. There's championship. There's personal battles going on and on down the field, really, down the order. Talking of the championship, though, this one's pretty hot. The Mini-Max Championship. It's kind of coming down to 2, maybe 3 drivers, maybe even 4, with the form of Leo Basterfield in that first heat. Eddie Stewart can't be discounted as well. But Sebastian Corkling came into this round leading the championship by 11 points from Sonny Morgan, who had a 24-point lead on Zauri Veserek, who had a 13-point lead on Eddie Stewart, who had an 8-point lead on Leo Basterfield. Max Carlton is in 6th as well. Daniel Haynes, who's part of the championship, he's moved up into juniors already, as has Lucy Lovell. And Daniel Parsons, not here at all. The grid for the Mini-Max, we've only got 7 karts. We may only have 7 karts out, but I tell you what, it might be the smallest field, but it's not small in incident and drama.
Incident, accident, and excitement.
Well, let's hopefully not accident, just a bit of drama will do.
As long as no one gets hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Bit of drama.
Bit of drama. Drama llama.
Zauri Viserek's our pole position holder, and he will lead the field round with Eddie Stewart alongside. Max Carlton and Jensen Cox are on row 2. Leo Basterfield and Seb Corkling are on row 3, and then Sonny Morgan.
Now, I think remember, of course, is that the person who wins this championship will be the final Mini-Max champion for NKC, won't they? Because we're going into Max next year.
That's right. This will be the final hurrah for the Mini-Max class completely in the country, UK. Yeah.
Not sure that's a particularly wise move, but hey ho, you know, karting in its wisdom, and they have sort of formed up, and then there's this kart that's out of position. I'm not quite sure how they're getting this 7 karts wrong, but they currently are slightly. There's some confusion at the back. Oh, I see. Right, now they're lining up.
Right, we should be able to get these underway, surely.
They're giving it a go, but it's not the greatest start ever. I'll be honest with you now, but it's a good lead for Viserek. Eddie Stewart in second.
Viserek leading.
And a move up the inside for third from
Basterfield.
So Basterfield's taken third, and they come through the S's.
That's Cox in 4th, then Corking.
Basically, they're all defensive there.
Yeah, Eddie Stewart being very defensive there. Viserek it is that leads into the horseshoe for the first time, and side by side alongside Eddie Stewart goes Leo Basterfield, who seems to be on a bit of a mission this morning.
That's a very good 4-corner pass there for Basterfield. He stayed around the outside of Stewart the whole way through, and then got him on the buttons turn.
Basterfield was hard to win. He's tapping his helmet. He doesn't really need to, because he's already lost Eddie Stewart, and he's now on the rear bumper of the leader, Viserek. Behind Eddie Stewart is Max Carlton. I thought that was Jensen Cox. It's not. It's Max Carlton.
Yeah, Corking and Morgan have
swapped places, have they?
5 and 6. They're not really making a big move. Into the lead goes Basterfield there.
Yeah, but significantly, Sonny Morgan has gotten ahead of Sebastian Corking, which Corking can't afford to do, because that's going to reduce the championship deficit. He's got 11 points lead. He's going to score 1 more point. I mean, he can finish behind Sonny Morgan in every heat and final this weekend.
Lots of scrabbling around there, including the 50 of Max Carlton was in 3 different positions during about a short amount of straight. Stewart was trying to think about getting back past Kazri Vizicek, but Morgan now closing up, and there's now 1 car ahead, and then 5 carts having a squabble over second, and second has changed. Stewart's back into second place.
Yeah, great move down the inside of Vizicek, who slots in behind, but lose that behind Vizicek and Sonny Morgan. Now he's got to bring Seb Corking through with him, and Corking's finally got by Max Carlton. He's dropped off the back of Sonny Morgan there. Sonny Morgan's in the black with the black nose cone and the white side pods and fairing, front fairing. He's took the sticker kit off for weight, would you believe, Nick?
That doesn't surprise me. I think some of these kids at the end of the year are getting a bit big, aren't they?
Yes.
You might start the year the right size and the right weight, but a typical 12 or 13-year-old lad's going to put on a huge amount of size and weight if they get their growth spurt, and it's all going on because it looks like Vizicek and Morgan having a big battle. Morgan's got the inside line, a bit too much curve, but Vizicek kind of moved super wide.
Oh, yeah, slots back in.
It's all gone to Nout. I think both of them made a mini mistake going round the horseshoe there. Well, it's net nothing. Stewart is a little bit ahead, but getting away now is Basterfield. He's got quite a nice lead, I think. 1.8 seconds.
What's the interesting bit here, though, is that orange and white LRG Motorsport kart of Corking. The squabbling that Vizicek and Sonny Morgan are doing at this part of the track here, the last time by, has allowed Corking along to get on touch. There's Sonny Morgan down the inside. Can Vizicek come back like he did the last lap? He has. They're side by side, looks over his shoulder. Sonny Morgan gets through. Vizicek has to slot in behind. Ahead of Vizicek, Eddie Stewart in a comfortable second place. Now Sonny Morgan, if he breaks away from Vizicek, using all of the curb and more there on the outside of Top Bend, he wants to pull away and now get on terms with Eddie Stewart. And they've all come together, Nick. Look at that.
Yeah.
Second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth.
Running right together. You've got a leader in Basterfield who's half a second lap faster than the squabbling people. And then goes Morgan up the inside into second place. And Morgan now releases himself past Stewart. But no, the switch back and Stewart gets back ahead again. So Morgan was ahead, and I think he must have just carried just a tiny bit too much speed. He couldn't get that second part of the hairpin done. He's now back behind Stewart again. He's going to go up the inside of Stewart, thinking about it, on Top Bend.
That's a tricky place to make a move.
Just giving time to Basterfield every single time.
It's a one-line corner through that final bend here. This is where he'll make his move. Oh, and there's a touch there, and that was utterly pointless. There was no need for that whatsoever. Sonny Morgan's got the pace. We talked to Sonny in the paddock show, and he just carried too much momentum. He's on the brakes. He can't slow the cart.
Oh, and he's going to get a penalty for that.
He's going to get a penalty for that, I'm pretty sure. But that's ruined Eddie Stewart's race now. Yes. Eddie will go to the back of the field.
He's just ahead of Jensen Cox in sixth.
Look at that. Seb Corking coming back at Sonny Morgan now. I'm not sure if Sonny's going to incur the wrath of a contact penalty, but I'm not even sure his nose will have been affected by that. It was just a slight touch. A bit unfortunate, really.
Yeah, but you can still get a penalty if your nose doesn't drop.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It can be assessed that's not on, and you get the penalty anyway.
This is significant for the championship as Seb Corking there, right on the tail of that number 27 of Sonny Morgan. He just needs to drive around, does Seb Corking. Looks like the cart's sliding around underneath him. So Corking now into third. He's been very, very conservative at the start of these races and then finds himself up the order and into third. Certainly did that in Heat 1. And here he is following Sonny Morgan round. Max Carlton is the card behind him. Zauri Vizicek just dropping slightly off the back. And Eddie Stewart, now the comeback kid, has to come back once again.
Yeah, Basterfield, we haven't mentioned him, but
he's gone, hasn't he?
4.3 seconds ahead.
Yeah, he's gone.
Every single lap they squabbled, he just gained more. Now it's the Morgan versus Corking show. We said that a few times over the course of the last couple of seasons. Corking in the red and white side podded machine, the all white to save weight. That's Sonny Morgan. How much do these sticker kits weigh? Like 14 kilos?
Apparently a kilogram, they reckon.
Wow.
Basterfield has been a bit hot and cold all season, hasn't he? If he could have showed this form at every round, he would have been unbeatable. I'm not sure whether this is his local track or something, but his track knowledge here, his pace is phenomenal. Max Carlton, fastest lap of the race last time by there, 36.7. And Max is down in fourth place. But personal best lap times every lap from all of these drivers. So they're not pacing themselves, they're pushing every single lap.
Yeah, been a big fade from Kazimir Vizicek, who has had a couple of stunning individual races where he just disappeared off into the distance, isn't it? I remember doing it at Wilton. He just won it easily, but he's again. I suppose this is the whole point about Minimax and you're learning. So some of the drivers are more finished articles than others, but some will go blow hot and cold, and they need to learn why they're hot and why they're cold, and they'll be able to work out how they can make themselves hot as much as possible.
They're only children, aren't they?
Yeah, but the problem is they're very talented children, and they're very committed children. So it's all a bit kind of like, what can you do? Basterfield about to cross the line. There's a minute to go. And let's see if it was 4.4 last. I don't know whether they're beginning to peg him back by 100. No, they lost another tenth. So Basterfield is the fastest driver at every stage of this race.
Yeah, another fastest lap there on lap 11 from Basterfield, 36.6, as he extends that lead to 4.7 seconds. Behind, though, this has been the way for the last at least 3 or 4 laps, with Sonny Morgan, Sebastian Corking and Max Carlton sitting on the rear bumper there. The number 15, the black nose cone, sitting on the rear bumper there of the red and white livery of the LRG Motorsport entry, 52 of Seb Corking. Sporting his relatively new helmet. He destroyed a helmet at Mansell, didn't he? And then he brought that one out at the previous round at Fulbeck. Is another Vettel tribute helmet with a bit of Red Bull stripeage as well.
How much tribute does Vettel need? Can I just say how fantastic was the Gasly tribute helmet?
Oh, fabulous.
F1, Francois Sever, 50 years past
50 years of,
passed at the USGP in Watkins Glen in what would end up being not Jackie Stewart's last race.
That's right, yeah, that's why Jackie Stewart finished on 99 Grand Prix and not 100. Francois Sever, one of France's most promising drivers. 50 years ago, though, these youngsters' parents were probably
didn't know him. Yeah, probably weren't alive at the time. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Just talking about that 3 drivers, Alex Albon, George Russell, and Charles Leclerc, all celebrated their 100th Grand Prix this week.
I know. I found that incredible.
Jackie Stewart did his entire career 3 World Championships over several. I mean, admittedly, there were some seasons where there were like 9 Grand Prix, weren't there? So it's quite easy to get 100.
Back into the 70s, it was 16 rounds across the year, starting in March and ending in October.
And about to come over the line, winning the Clay Pigeon Heat 2, it's Leo Basterfield. Big win, big points. Now, second place on the track is Morgan. Third is Corking. Fourth is Carlton. Now, we're not marshals. We're not judges of fact. We're not stewards. I would probably be thinking about having a chat with Sonny about that. But, there are levels of acceptable contact, and it wasn't deliberate. It was a mistake. So that's fine, really, isn't it? It's all about things that aren't deliberate. And that is the result. So Leo Basterfield wins this one. Sonny Morgan second. Seb Corking is in third. Max Carlton is fourth. Kazuri Vizek is in fifth. Eddie Stewart, very unlucky to be down in sixth. And Jensen Cox in seventh. And that was Minimax Heat 2.
That is a very significant result. And we'll wait for clarification on if anything happens. The results that we called, Nick, are all provisional.
Yes,
because the cards have to go through technical inspection and scrutineering, and then there are penalties applied for whatever the stewards and the observers have seen.
Yep.
So they're very, very much provisional.
So next up will be, as Joe chokes on his drink again. Oh, he's got the wrong page. I don't know what's next up. It's Rotax Senior Racing Heat 3. I'm not in charge of any of the paperwork.
You can switch me on now.
I'm not in charge of any of the paperwork. Joe is suffering from the backside of a cold, aren't you?
Yes.
Coughing and spluttering occasions. So
I called it off you on an aeroplane back from America last weekend. I did.
You didn't.
I absolutely did.
Well, I don't remember us having any sort of... He may have caught in the car on the way there. That's possible. Who knows? Anyway, right, so senior... Oh, well, this is interesting because Phil Howarth is on the front row. He hasn't finished the first 2 races.
Yes, he's going to maximise this, isn't he, is Phil?
So pole is Alex Jackson. Second is Phil Howarth. Third is Adam Rogers, who's a master. And Carl Dunford in 4. Ari Barker in 5th. Gracie Davis in 6th. Aidan Pomeroy in 7th. Charlie Walsh in 8th. Marcus King in 9th. Rob Statham is 10th. Sam White 11th. Braden Hill 12th. John Hobbs and Sam Elliott at row 7, Ollie Varney and Ethan White at row 8, Jodie Fox and Jace Becker row 9, Matthew Lambert, Scott Russell row 10, Reece Pope and Kieran Gifford at row 11, Kieran Gifford the O-plate man of course, then Lewis Berry and Liam Dublin in 12, on row 12, Ashton French and Lewis Ball are row 13, Ben Harper and Jake Davis at row 14, Tommy Lee Davis and Joe Bowden in row 15, row 16 is Alex Warnaby and Luke Evans, and row 17 all on his own on his last ever race meeting is Paul Lozan.
Yeah, because
That's
Paul's
not because
announced,
he's slow, it's because he pulled a bad ball out of the bag.
and he's announced his retirement. More of that in the Paddock Show coming up at the lunch break. Championship, Ollie Varney leads by 14 points from Kyle Dunford. 2 points behind of both Finley Watson and Bobby Rosier. And then a further 8 points, Charlie Walsh. Adam Rogers leading Masters from Paul Lozan by a margin of 41 points. Here we are, every single heat and final score points towards the championship. And Philip Howarth leads from
Straight across, wasn't
that
he?
second place. Yeah, it's his home track, this one, Clay Pigeon. This is where he first started, Philip Howarth. And look, he's checked out already. He's gone.
Well, he's got to make up for his 2 non-perfected DNFs.
He has.
He's not treated him well so far. But we'll see what happened in the second race. Fuel pump failure that took him out in the first race. There's 2 bright orange carts from the same team. The one's 66, I think that is. So Carl Dunford's gone from 4th to 2nd. And I'm just trying to think Alex Jackson has dropped down to 3rd place from the lead as he crossed the line.
Well,
but Howarth is miles ahead.
Kyle Dunford, this is great for his championship. Came into this round in 2nd. And Kyle Dunford and his teammate Alex Jackson, is that?
It is, yep. And then behind them it's the 7 of Adam Rogers. So they are as they are on the screen. No big changes around the bottom bend in the last heat. A little bit of a thinking about changing of position around Hans Hairpin, but it didn't happen. Oh, up the inside goes the 7. Beautiful move by Adam Rogers. Kind of didn't really ask and wasn't invited, but still went through.
Carrying the number 7 is Adam, because he was 7th in this championship last year. So a seeded driver, top 10 seeded drivers, carrying number 1 to 10.
You don't have to take a number, do you?
You don't have to. Yeah, it helps our cause.
Yes,
gives us something to
massively.
talk about.
Massively.
So please, if you're seeded, please use your number in the next. You should be proud of that.
Yeah.
Top 10 finish in the championship. You should wear that number very proudly. Well, Adam Rogers now right on the rear bumper. The flex driver down the inside.
2 in a row he's done that.
Yeah.
He's got a huge, impressive drive coming out of the hairpin. He's gone up through both the orange cars, I assume are from the same team and therefore set up in the same way with the same motors.
I also think that you're in 2 minds through the horseshoe. It's the late apex. You missed the first left-hand apex and hit the second one. So it gives you a late entry.
Come back.
Dunford back at him. Back at him into the first turn, and now through the S's, Cal Dunford back into second place. Philip Howarth has still got 4 seconds. Look at that. He's already coming out the hand hairpin as the rest of the field go into it.
Yeah.
This is not over, though, for second, is it?
No, I mean, I think for first it is, unless Phil breaks down again. So he's going to this is probably going to catapult him all the way to the back to the middle of the main final. Little break now for second has been achieved. Nice break for second, because what's happened, I think, is that Rogers has had a problem. He's dropped down to 4th. So there's a nice break there for second in Dunford. So it's Jackson and Rogers now who are kind of 3rd and 4th where it's really happening.
Dunford on the Zenon chassis. Thanks to Gasbury for clearing that one. The orange livery of that Zenon chassis for both Dunford and Jackson. Adam Rogers now behind that orange and black of Alex Jackson. But again, he's going to have to make a move because Braden Hill is the driver behind him. And we know how quick Braden Hill is across the line. No change. Braden Hill alongside, but he's got the outside line into that Billy's Bend. And he has to relinquish that. But down to behind both of those drivers has gone the 47, Alex Jackson. He got hung out to dry on the outside of the first turn.
Oh. And it's like M25 coming towards you there, isn't it?
It was Rogers and Hill who went through, Nick.
Yeah.
That one there.
Howarth now is leading by 4.3 light years.
5.3 seconds.
It's 4.3 light years. He's crossed the line just underneath us right now. Waiting for the second place man. You can just see him there flashing through the orange helmet.
And you know what? Purple lap time for him as well. Fastest lap of the race, 35.1. So he's got a lead. He's got a huge lead, but he's not hanging about. He's extending the lead every lap. It's out to 5.7 now.
Braden Hill, he's in the car that looks pink on this screen. By the time you kind of mix its light red and white stripes together, it's got a kind of pinkish hue. It's actually grey. It's grey and red, actually. It's grey and orange. Grey and orange, but it ends up looking pink, the Braden Hill machine. That 35 car there. The cart there. Just ahead of the 95 of Matthew Lambert. 4th and 5th is in the 3rd ahead of Adam Rogers. He kind of had quite an eventful race already.
Yeah, now we've got Adam Rogers create a bit of breathing space as down the inside has gone Matthew Lambert. Matthew Lambert on the 95 there ahead of Braden Hill.
Yeah. taking
These
none of
two,
that rubbish now, was he? Through.
They know each other so well as well, and it was a very clean move. There's all sorts of racing going on out the window, Nick, down this field. Cannot keep a tab on that at all.
Yeah, you have to concentrate on one thing because there are 17 others going on. So we'll stick at the stuff that's nearest the front because it has the most influence on the points overall.
Yeah. Philip Howard has 6 seconds gap now to Kyle Dunford, 6.3 to be exact.
And now, and Lambert thought about going out through Rogers, but Rogers had left about a third and a half of the cart and not a whole cart. And I think they've already seen that you can't break on the grass, but now looking to get up the inside, he does it. He's up the inside. Can he make it stick? He got a little block pass in the middle there, and he has made it stick.
Yeah, I think that was the number 7, Adam Rogers, getting a little bit wide coming out of the S's. That allowed Matthew Lambert to get alongside into the braking area for the hand hairpin. Now that's done. The deal is done. By the time they're coming through the final bend here at top bend and across the line, it's Matthew Lambert who will show in third place. Ahead of them, though, Kyle Dunford still second, and Philip Howarth now extending the gap to 6.5 at the line. But the battle is very much still on for this third, fourth and fifth place.
Yeah, Braden Hill looking quite racy, but yeah, he's been in that position before. He's now tracking Rogers.
Got yellow flags flying at the hand hairpin. That's been the passing place of choice for most of this meeting so far. So that one is, that little avenue of opportunity is now bricked off.
Ethan White, I think, has gone off the 65 car. Okay, so second, third and fourth, blue and white. Yellowy, and of course the orange and grey of the 35 of Braden Hill. He's looking left, he's looking right, he's thinking about what he can do about the 7, and the answer is not very much at the moment, as Rogers continues to just hold position. In many ways, the 66, which is Dunford, who's in the orange helmet, you just see in the corner of the shot as we come around in a second. He's managed to maintain an equidistant gap to Lambert, who stormed through the rest of the field, but hasn't really got any further since then, and even bending right down out the slip is doing him no good.
Yeah, you need more than that. Need another 1.5 brake horsepower maybe, that might help. But Braden Hill is coming, and there's plenty of time, 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time here at Clear Pigeon to get that done. Plenty of opportunity. Still the yellow flag flies while we recover that cart. So the hand hairpin is not somewhere where you might want to have a challenge. So they're going to have to behave themselves there. And through the horseshoe and button bend, Adam Rogers pulls out a bit of a gap. You know, Adam Rogers is the chap that won the Dadden Mechanics race at Wilton Mill.
Yeah. That's not fair.
A bit of a cheat, really.
Yeah.
It's number 7 in the championship.
There was something interesting I saw from Louis. You see, Louis Large was trying to sell some of his kit that he won the O-plate with.
Yes.
And he actually said, he said in the engine's doing 31.5 horsepower. And I had no idea what these engines do.
Yeah, no.
Apparently 31.5 is very good.
Yes.
What happened there? Some lappery went on there. Sorry, I missed that for a second. We were talking about engines, which made me very excited. Man gets too excited about engines. But yeah, so people ask what sort of horsepower are these. That's the same for the senior Rotax and the 177. So it's about 31, 32 horsepower is a good engine. But also it's flexible as well, which is interesting because a two-stroke racing at the inside, and that's second place gone. Lambert's taken Dunford on the penultimate lap. A good two-stroke engine. The days when they used to have 125 sort of race bikes. So a two-stroke 125 race bike was doing 48 horsepower.
Forget that. Our first family car was an Austin A40, and that had 45 horsepower.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Think about that. That doesn't. It's 162 kilograms.
Oh, they're quick, and they'd have.
Yeah.
There's no doubt
Massive
these things
performance.
know what they're doing, and obviously you go in the gearbox to be even faster. But here we go, flying round the bottom bend for what is the final time. Phil Howarth is leading by 2.3 parsecs in Star Trek terms, as he's already exited the hairpin going around the horseshoe. Second, third and fourth are where we're with, though, as they streak in a row.
Yeah, sorry, Phil. We're just getting a glimpse of you for the first time. You've been in another race completely here, as you're going to take a win in your third and final heat, which is no consolation to two very bad heats, a retirement in one and finished at the back of the other, as the rest of the field come through. How has it settled down then? Ooh. Right close on the line there as Matthew Lambert finally got by Kyle Dunford to take second place. Dunford left in third. It was the number 7 of Adam Rogers, the O-plate holder Kieran Gifford 5th, Braden Hill 6th, John Hobbs 7th, Sam Wyatt was 8th, Harry Barker 9th, Sam Elliott rounded off the top 10. The ST driver Charlie Walsh 11th, Marcus King from LRG was 12th, Reese Pope 13th, and then we had championship leader coming into this round, Ollie Varney finishing 14th. Lewis Berry was 15th, then we had Lewis Ball, Alex Jackson, Ben Harper, Jake Davis, Paul Luzan. The number 5 was in 20th spot. Alex Warnaby, Aidan Pomeroy, Tommy Lee Davis, Scott Russell, James Becker, Grace Lee Davis, and then Jodie Fox finished 27th. Rob Statham a lap down. We lost Ethan Wyatt, as you mentioned, Nick, on lap 8, and we lost Joel Bowden on lap number 2. We have got
another good race there.
Another 3 heats before the lunch break. We've got a very interesting...
Paul's not going to die before then.
We've got me too. We've got a very interesting paddock show for you. We've got Paul Luzan announcing his retirement after, 40 years in the sport?
A long time.
He spoke about his his Formula Renault days. He won the scholarship, went to the Winfield School, won the scholarship, Super 1 champion. He's done it all as Paul. And he's
staying in the paddock as
he's retiring from driving.
Right, yes.
But he's going to run Paul Luzan Racing, the Gold Chassis, still the dealer for them. And you know what? He could even well be tempted back to do some KZ racing. And considering
end up being the mechanics race.
KZ, well, yeah, exactly. KZs are going to be on the card for some of our races next year. We're going to be
every round apart from this one, I think.
Is it really? I thought there was only 3.
I don't know. That's a good question.
We'll clarify that. We might see Paul Luzan being tempted out to run in a gearbox class. We'll see. Senior TKM are out next for their second heat. This was a cracking race in the first heat. More of the same, please, from the TKM runners. Gordon Smith on the pole with Ryan Layton alongside. Then we've got Leo Crabtree and Mitchell Ball. Ollie Milner and Jason Lovett are on row 3. Row 4 is Will Cregeen and James King. We've got Matthew Temple-Purcell and Molly Nicholas Biles on row 5. Row 6 is Ben Watson and Alexander Lehman. Joseph Jakes and Louis Bevan. Louis Bevan on row 7. Row 8 is Canon Lamont and Matthew Houghton. Tom Johnson and Chris Whiteside are on row 9. Charlie King, championship leader, down in 19th on row 10 with Matt Slate alongside. And then rounding off the 22 kart field, James Workman and James Hull.
Is next year's calendar not in here?
Next year's, yeah. Keep going.
All right.
So we've got them out on track. Now we expect the TKMs to get at least 2 laps. They didn't the last heat.
No,
they didn't, yeah. They were showing off, getting themselves all collected and together. And ready to start, and they're looking like they're about to do the same. Nick.
Don't know. There's a bit of a kind of a straggle at the moment. It's going to need a bit of a hurry up from the 48 kart of James Hull. Oh no, they're looking better. There's a meandering smoke screen going round the top bend here.
They're all formed up and ready. We can get these underway. I'm pretty sure Bruce, our clerk of the course, will be happy. The smoky 2 strokes of the TKM. Air-cooled motors, the 115cc engines.
Here we go.
Fire up and away at the start, and it's almost 3 wide there at a point there towards the first corner of Billy's blind.
Right, I think Ryan Layton got the whole shot. He did. He just kind of came across on Gordon Smith. I'm not overly sure about the pole position side of this track, to be honest, but you know.
Yeah, it is debatable here at Clay Pigeon whether Paul should be on the right or the left.
Let's ask Ayrton Senna because he'll have a fit.
I was asking Louis Large about this. We were talking about this yesterday, and invariably the person on the second spot will get round the outside of Billy's blind. Here we go then. It's number 61, Ryan Layton, who did start in second, kind of confirms that theory. It's number 15 of Gordon Smith slotting in behind him, but it's going to be 3 wide going into Billy's blind with the number 2 of Mitchell Ball there down the inside, coming out, no change. It's about 3 lines option through that corner, none of which kind of disadvantage you.
Oh, that's a great move up the inside.
Inside of Hans Hairpin,
now,
we've got to change for the lead.
Has that changed the lead? It has. It's now the 15. And then Mitchell Ball going around the outside trying to take the lead. Second, Mitchell Ball is in the lead. He's got it back through the right-hand switchback of buttons, and he's taken these. So Ball's come through brilliantly from third into the lead. Big loser there, Ryan Layton. Second place over the line, Gordon Smith.
Layton Smith has backed Ryan Layton down to 6th place. Ball, Smith, Crabtree, Milner, Cregeen, Layton, Temple, Purcell, Watson, James King, Charlie King, championship leader, up to 10th already from the back of the field.
Yeah, and Callum Lamont, our winner of the last heat, had a bad lap, and he's down in 20th, and in 21st and last is our leader. Championship winner, sorry. Number one,
right, current champion, yeah. Number 1, yeah. He's had a nightmare, hasn't he? But it's Mitchell Ball, his teammate, has been the number 2 for the last 2 seasons as well. Louis Bevan and Mitchell Ball, it's been their show for the last 2 seasons. It's a little bit different because it's Charlie King who's moving up the order and already up to 9th. And he will not stop at 9th. He's got Ryan Layton and Ben Watson ahead of him as the field pour into the hand hairpin. And out of the hand hairpin towards the horseshoe. Louis Bevan still at the back of the field. Mitchell Ball leads though, and already pulling a bit of a gap. There's the battle for second behind. It's Mitchell Ball in the yellow and white and blue, and then alongside has gone Crabtree down the inside of Gordon Smith. He's made it stick before the braking area for turn 1. Billy's blind there, very tricky. Leo Crabtree up to second, and the number 15 of Gordon Smith forces Ollie Milner wide. Ollie Milner trying to get round the outside the second part of the Essence. There's just no way you can get round there, and very, very quickly ran out of room. There's the 95 of Ben Watson just coming through the horseshoe. So Ben Watson has Matthew Temple Purcell and Charlie King. Charlie King on the number 26. Where is Charlie King? I've lost sight of him now. Let's see as they come through. Charlie King's up to 6th already behind Will Cregeen on the 84. So he's there right on the bumper of the 84 towards the hand hairpin. Turning right. Slightly downhill entry into that corner, and then it goes uphill as you come out of it. Already into and out of the final 2 turns is Mitchell Ball with about half distance in this heat. As we continue on then, Mitchell Ball leads. There's the battle we were talking about as the number 84 of Will Cregeen down the inside. Or not, as Charlie King moves through and takes another couple of places. Charlie King on the number 26 there in the green helmet has moved up the order once more. And he will come across the line ahead of the number 84 of Will Cregeen, and I believe Gordon Smith as well. The number 15 is in there. There's the leader. There's second place, Leo Crabtree. Then Ben Watson. This is Charlie King here, the number 26, current championship leader. The green helmet, and it's Will Cregeen and Gordon Smith behind. Ollie Milner in 7th, Alexander Lehman 8th, Tom Johnson and Joseph Jakes rounding off that top 10. That second place cart there, the number 44. And then just behind him is Ben Watson on the 95. And then the man on the move is very much Charlie King. Now Ben Watson on that 95 will try as hard as he can to stay with it. 2.5 minutes remaining then. Mitchell Ball comes out of the final turn. The rest of the field do so behind him. Leo Crabtree on the 44. Ben Watson catching Crabtree ever so slightly. And behind them, the 42 of Tom Johnson there, moving through and trying to get ahead of Ollie Milner into the hand hairpin. So getting towards the final stages of this second heat for senior TKMs. Mitchell Ball has got a lead of, well, it was 1.6 last time by. Let's see where it is this time by. It still is 1.6, so it stays the same. Charlie King is still chasing the field down. He's reduced the gap to Ben Watson in third to 1.5. Will Cregeen dropping off the tail of him to the extent of 1.2. And as we get inside the final 90 seconds, there's a challenge. The 35 is that. The 35 of Sorry, 95. That's Ben Watson getting ahead of Leo Crabtree on that lap. So Ben Watson with a gap of 2.6 to the leader. Ben Watson, I think, has not got enough time to close the gap, having got by Leo Crabtree, who is very shortly going to have Charlie King right on his tail. There's Ben Watson, there's Crabtree, there's Charlie King. Both Ben Watson and Charlie King from the Klassen team. And will be working together. They're on the Klassen kart, remember. Here they come then. Still plenty of time.
Nice move up the inside.
Charlie King's ahead of Crabtree. So that's Charlie King now ahead of Crabtree on the 26. Lovely move up the inside, Nick.
But, yep.
And will chase his teammate down.
But ball in the lead, that's giving him a nice point swing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, I mean,
you get 2 points over the second place. Don't you?
Charlie King finishing not that far behind in third, though.
It's 3 points as a drop at the moment.
Damage limitation.
Yeah, so they're going to be 3 apart now because they were down to 6, weren't they? You're down to 3 apart.
Yeah. There's only 7 points difference.
6 at the end of this going to this one because he gained a point back last time. So
and they're on the final lap, that's for sure.
Quite convenient they'd be in the same heat.
Well, they always will be.
Good point, because there's no spare heat again.
Yeah,
I love the way. I wish we had a booth cam to see how smug you were when you told me that.
That's a first. Checkered flag then, and Mitchell Ball takes the second heat for the senior TKMs. Ben Watson second, Charlie King third. So damage limitation on championship positions there from Charlie King. Leo Crabtree fourth, Tom Johnson fifth, Will Cregeen sixth, Ollie Milner seventh, eighth was Alexander Lehman, Gordon Smith ninth, Matthew Horton rounded off the top 10. Then we had Callan Lamont, Matt Slate, Joseph Jakes, James Hull, Molly Nicholas Biles. Louis Bevan made his way from the back of the field up into 16th. Matthew Temple Purcell was 17th. And then we had Chris Whiteside, James Workman, James King and Ryan Layton. Once again, no retirements in the TKM field. It's the penultimate heat before the lunch break. That's how I'm going to call this one. It's the Rotax 177s back out for the third time we've seen 177s. We've got some heats to come. Senior Rotax 177s, Minimax and Senior TKM after the lunch break. We'll see them finalise their positions for the grids for the finals. But right now, 2 more heats to go before we go for a very short break. And it's 177s out on track very shortly. Let's have a look at the grid, because we're going to have very little time to do that, as ever. Brendan Smith will start on the pole position with Dan Millward alongside. Harry Wainwright, championship leader. I'm not sure if Harry is still leading the championship after the first heat, but we'll wait and see. We're going to try and get an overview going into the finals of how the championship looks after the heats here at Clay Pigeon. Will Wren, our timekeeper, is going to work feverishly at trying to bring us an up-to-date situation going into the finals. So for now, Harry Wainwright came into this one as the championship leader in Rotax 177s. It's his last race. He's going to have a break from karting. He's going off to college to train on a motorsport mechanics course. He's wanting a job in motorsport. He's only young still. He's only 16. We see in the lunch break, you'll see a lovely little interview that we did with Harry. He's continuing to grow. He's about 6'14" now, and is not stopping growing. So we wish Harry all the very best, and hopefully he has the rest of his day is fantastic, and he enjoys his last day karting for a little while. He's only 16. We're going to see him back in some sort of motorsport, I would imagine, in the future. Alongside Harry on the second row is Lawrence Hilton. With row 3, Harrison Crook and Charlie Jowers, Jason Bear and Tyler Kelsey on row 4. Row 5 is Alfie Williams and Steve Stewart. Alan Cook and Oliver Moss are row 6. Cole Edwards and Matt Zanetti are on row 7. Then James Frost and Carl Bryant row 8. They've got Thomas Storer, Scott Smith, Richard Evans, Stuart Baker, Rhys Llewellyn, Dan Fleckney, Zach Bolton is back out alongside Scott Clay on row 12. Then we've got Dan Milner, Steve Gilly, Tim Darlow, Michael Mallet, Ben Hitch, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Ben Johnson, Paul Moran, Aidan Hammond and Patrick Williams-Rohage round off the 34 cart field, I should say. We've got 34 carts on the sheet. We've got 31 carts, have we? 32 carts have come out to play in this, the third heat for 177s. Another great job, this time the responsibility of Brendan Smith to bring the field round in some sort of orderly fashion, and he does so in fine style. And I think we're going to get this away. The starter was happy, and we are indeed racing. 8 minutes and 1 lap then for this, the Rotax 177 third heat. Teammates going round the outside of one another and into the S's. We'll find out as they come towards us just who it is that has pinched that one. The field barrelling into the hand hairpin, and it's the number 72 of Harrison Crook, who started on the second row. In fact, he started fifth on the third row. Harrison Crook finds his way through and will lead across the line for the first time. That's the field streaming through. Harrison Crook, Harry Wainwright moves up into second. Lawrence Hilton, Dan Millward, Charlie Jowers, Jason Best sixth. Tyler Kelsey, Alfie Williams, Alan Cook, and it's Steve Stewart rounding off the top 10. So that the tall figure of Harry Wainwright there, the 16-year-old, moved up early into seniors, senior 162, because he was getting too tall, and then very quickly had to move into the 177 category because he was getting too even taller and bigger. And now he's got quite a set of shoulders on the young lad. Hopefully see him in motorsport somewhere. Great battles going on just behind the two leaders. For third, got quite a kerfuffle there. Sorted itself out of the S's and down towards the hand hairpin. Lawrence Hilton, Dan Millward, Charlie Jowers and Jason Bear amongst those four. Meanwhile, it's Harrison Crook leading. Harry Wainwright in second there, but very quickly the number 10 of Lawrence Hilton is going to be, or is he going to be onto the rear bumper of Harry Wainwright very soon. Incident down the field. Everybody regains, so no possibility of any delays in these proceedings. 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, good break in the initiative by Harrison Crook there. Wainwright and Hilton now getting ready for a battle, but it's not quite come together as fast as you may have thought as they move into the hand hairpin, which is no longer a silhouette, and now is actually a shot where you can see the colours of the cars are as the sun moves round.
We knew
You've lost your arty shot. I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah, we knew the sun would
that
move.
Was too much from Wainwright around the corner. He had the tail right out and lost at least 0.2 of a second.
They come then across the line. The gap to Wainwright from Crook was 1.4. It's now 1.7, as Harry Wainwright will definitely be aware of the presence of Lawrence Hilton. Hilton now, the number 10, finished 10th in the championship last year, seeded driver, is now right on the bumper of Harry Wainwright. And Harry, he's got a lot of experience in karting there, just using his weight to get the rear axle to lift, to release that rear axle from binding up and reducing power. I'll explain more of that technicality later. But here he is, Lawrence Hilton. Can he get onto that rear bumper? He's not quite enough. He hasn't got quite enough, Nick, to get onto the rear bumper and maybe put himself in a position. No,
it's pushing the whole way. Took a lot of curve there through the first part of the S's as well. Now way out wide for the hairpin, and he's lost himself, half a second almost there?
Yeah, almost. Yeah, he went really wide, didn't he? And he's lost he was about to mount a challenge. Now he's dropped back off the bumper of Wainwright. And Wainwright, who is not absolutely aware, he hasn't looked round yet even once as Harry. You kind of get the feeling of somebody behind you because you can hear their engine note as well. So you get a feeling of the presence of a cart being right on your tail. And Harry Wainwright's got a chance to breathe a little as we hit half distance in this third heat for 177s. The sun still shining through the cloud here at Clay Pigeon. Had some terrible weather as Storm Babbitters blew through, and thankfully the gods are with us and give us an absolutely gorgeous day. Gorgeous autumnal day here in the south of England, just between Dorchester and Yeovil geographically. The Clay Pigeon track has been here since the 1950s. We've been racing national championships here since the 70s, and it's always been on the calendar for all the big events, and none more bigger than the NKC here this year. We kicked the 2024 season for the NKC off here at Clay Pigeon. We come back here in April, so we finish here and then start again in 24 right here. And what you see now, this is the type of racing we'll have going forward into 2024. Get your entries in. If you're watching this back at home, get your entries in nice and early. You don't want to be disappointed because the popularity of the NKC continues to grow. As this battle now comes back together, Harry Wainwright, Lawrence Hilton. Lawrence Hilton slid wide, didn't he, and dropped off. Harry Wainwright had a bit of a cushion. And now we see them coming through. Out of the horseshoe. Wait for them to come across the line. There's the leader, Harrison Crook. Here comes that second place battle there. Harry Wainwright, Lawrence Hilton. And now joining in is Alfie Williams. Alfie Williams is looking like he's about to join in with the fun of that battle for second place. The hand hairpin, the right-hander, out of there and towards us, straight towards us, towards the horseshoe. And Alfie Williams through. Alfie Williams is through on Lawrence Hilton. So a change of position for that third place. And now Harry Wainwright has somebody else to contend with. Harry Wainwright as Alfie Williams. There's a leader through. Who's going to be next? It still is Wainwright. And Alfie Williams is now the cart down the inside. Alfie Williams has got the position. So a change for second place as Alfie Williams goes through in the 96 with now Harry Wainwright just edging out of the seat there to get the engine to pick up out of the S's. So Harry Wainwright resumes that battle with Lawrence Hilton, but now it's for third and fourth because Alfie Williams has come through with a cracking drive. Here they come then, across the line. And look at the gap he's pulled. Alfie Williams, one of the fastest drivers on the track. Fastest lap of the race so far, Stuart Baker in fifth with a 35.1. The top 10 is Harrison Crook, Alfie Williams, Harry Wainwright, Lawrence Hilton, Stuart Baker, Charlie Jowers, Tyler Kelsey, Matt Zanetti, Jason Bear, and Carl Bryant. Carl Bryant into the top 10. Carl Bryant, whose day job is working in motorsport, working in the world of sports car racing, TF Sport, running the Aston Martins in the World Endurance Championship and other series. There's a move for the 58, Stuart Baker down the inside of Harry Wainwright. What's happened to Harry Wainwright? Is it a tyre issue? Because all of a sudden Harry Wainwright has lost all of his pace and has now found himself behind Lawrence Hilton and Stuart Baker. Now the question is, can Charlie Jowers behind Harry Wainwright now? How off has Harry Wainwright's setup gone? And it is. He's lost another one. Or is that him coming back at him? Harry Wainwright coming back at Stuart Baker. He's not happy, is he? So it's going to be one more lap for the leaders. And now, as these two cross the line. Oh, and there he comes back. Stuart Baker back at Harry Wainwright. Wainwright slots in behind the 58 through the S's. And on that short burst, run down towards the hand hairpin. Harrison Crook already on his way towards the checkered flag as Alfie Williams just under 4 seconds behind. And then Lawrence Hilton in third. But it looks like Stuart Baker has settled that one as the checkered flag flies. Last lap board still showing out. Where's my leader, Harrison Crook? I've been so focused on that battle between Harry Wainwright and Stuart Baker. The 72 out there on the circuit is just coming through the horseshoe for the final time into Buttons and then into the final bend here, top bend, and will come across the line to take the checkered flag. Flying now Checkered flag is hung out. There's the winner, Harrison Crook. Alfie Williams will take second place. And then side by side across the line is Dan Milner and Matt Zanetti. Absolutely nothing in that. But just rounding off and clarifying our leaderboard. Harrison Crook takes the win. Alfie Williams second. Stuart Baker third. Lawrence Hilton fourth. Harry Wainwright fifth. Dan Milner sixth. Seventh is Matt Zanetti. Tyler Kelsey is eighth. Ninth is Charlie Jowers. Carl Bryant is 10th. And then Richard Evans 11th. And then behind Richard Evans, James Frost, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Jason Bear, Ben Johnson, Scott Smith, Scott Clee, Rhys Llewellyn, Patrick Williams-Raj, Dan Millwood, Zach Bolton, Steve Stewart, Tim Darlow, Ben Hitch, Steve Gilly, Aidan Hammond, Dan Fleckney, Paul Moran finishes 28th, and then we had Oliver Moss, Alan Cook. Cole Edwards finished on lap 13, and we lost Michael Mallet on lap 9. Now then, I'd like to welcome into the commentary booth one of our driver commentators, Eddie Stewart. Eddie Stewart, you've done this before, haven't you, Ed?
O-plate, yeah.
It was the O-plate, was it, at Wilton Mill?
Yeah, the O-plate.
Right, okay, brilliant. So you had one of those heats again, mate, in that second heat for you. I've called you the comeback kid many times, haven't I? You had to do that. That was a bit unfortunate, that, though. You just got a nudge from Sonny that put you into a spin, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a small nudge, but it was enough just to put me off.
Yeah, well, you spun out, didn't you? You were a passenger at that point, weren't you?
I couldn't do much about it.
Yeah. So, all right, you've got to put that behind you now, haven't you? And just go out and race in the third heat and then on into the final. Is that where your head is now?
Yeah, just head on to the final and just see what place we can get in the final.
Yeah, because that's what it's all about. Have you thought what's your plans for 2024? It's the end of the Minimax formula here in the NKC. They moved to Inter. Are you old enough to move to juniors?
Yeah, so we're going into juniors next year, probably doing NKC, maybe
Excellent.
Super 1.
Right.
But definitely juniors.
Well, Super 1's over by August, so you can do the NKC and Super 1, can't you?
Could do, yeah.
There's plenty of months of racing after Super 1 finishes in August.
Yeah.
So that's good. It'd be good to see you in junior. And I hear that you had a blast out on a junior recently.
Yeah, it was a lot quicker.
Was that here at Clear?
Yeah, it was here.
Right, because this is your home track, isn't it?
It's the closest, yeah.
Yes. So what was it like then? So give our viewers an idea. We've got the junior. Have we got juniors coming out next? We have. So junior and Minimax, it's the same engine, it's the same car, isn't it? Same tyres, but the engines on your Minimax is restricted slightly, so there's less power. Did you notice the increase in power on the Junior Max?
You can notice it down the straights, but not so much at the corners. Sometimes in the Mini you can catch at the corners.
Yes.
On the straights, though, it's a lot faster and you can notice it.
Does the engine just keep on pulling then? Because the air restrictor on the Minimax is that it's doing that job, isn't it? It's stopping it revving too high.
When I was in the junior, I only put half throttle on because I was thinking the same as the Mini, but no, it's more.
Really?
Yeah.
Really, that's interesting. Right, we've got Junior Rotax. Do you want to have a read of the grid down? You want to read the grid down, Ed? So, because Eddie's going to stay in the booth with us and do that. So, starting from pole position, let's have a look at the grid for juniors.
Pole position, Daniel Davies from Freddie Worlock, then Lucy Lovell, George Kay, Will Swales, Taylor Dixon, Alfie Bushell, Rise Green, Benjamin Bartlett, Jay Leverton, Ian Hughes, Jasmine Taylor, Louis Reese, Vlad Tomovic, Levi Earl.
See, it's not as easy as it looks, is it, eh?
Levi Earl, Kurt Lamiter, Frederick Ward, Mitchell Mulvaney, Archie Battle, Maximum Smith, Mason Perrin, Jack Dimbleby.
Mm-hmm.
I get names wrong easy.
Yeah, they're okay. That's all right.
Billy Vaught, Archie Hardiman, Freddie Theobald, Finley Underwood, and Joshua
Delicata. Well done, Ed. That's our grid for juniors. We've got a bit of a delay. So what's the track conditions like out there? It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Is the track nice? It's a good track to drive on when it's like this?
It's very slippy.
Is it?
And usually it's because it's rain last night. There's not much grip left on the circuit.
Right, because it hasn't got any rubber on it, I would imagine, yeah?
There's no rubber down, so it's slippery. It will get better as the day goes on, though.
Yeah. What do you like for tyres? You know, we talk about the NKC and the 2 sets of tyres, the juniors that we have coming out. They're in the same boat as you. You've done the whole season. Where are you like on your tyre life? How good are your tyres at this point?
My number 1 set of tyres we used yesterday for practice. So, tyre life, they can last about 2 or 3 rounds, and then they start to get slower. But the new tyres make a lot of a difference.
Yeah, but everyone here is going to be on worn tyres, aren't they? They're going to be on pretty old tyres, being the 6th round. Because we haven't had very many wet heats, have we?
No, not many.
Yeah. So tyre wear. Is tyre wear going to come into play when we get to the final this afternoon?
It might do. You might see some people in the league who've got better tyre wear because they left their number 1 set of tyres a bit later.
Splendid. Right, Eddie. Me and Eddie Stewart are going to take you through this junior Rotax heat, which will take us up to the lunch break, actually. And then we have a short break, and then we'll be back with you to finish off not just the afternoon here at Clay Pigeon, but the 2023 season. It's come around that quickly. Right, Eddie, I'll let you take it here from the start. It looks like we're about to get going.
And they are away. It looks clean through turn 1, the kink. Also looks clean through there. It's a clean start for the junior Rotax.
Remarkably, we've got no incidents at turn 1 to report. Phenomenal. Oh, and I say that, Eddie, I spoke too soon.
There's
We've had, I'll tell you why. It's because we haven't got the start.
Oh.
Right. We can't see. Eddie and I can't see what's happening on the starting gantry. It's just below us and out of our sight. So we thought they were racing there, and it
That'd
wasn't.
be why there's no incidents.
And that's why. Well, that lot thought they were racing there because some drivers, when they saw the false start flag, they started backing out, but other drivers didn't see the false start flag, and that's always a tricky part, isn't it? You're okay here with in Minimax, so there's only 7 of you. But next year, when you're in that pack of what we got, 27 carts, you're going to find it's going to be a bit different for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot different. Just the 7 carts, you can sort of spin around and
still get on the back.
You're still there, semi. Rather than here, if you spin around, you're losing a lot of points in places.
Yeah, it's going to be a different beast. Are you looking forward to being in amongst that lot? I know what you're thinking, because I sometimes watch this and I think, I'm sat here.
It'll be interesting. Yeah, I think there's lots of new people moving up to junior, so I'm not the only one.
Yeah, that's right.
But I think it's a lot rougher than the Minimax and all the other categories.
And you're racing against kids. How old are you now, Ed? Are you 11 still?
I'm 11.
Yeah. When are you 12?
December.
Right. All right. So you're almost 12, but you're racing against kids who are 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am now.
You are now. Who's 15 in the Minimax?
Sonny's 14.
Oh, really? Right. We've got a cart off, so we've lost one of our runners. Not sure who that was. We'll get that recovered, so we should get this underway.
Hughes.
Who's that? Sorry.
Iron Hughes.
Well done. Good spot. We've lost Iron Hughes, but we've got the grid nice and ordered. Bruce likes it, and we're getting underway. It's all yours.
And we're off. That was a contact between the 88 and 14. A cart off the track there. That's the number 79. Apart from that, they're clean. Nobody is off the circuit.
Tremendous.
They're clean through there. There's yellow flag. Yellow flag's being waved.
That's because that cart's being recovered, so nobody being able to overtake that. That's going to be a bit tricky for them, Eddie, isn't it?
It's tricky because that's one of the biggest overtaking points of the circuit.
We've got carts challenging through that final bend. But very much, Eddie, we've got the 38 leading. Sorry, the 88, Freddie Waylock.
Daniel Davies making a move. No, that was Will Swales.
So that Will Swills up into second.
Is it?
Can't quite see. We'll wait and see. We'll have a look out the window as they come back towards the horseshoe. We can sometimes find out exactly who's where. It's the 444 of Benjamin Bartlett, who has come through all sorts of chaos and finds himself in the lead of that group. He's not quite in the lead of the race. That's Freddie Waylock's job. He's chasing him down, isn't he?
He's after him.
Let's have a look at the top 10 then. Freddie Waylock, Benjamin Bartlett, Daniel Davies, Will Swales, Reese Green, George Cade, Taylor Dixon, Levi Earl up to 8th, Mitchell Mulvey 9th, and it's Louis Reese who rounds off that top 10.
Was that a move?
Yeah, I think it was.
Number 15 car, Will Swales.
Yeah, so he's up into third now, yeah.
Looks like seconds. Could be third.
I think
Yeah,
Benjamin Bartlett's gone ahead of him. And I think that's now third. So that was Benjamin Bartlett. Number 11 is Reese Green. And it was Daniel Davies who's dropped behind them too.
Yeah.
So through and into the S's, you've got that battle now between Reese Green and Daniel Davies. That's the one to keep our eye on. There's all sorts of movement. That's the thing with mixed grids, isn't it? You've got movement through the field. So all the time during the race, you've got people moving backwards and forwards, up and down the order.
It's rare you see a driver stay in the position they're starting and just keep it. It's it's once or twice you see that.
Right, who's that then on the... It was the number 14. It was the number 14 of Daniel Davis, who's come through to 5th behind the number 11 of Reese Green. Freddie Worlock still leading. Benjamin Bartlett still second. That orange and red cart there is showing as the number 84.
Jasmine Taylor.
Where is she on the order there? I can't see Jasmine Taylor in that order. I'm wondering if her transponder's working.
Yeah, she's not on the order.
She's ahead of the number 11. So in between, is that number 11 there? Yes, it is.
Yes.
So that's Will Swales. He's showing in 4th. And the cart ahead of Will Swales, that orange and that yellow and red cart, the number 84, is Jasmine Taylor. And ahead of Jasmine Taylor is the 15 of Will Swales. So she's running 4th. Yeah, there's the number 15. So Will Swales, Jasmine Taylor there, the number 84, is not showing on the timing screen. So that's a bit confusing for you, Eddie, isn't it?
Transponder.
Yeah, transponder issues for the 84.
Will that affect where you finished?
It shouldn't, because with a transponder failure, we've picked up the fact that the 84 is behind Will Swales and ahead of Reese Green, so the timekeepers should also pick that up. And she is running in 4th place. What that does for us, mate, in the commentary box is when we see Mitchell Mulvey in 5th, he's actually in 6th.
Yeah.
And 6th is actually in 7th. Who's that dropping down the order? I've just seen some movement there. Mason Perrin, we might want to mention him. He's currently he's kind of like the champion elect, because he's won the championship. He didn't even have to compete this weekend, and he's won the Junior Rotax Championship. Because even if this is his stinker of a round, he can, if he drops this round, he still won the championship when you consider the drop rounds.
Yeah.
There's a challenge for the lead. This is the lead here, Ed.
Always at the inside, switch back it. You made that look easy.
He did, didn't he? And that's Benjamin Bartlett moving up and ahead of Freddie Worlock.
Freddie Worlock might try the inside here. He's too far back.
Yeah. He's got the pace, hasn't he? That 444 numbered cart has got pace. He's pulling away, isn't he?
He's pulled looks like a 5/10 gap.
Let's see where it is when they come through. You were nearly there, 3/10.
3/10.
According to the stopwatch. Into the S's, 2.5 minutes remaining. And it looks to me, Ed, as though Benjamin Bartlett has got the pace to stay where he is, because Freddie Worlock has dropped, a couple of carts lengths?
Freddie Worlock needs to stick with the 444 car, because Will Swales is catching him in the background there.
Right.
He is gaining. That gap will shrink.
Right, let's keep an eye on the gap, shall we? It was 1.8 the last time, and it's 1.8 this time. So if it is coming down, so Will Swales' last lap was 35.203, 35.277 for Worlock. So he is catching him,
He's
but
catching.
very, very slightly.
They've only got a minute to do it.
what we found here, Eddie, because the lap time is only 35 seconds, when you look and you see a minute on the clock, you know, at other tracks where you've got 50, 57-second laps, almost a minute, the 1 minute to go is very, very, you've got almost no time. But when you get down to a minute, you've nearly got 3 laps around here.
Yeah.
So it's all still to play for, and you're right, I think that third place kart, Will Swills there, the number 15, the red and blue,
He is catching.
that kart is definitely catching.
It's now 1.7, that gap.
Yeah, that's because it's definitely he's took a chunk out of Freddie Whirlock. So the number 15 on a charge. So you're in third, Eddie. Is it worth really pushing to get that second place with such a gap, even with such a short amount of time? Or third place in the heat, solid amount of points to put you up the grid for the final.
In a grid of 27, it's a good top 5 is a good result.
Is that what you're aiming for?
Top 5.
Yeah.
In a mini, maybe top 3. Only 7 of them.
Well, I mean, there's going to be a different ball game for you next year, isn't it? In the huge fields of juniors.
Very different.
Benjamin Bartlett's got good pace, though, hasn't he?
He's keeping that gap 8/10.
Do you think Whirlock's responded to Will Swills? Do you think he's aware? I mean, how aware are you of the karts behind?
Sometimes when you're on the brakes, you can still hear them behind you.
Yeah.
Because they're still full throttle. But I don't think he's got anything to worry about. Maybe in the next lap he might have.
I think if we had another maybe 2 minutes, or even when it comes to finals, we would have another 4 minutes after this.
I think you'd have him.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Look at the gap coming down. We're into the final lap, Eddie. I'll let you talk us round the final lap and see if this battle comes. Oh, look at how much he's caught in there. Final few corners
taking
coming
loads
up.
of curb through there, just gained a lot of time. The late braking. Freddie Whirlock's got something to worry about here. He's gone defensive. He knows he's there.
He's right on his bumper into the final turn. Is he going to do it?
Wolf Wales might have a really good run down the straight here.
There's going to be nothing in it. As Benjamin Bartlett takes the checkered flag right behind. The gap was 73 hundredths of a second there.
That is close.
That is absolutely nothing, isn't it? And
Nothing.
I think if another 4 minutes of racing, I think Will Swills would have had the pace to overtake him.
He only needed another lap maybe. One more lap and he would have had him. He was so close.
Great stuff then from Junior Rotax. All of these results are provisional. We are now going to a lunch break. How long is the lunch break, anybody? Does anybody have any idea? Eddie, do you have any idea how long the lunch break is?
Is it an hour?
No, I wish it was.
20.
Back at 20 past, considering it's 10 to. Yeah, it's usually half an hour. Eddie, I want to thank you very much, mate. It's been a pleasure having you in the commentary box this year. I'm looking forward to seeing you back next year with the NKC. Laura, your mum, we need you back in the NKC. For now, though, we're going to go to a lunch break, and we'll see you back in half an hour.
Well, hello and welcome to NKC Round 6, the final round from Clay Pigeon, and what a difference a month makes. Today you can see my breath. Only at the last round I was sweating so much my pants were soaked. But anyway, back to kart racing. Joe, so many championships have been decided.
All the championships have been decided. 1 weekend of racing, 1 day of racing, and by Sunday tea time we'll be crowning our 2023 Junction 6 NKC champions.
And of course, they're all running on those dreaded things, very old tyres.
Well, yes, I mean, all right, so practice day today has been very wet, so we're going to be able to save our dry tyres. Remember the regulation, just remind everybody who's new to the series, only 2 sets of tyres over the course of the season. That's 6 events. And a lot of those events, we've had very little running in the wet. Today is wet for practice, so we're going to be able to go into tomorrow. And the weather forecast, I hope you're watching this in bright sunshine. The weather forecast is for it to be dry, Nick. And always at this stage of the NKC season, it's all about tyre management. How much tyre have we got left out of those 2 sets? So it really is hard to call. And with every single class championship being right down to the last the last final of the day, it's going to be impossible to call it. Remember last year's, the 162 Rotax class, we didn't even see who Simon Keeble won the championship. He came into the final round in like 7th, 8th position. We didn't even see him in contention. And that's a very similar situation we've got now.
So we've got a whole day of fantastic action, non-stop racing, and we don't know who's going to win anything. But coming up now is Joe's famous pit walk and a very long chat with a very famous racer who's retiring. But that's after a couple of our youngsters have a chat first.
So coming into the final round of the NKC Championship, Harry Wainwright here is leading the 177 category and a chance of clinching the championship. But I would imagine, Harry, a bit of a mixed emotion as you are stopping karting going into next year.
Yeah, this is going to be my last race, so hopefully we can have a good result. It's been a challenging year, but a good year, so we'll see what happens, but hopefully we can come away with the win.
So what's behind the stop of karting? I remember interviewing you last year when you were 15 and you had to move out of the junior category because you were just growing, and you're still growing. You're only 16 still, and you're what, 6'5"?
Yeah, 6'5". It's because obviously I'm 16, so I've just started college, and I want to go into motorsport and do motorsport mechanics and stuff like that. So it's more just to focus on my future, and I may come back to it at some point, but for now, I'm just going to put it to the side and then focus on my future.
Yeah, of course, and that's very sensible of you to do that. And you've got the rest of your life to come back to motorsport, and also you're going to be living the dream if you get a job in motor racing, aren't you? I've got to bring your dad in on this, Mr. Wainwright. Come on, Mr. Wainwright. So you've got a big smile on your face. Is that because it's Harry's last race?
No, not at all. No. It'll be a bit of an emotional day tomorrow, actually, because we've 11 years we've been doing this for now. 2 or 3 weekends a month at some point. And to be fair, he's moving on to the next part of his life, work, college, weekends away with the lads, that type of thing. So yeah, it probably would not doing anything ever again, but other things will probably move on for him now. Really,
it's very, very sensible to be thinking about that. So going into this weekend, lads, championship there up for grabs. I mean, is that at the forefront of your mind?
Yeah, obviously that's what we want to be doing. We want to win the championship, so just got to have some good results. Obviously no crashes or anything. Just see what we can do to do the best we can.
Dad, I didn't get your name. I've called you Mr. Wainwright. What's your name?
it's Simon.
Simon, you're going to be watching from the sidelines and seeing karting dads and karting parents. It's more intense than his job is actually behind the wheel, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You live every lap with them. Everything all right. And every good move and every incident that happens, you feel it with them, really, don't you?
Yeah. Well, guys, well done. Congratulations. I'm sure we'll see you back in something, Harry. You never know. You're going to be working in motorsport. You never know. You might end up running a car or something. It's going to be a saloon, though. He's only 16 and he's 6'4".
I know. He'll be on the mechanic side next time.
Yeah. Thanks, Harry. Well done, mate.
Thank
Congratulations.
You. Cheers. Thank you.
Senior Rotax 162. We've got the 93 back. That's Jensen Watts. He's already done 2 rounds of the NKC this year, and I'm delighted to have him back. Jensen, you came in and you certainly turned a few heads by winning both the rounds. I mean, you must be looking forward to this weekend and doing it all again.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Thankfully to win at Mansell in the dry, Wilton in the wet, so whoever it throws at us this weekend, feeling confident either way.
Yeah, right, so you've only done 2 rounds. Just been chatting to your dad, he said you struggle to get an entry. What's the plans for next year? Are we going to see you go for a championship?
Absolutely, yeah, we'll be here next year. Hopefully bring home the title. If not, we'll do our best either way.
I mean, it's, a racing over a season, it throws a lot up, doesn't it? And it's like, can you even begin to think about a championship? It's sort of, can you even think about next year's championship and be as confident as you are? I suppose looking at your results, yes, you can is the answer. I'm answering my own questions.
Yeah, just thinking ahead, you can never really take each step by step, but think about the bigger picture going into next season. Consistent points, consistent podiums, wins. That's what makes a title, not every win.
Yeah, you've won in the wet, you've won in the dry. Are you familiar with Clay Pigeon?
Yeah, I did my novice, when I was novice racing, I was around here. We went and did X30 a few years ago, so moved away, but getting back in touch with Rotax, yeah, we've done a few laps around here.
All right, you're going to let us into a few secrets, and what's the key to going quick around here?
Just brake later than everyone else, easy as.
Yeah, you make that sound very easy. Can I bring your dad in? What's your name, Dad?
Carl.
Carl, you run Jensen as a dad and lad, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, you must get a lot of satisfaction out of being able to see your son not just compete, but actually, go on and win races.
I do, but it's equally stressful because, I mean, at Mansell's he was in the lead by a long way, but I was just paranoid of a chain jumping off, and I told him to stay off every curb going. I said, please don't break the kart, so it's stressful, and we do argue.
Yeah, get away. Yeah.
But no, he's a good lad, and he's driving well this year, so that's off to him. I couldn't do it.
It's a team effort, isn't it? That's what the joy any kind of motorsport is. But to be, I think, even more so when you've got your dad or a family member who's, you win together, you lose together, is the saying, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Going through years together, we've got our own little systems in place. We've ran with teams here and there, but we've always sort of been at just us two. He's always been my mechanic. We have our own little language, work out the setup between us, step-by-step processes, and that's how we do it.
Have you done any racing, Carl?
Many years ago, I played about in a Rotax, but I was at the back. I was filming at the back in 177s. But the good bit was you used to get a race against Mansell down at Dunkswell back in the day, so that was quite cool. But as far as results, don't go looking at them, please don't.
The thing is, though, Carl, and Jensen, you'll understand this. I've had this conversation with dads before, and dads who haven't raced, and I've tried to explain to them, you haven't got a clue. You have got a clue, though, because you've raced, so you can't be too hard on him, can you?
Like I said, he was far, far better than I ever was, and no, I leave him to the drive. And if he comes back in and he'll tell me what he thinks the kart needs, I'll go with it. There's no point in me telling him what to do anymore.
And I know your dad's been humble here, gents, but it must help having someone who has done a little bit of racing and understands the perspective from the driving seat.
Yeah, totally. When we sort of started racing, we never had like a driver coach or someone to go through the day, stuff like that. So it was always his influence on me when we started, and eventually he sort of took a step back from that bit. But he's always been there to help me over the years.
Yeah. Okay then, final round of 2023. What's going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
Only a win.
I knew he was going to say that, everybody. I knew. And he's done it so far, so hey, hat-trick on the way. Thanks guys. When I started kart racing, I think it was in the 1800s. No, it wasn't. It was in the 1980s. And one of the men to beat, one of the lads to beat at that time, was a chap that is standing here beside me now, Paul Ozanne. Here he is, still racing. He must be mad as a balloon to still be racing all these years later. But Paul, you have been at the highest levels of this sport. I mean, when I came into karting, Paul Ozanne was up there, and Paul Ozanne was like the man to aspire to be. So, give us a little brief synopsis of back then in the 80s. What exactly would you have been doing? Because my memory's failing me.
Yeah, okay. So when I started, kind of 83, it would have been Junior Britain, which then went into like Junior Booster. They brought a new category out. So I did the first British Champs 1984 at Rislington. That was in Junior Booster, finished fourth in that. And then went through the ranks into Junior Britain. Super 1 Series, which was like the British Champs. We did have one-day events back in the day for the British Champs. Come close many times.
That's what people forget, isn't it?
Yeah.
The British Championship wasn't a series of rounds.
Correct.
It was down to one day. And I also remember qualifying for British Champs.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we had to qualify. In fact, I remember being here at a qualifier, round that I actually won, but there was an E final.
Right.
That's how many people there were. Yeah.
So you, at the time that I started, you were the quick kid, the superstar, coming through from juniors and into seniors. So give me some of the names. You'll have raced against people like McNish. I think that's probably your era, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So when I kind of started in juniors, when I was finding my feet, basically, there's Alan McNish, David Coulthard, Dario Franchitti, Oliver Gavin, that's just to name a few. They were the quick guys at the time, kind of out every week, and the ones that I had to try and get to that level. That's it.
I mean, I remember you were Super 1 champion. Remind me of the year.
Kind of in the 90s, and my last time was 2020.
And that was when the Super 1 Championship was the British Championship. The Super 1 Championship was over several rounds. if I'm right, and everybody's perception was that the Super 1 champion was the British champion, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, back then, yeah. I mean, we did have the kind of standalone championships.
Yeah.
But then the series as well. And that's kind of what got me into car racing, because the year would have been kind of late, let me think now, 1991, wow, when I was doing 100 Super A then. So I won the Formula Renault scholarship. Formula Renault were actually back in the Super 1 series. I actually won the last round at Rissington, which just so happened was the only meeting that they actually came to. So there was Jason Plato was there doing demonstrating in the Formula Renault and so on. And 3 of us got selected to go through, which was a training course in France at the Winfield course at Magny-Cours. And there was me, there was a guy called Daniel Liddell, whose dad was Graham Liddell, which was a successful World Championship karter in the 60s, 70s, and a certain Christian Horner.
Really? Was it really?
So I kind of went through and won that scholarship. So I beat them 2 guys to get into Formula Renault. Did Formula Renault kind of 92, 93, 94. Was great, but the budget was just astronomical. And obviously karting was where it all started for me, and we come back into it. 96, we got the dealership for the Gold Kart, which obviously we still run today.
Yes.
And yeah, I kind of was involved full time till about 2002.
Yeah.
I won the O plate, the ABKC O plate, actually here at Clay Pigeon, and that's when I kind of knocked it on the head for a bit.
Lots
before my midlife crisis.
Before your midlife crisis. You know what? I've always thought of our sport of motorsport is quite a cruel sport, because there you go, you know, Formula Renault scholarship, you're in Formula Renault, and the thing that stifles you going forward is not talent or ability, but it's funding. And that's the problem with, well, I say a problem, it's always been there. It's been there since the very advent of motorsport. Do you feel kind of any kind of, I don't know, any kind of bad feeling? Do you feel like sort of you were cheated? You know, you could have been a contender.
To be honest, there's a lot of great drivers out there. You know, I was obviously at the top in karting at one stage, but there was a lot of others I was racing against. You know what I mean? Like Bobby Game, he was another quality driver. Dean Panrucker. This is like the top in the kind of in the kind of late 90s. You know what I mean? And there was a lot. Michael Spencer. There's a lot of great drivers, you know what I mean? Yeah, and you know, they had backing and so on with teams and so on. But they're all capable, quality drivers, you know what I mean? You know, and they haven't unfortunately gone on either. And the thing which would hold anyone back is just that budget, unfortunately. So I think there's a lot of great drivers out there, which potentially could be in Formula One now. But just never had. You know, that budget to do it, unfortunately.
It's a long list, isn't it? Paul, what are the changes, if any? I mean, you know, fundamentally, that car chassis that we're in front of now looks aesthetically exactly as they did in the 80s. Yes, you've got these pretty fairings and side pods and that now, but you know, what changes have you seen in the sport?
To be honest, loads. Back in the day, there wasn't the adjustments. You literally bolted your tyres on, did your tyre pressures, and off you went. Now they've just, it's literally, now it's like Formula One.
It's like a little racing car, isn't it?
It really is. You've got different stiffness seats, various axles, different rims, and that all makes a difference to your handling, you know, to your performance that you got on track. Back in the day, we didn't have that. We just had a set of rims with your slicks on, and that's all you could do, really.
And I suppose that is why you get people starting in the sport that will come to the likes of Paul Ozan Racing, because they're gleaning that experience of all of that you've just said.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I said, it hasn't got easier over the years, but you know, kind of in the 80s, it literally, you just turned up with your car, sat in it and drove it, and you just drove it round and round and round, and if you're on the pace, you're on the pace. If you weren't, you weren't. But now, obviously, there's a lot more to it, and obviously over the years and being back in the sport and involved with it again, learning all the, you know, kind of what everything does with the seats, the axles, the pressures, where everything needs to be. And obviously with my previous experience, I've got that I can pass on to help drivers.
It's a massive shortcut. So, all right, you're retiring going forward as a driver. However, you're still going to have a presence very much in this paddock, and I mean, you know, you're open to customers coming forward and competing with you in the NKC and other series.
Yeah, correct. You know, I've really enjoyed like being back in the sport, running the team again. Having Jay with the team has been great. It's been his first year. He's gone from kind of big Simon at the deep end to actually now, you know, in the top 10. So it's good, and you know, hopefully carrying on forward with Jay for next year. And looking to get a few more drivers within the team. You know, on the Gold car, the Gold's always been a great car. We've just always been swamped by Tony karts and their products. But since 1996, when we've been on the car, I've never felt disadvantaged against you know, the other brands. If I did, we wouldn't have persevered with it. But for 96 to now, it's a long time, 27 years of being with this product. It's a strong chassis, it's a good chassis, and you know, we just hope other people will realise that.
Well, there was your sales pitch, Paul. Plenty of awning space with Paul Azan Racing for NKC next year. Come and speak to him. I want to leave you with this question. All right, you're not going to do a Frank Sinatra on us, are you? But what could possibly tempt you back behind the wheel?
Probably gearbox. Probably 125. I did 125 in the late 90s. So at the time I was doing Formula A, which was, to me, probably the best category of racing I'd ever done. But then I was helping a driver that year, and he went on to win the British Championships in the 125 national category. I jumped in his car, he let me in his car, and my first event was at Three Sisters, and it was the biggest smile I've ever had driving anything. Really. So it was almost 100 mile an hour at the end of Three Sisters, you know, Wigan Straight, and for me, that was the biggest buzz I'd ever had in a car, and that's something that would tempt me back.
I'm going to get your missus, who's behind Paul with the camera, to remind him just how old he is. He wants to move from Rotax Max into something that's even quicker. Oh, there she is. Can you remind him how old he is, please, for his own sake, really? Paul, it's been a pleasure. I was delighted to see you in this paddock when we first got involved, and I'll be delighted to see you continue in this paddock. And I've got an inkling that I haven't seen the last of Paul Azan behind the wheel. I look forward to seeing you in a KZ.
Okay.
Great stuff. Have a great weekend as well.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, mate. Perhaps one of the most exciting championships in this year's NKC has been Minimax. It's been the smallest of grids, but it's not small when it comes to drama and intrigue and intensity. And Sonny Morgan here. Sonny, you've just come off the track. It's very wet here. All right, this is the day before the race meeting. Sonny, the weather forecast isn't quite as we've got now, but you're covered in mud and wetness. And what's the track like at the moment?
Well, the track's, it's absolutely drenched at the moment, but the problem with clay, it seems to dry up, then it goes wet, then it goes back to dry again. So it's difficult to find the right setups, because we're going from one to another, really, with clay.
And how difficult will that be then? So you're practicing on a track that's going to be completely different if the weather forecast is to be believed.
Yeah, well, it's luck of the draw, really, trying to find the right setup. So, wet or dry, because the track's dried up, it's gone wet again. It's been one or another every single session, so it's been tough.
Now then, last round of the championship. In contention, you're in second. It's all to play for still. Being in second, is that less pressure on you, do you think?
Well, I mean, I don't think there's much pressure on me. I've just got to come here and do what I do every weekend. But for Colkin, I mean, the pressure's all on him now, really. But I've just got to do what I usually do and see what happens at the end of it.
And is that your approach, Sonny? You're going to go into each heat and just think about the moment, not think about the championship?
Well, I think about the championship, but at this point now it's the final and I'm behind, so I've just got to try and win as much as I can and bring as much points home and see what happens.
All right. And we always talk about next season at the final round of any championship. It doesn't matter what you're driving. So 2024,
it's the last season of Minimax here in the NKC, but also you're getting older. Are you moving? Will I see you in juniors next year?
I'll be juniors next year,
Excellent,
yeah.
right.
100%. Well, I think I might be the biggest Mini-Max driver out there. So.
Yeah, I think you are.
And we're struggling with weight. We've got the sticker kit stripped off the car. It's down to bare minimum, everything.
Right. And that's just to get you down to weight.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to ask somebody this. You've brought it up, so I'm going to ask you. Do you know what a sticker kit weighs?
Well, we think it's about a kilo.
Wow, really?
A kilo.
Right. So what the sticker kit, what we're talking about here is you'll see the different colours of the carts, and that's actually stickers that is applied to the front and the sides of the carts, and that's what Sonny's had taken off his cart. So we'll see you in pure white, is it, or black?
Well, it's a white bumper and everything else is white. No,
Right.
sorry, black bumper, everything else white.
Black bumper, white side pods. That's what you got to look out for. Best of luck, Sonny.
Yeah,
It's all to play for. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Clay Pigeon. We've got 4 remaining heats. Hope you had a good lunch break. Hope you enjoyed our lunch break paddock show as well. Some interesting chats there.
I thought it was one of your best ever.
I really loved the chat with Paul Lozan. In 10 minutes,
good.
I know it was 10 minutes, which is longer than we normally interview people for, but I really, that is a whole podcast in itself. An hour. There's lots of anecdotes and tales of daring do that Paul wasn't unable to tell us in just that short time. We've got the senior road tax out for their 4th heat. This will be the final heat for the senior road tax 162s. Finley Watson and Henry Stratton are the 2 drivers at the front of the field, and we are going to get things very much underway.
Bad start for the 120 there. Stratton, he got too much curb on that right hand side, which did happen an awful lot. Break there for Finley, and 2, 3, 4 carts have gone past. I think Henry's going to come out in 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's 6th indeed. So coming around there with the black plates and the white numbers, which is your senior road tax. Most basic of plates you can possibly have.
I saw Kieran Gifford being the meat in a 3-cart sandwich going into the S's 3 wide, and I thought that was going to end in tees. It didn't, remarkably. And he's come out in 5th still. Paul Lozan, the number 5, still out there as well, in that position as well. But Kieran Gifford's coming back at him. Down and across the line for the first time then. It's Finley Watson, Kieran Gifford up to 2nd place on the O plate. Lewis Ball on 3rd, Braden Hill 4th, Paul Lozan 5th. And we've got Dan Andrews, Henry Stratton, Sam Elliott, James Wood, John Hobbs 10th. So relatively tidy first lap for these runners. We had a lot of movers there, people coming down and going 3 wide at certain points, and it's still happening down the field, but everybody being able to make sort of compensations for one another, and that's how it should be done.
Yeah, broken into 3 very distinct packs, I don't know. Finley Watson and Gifford at the front, then we've got this middle pack of basically 5, and then the whole field behind them. The 5 itself is splitting into 2, led by the 77 of Ball and Braden Hill and Ozan. Ozan, who wants to make up for taking 10 minutes of your time for the lunchtime show with a stellar race performance. That's the 3rd cart there. Blue and white, the number 5. The 5 standing for 50 plus, as he is now.
No, the 5 stands for he's 5th in the championship.
No,
come on, give him
50 plus.
Give him that accolade.
Well, yeah, I think it's better. You know what? It's like, if you think that what he's doing against, and he's up the inside there, takes Braden Hill easily.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what an outstanding career he's had. I mean, you know, he reminded me yesterday, you know, I remember him in Formula Renault. He won the scholarship, went to the Winfield Racing School, ran in Formula Renault on the Toga package back in the mid-90s, and he's still there.
Unfortunately, how exciting this fight is, we need to move to the 1st and 2nd because they're right nailed together as well now. Watson and Gifford the O-plate, that means he won the one-off meeting in Wilton Mill a couple of months ago. Coming down over the line, sweeps into the bottom bend, and now comes out, and there's a move there, and up the inside. Classical moves it's turned out today, hasn't it, Joe? Up the inside of bottom bend.
I knew that was a great spot for our camera, Nick. I knew that was going to be the position of choice of where to make the move, and it's kind of the nature of the track here at Clay Pigeon, and we're seeing that textbook move there. Kieran Gifford there showing that he has very much, I think he's wrote a couple of chapters actually, the O-plate winner.
Moving away, so let's just drop back to the 3rd, 4th and 5th battle. I think this one's going to stretch now. I don't see Gifford coming back to him. And there we are, 3rd, 4th of it's Ball, Hill and Ozan. Ozan, who got past Hill a while ago. They've now spread out very slightly, keeping an eye on the leaders whilst we look at these guys so we won't miss anything. Through the S's, and then firing up the Sturmey straight for the heavy braking into the Hans hairpin. And they've all taken the drifting racing line. No one's looking to do anything particularly aggressive. We've changed for 6th place there, as I think that's Henry Stratton coming back into 6th, I think, or there could be a double pass in one lap. No, it's the 93 who's moved into 6th place. Jensen Watts, oh, there we go. Jensen Watts moving through the field. There's a surprise, isn't it?
Ollie Varney came into this round leading this 162 championship. He's currently in 18th spot, way down the order. I'm not sure how the championship is going to look in this 162 class going into the final, but that we're hopefully going to have some updated championship tables going into that final, so we can actually bring you the dynamic of the championship as it pans out in the 12 minutes and 1 lap final later on.
Just a bit of information for everybody that last time round Ozan was 1.9 seconds ahead of Jensen Watts. I don't think it's 1.9 seconds now, and it's now really how far up can Watts get in this event. He's currently running in 6th. Didn't he win both the first 2 heats?
Yes, he did.
So he's now looking to make it a hat-trick, which is very hard to do with the mix and match we've got of the grids.
But we started 23rd.
That's going all right, isn't it, really?
Yeah. It's he's had an outstanding run. I'd bumped into him in the lunch break, and I was just chatting to him, saying, "You really need to do the championship, don't you?" And he says, "I really do need to do the championship. It's just I'm at uni and."
So he doesn't do any of the championships. Doesn't do British. He doesn't do anything
No, he's
else.
done UKC before.
Right.
He mentioned that. I don't know what. I think he's done British as well, but he's kind of dovetailing it with a university
and
studying for
and
a
everything
degree.
that means financially as well.
Yes,
i.e. you have none.
Yeah, and so getting the Fridays off and stuff has been a thing.
So this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th heating up. Louis Ball in the 77, the red cart still holding sway over Braden Hill. That's the orange and grey, which looks pink from a distance, and Paul Ozan in the blue, but coming. It's Jensen Watts, and Jensen Watts goes round buttons. Always a good line, that one. We've used it 17 times already.
Yeah, these three are about to be joined by Jensen Watts. You can see Jensen Watts just getting onto the back of Paul Ozan. Kieran Gifford, meanwhile, has got just over a second lead on Finlay Watson, who's got 3.5 seconds to this battle here. Lewis Ball, Braden Hill, Paul Ozan, Jensen Watts now joining in. He's part of that now. You can virtually call that a 4-card battle for that 3rd place.
Yeah.
So 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th now. Henry Stratton, who started on the front, he's dropped off the back of the tail of this field. But with only 2 minutes remaining, Nick, I think it's time for, if there is going to be a move, it's time to make that move.
Yeah, I think Jensen will be looking to, well, he's just been so expert in the times we've seen him so far. My guess is he's going to try and take like one a lap and then end up in 3rd. I think beyond 3rd is going to be beyond him, to be honest. He's going to go for one now. Nope, they're all in a line, but it's Braden Hill making the action towards the 77 of Ball. The 93, the red helmeted Watts is the man we think is going to be on the move. And he's got the inside there of the hairpin and made a really clean move on Ozan there.
Yeah, very clean. And Paul Ozan showing all the experience there of not needing to close the door on him.
Yeah.
And Paul will hang on to the rear bumper as much as he can as Watts makes his way through.
He's got Hill as
well.
well.
And he's got Hill as well. I haven't seen a move there all day long. And Ozan has got through as well, because the momentum that Braden Hill lost actually cost him massively to Paul Ozan. So Ozan goes through with Watts.
Yeah.
So they've moved up now onto the tail of Lewis Ball.
Hill got moved out, didn't he, really quite expertly by Watts, and that lost him so much momentum. Now, just so you know, the lead is very confidently with Kieran Griffith, who's got a 2.5 over Louis Ball. As we turn around and now going down, Watts now right on the tail of Ball. So it's Gifford from Watts and Ball in 3rd.
I think there was more Braden Hill sliding wide there, allowing Watts. Here he comes,
look
though,
at
side
this.
by side. It's a drag race across the line and into the first turn here at Billy's Blind. And Jensen Watts has made the move. Another textbook showing. And ahead of that number 77 of Lewis Ball. He was ahead of the line, actually, Nick.
Yep.
So the drag out of the final turn was enough. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. My guess is, as we look at the 77 of Ball under huge pressure from Paul Ozan, that gap to Finlay Watson of 2.6 seconds is just too much.
Here they come again then. It'll be 13 laps completed for this group. Gifford still leads out to 2 seconds now. The gap, Finlay Watson still got 4.5 seconds to Jensen Watts. And then behind Watts, there's the 77 there with the red overalls. And then Paul Ozan in the yellow and blue and white, and then Braden Hill in the kind of, it comes across as pink, as you mentioned. It's kind of got a very
grey
fine
and orange,
grey and orange stripe to that card. It's in this light though. So these three, it's not over yet, and it'll be the 1 lap to go board this time by Kieran Gifford. Takes that 1 lap to go board. We'll keep an eye on this one though as we go into our final few chances and opportunities to up the order. And there's Paul Ozan taking a tighter line. Gives him a different line completely into the S's. Down the Sturmey straight into the Han hairpin. Oh, and defensive there from Lewis Ball.
Nearly didn't work for him, but I wonder now if Braden Hill can get up the inside of Ozan, a kind of 4-corner manoeuvre, but Ozan now has the inside. Oh, he had to let it go. The inside of buttons, let it go.
Just
and Hill moves
out
back into 5th place. It's all going on these lower positions. 1st, 2nd and 3rd, though. Pretty equidistant as they finished the race, in fact. We were so excited we didn't notice that.
Yeah. Checkered flag flying. Kieran Gifford takes the heat. Finlay Watson second. Jensen Watts from 23rd to 3rd. So 20 places. A 20-place improvement there for Jensen Watts. I suspect we're going to see Jensen Watts starting on the pole position in the year final by mental arithmetic.
I think there's a very good chance.
Yes, I think so. Lewis Ball was 4th. Braden Hill 5th, both of them just getting ahead of Paul Azan at their final turns there. Paul Azan 6th, Jake Davis 7th, Sam Elliott is 8th, 9th is Sam Wyatt, and Charlie Walsh for ST Racing rounding off the top 10. We have championship leader Ollie Varney coming through in 11th, Ryan Mills, Bobby Rosier, Marcus King 14th, Adam Rogers, Ethan Wyatt, Kyle Dunford, Lewis Berry, Tommy Lee Davis, Grace Lee Davis 20th, John Hobbs, Levi Goodyear, Scott Russell, James Becker, Joel Bowden, Henry Stratton, Dan Andrews and Rob Statham dropped a lap down, and we lost James Wood after that very good first lap. We lost James Wood on lap 3, and I'm not sure what happened to James that time, but he's had a couple of retirements. I think we're going to see James Wood out in the B final because he's had a couple of retirements out of his 3 heats.
Yeah. We've got a couple of it's still touch and go. Howarth will be in the B final, but he did win his final heat, so he's got 2 NFs and a
2 DNFs and a win. Yeah, I think he's still going to be in the B final.
I think he's going to be right at the back end of the A.
You reckon?
I reckon he's going to qualify 19th. There we are, 20th.
Would you be kind enough to pass the
what?
The milk.
I thought you put the booze in, presume.
I was pointing at the
the red wine, please.
Another red wine.
I was very, very drunk.
Can you imagine our commentary after red wine? Well, I don't drink red wine, but
I can imagine mine. It'd be just heartburn. So that would be it. So it'd be like,
yes.
I'd be like, now there's a car coming round. It's one of the biggest disappointments of getting older is heartburn.
Yes. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that when I hit 50.
You're going to start aging down, are you?
The Benjamin Button. We've got the 177s next, Nick, and this one has been kind of fraught as well. Fraught competition, not just this weekend, pretty much the whole season.
Well, isn't that really because it's become the de facto national championship, isn't it, really? So
it has. It absolutely has, yes. Yes, this is where the 177s have come to live in the NKC. And
the good thing to remember is that if there are any unsettled scores at the end of this weekend, they can settle them at the Autumn Cup.
Yes, we're having a 177 grid of karts at the Wardenlaw Kart Club Autumn Cup coming in November. We're going to be all live on Karting Live TV. But for now, we're 177s here. On the Maxxis tyre as well.
Thank you very much.
That's the most important thing.
Come on.
On the Maxxis tyre.
Come on, you can do it. You can get the advert out. Come on, you can do it. It's fine, come on.
Being led out by Joshua Pickford with Alex Thomas alongside. Carl Bryant and Dan Fleckney are on row 2. Then we've got Neil Hemming, Tim Darlow, Oliver Smith, Cole Edwards, Dan Milner, Matt Zanetti, Steve Gilly and Oliver Moss are on row 6. Then Charlie Dowers, Aidan Hammond, Paul Moran, Patrick Williams, Rohage, Adrian Smith and Jason Bear, Tyler Foster, Lawrence Hilton, Alex Jones, Ben Johnson, Logan Edwards and Alfie Williams, Keith Mason and Steve Stewart, Alan Cook and Ian Branfield, Thomas Storr and Zach Bolton, Rhys Llewellyn, James Frost and Simon Wheeler round off the 33 kart field. Who are these have been the best starters.
I know.
The 177s have been the best starters.
By the time they get a special Joe Bradley Award?
The Joe Bradley Award for the best starters, the best group of starters, is the Rotax 177s, who by buttons have got the grid in very good order. They come through the final turn here. This one's called Top Bend.
That's so slow.
It is. It's walking pace. Zach Bolton did the same, though, in the first heat. Then I can't remember who the pole man was for the second heat that we saw, and they did exactly the same. This is great because we're going to see the red light go. Now we're going to pick up the pace a little bit. And now we release the field in perfect grid order. Ooh. Problems for Zach Bolton at the back there. Didn't quite get things moving, but the rest of the field through turn 1 and on towards the S's, and everybody through without incident.
A little bit of kerfuffling through the S's, but in the midfield, with everyone trying to work out who was going where and when. But they roll through. Bolton has the advantage when you get left in the first couple of corners. It's fine because everyone holds each other up and you can catch back up to the back of the field.
That is true.
So Bolton now is on the end of the field, those Zach Bolton fans. But that's at the back of the field. The front of the field is Josh Pickford, who's leading.
Yeah. Carl Bryant slotted in behind him, though.
Yeah, there's a real poison chance about being on the left-hand side of this, because you can try and get past as you go the straight. People are hitting the curb and losing all momentum at the curb, which is effectively just after the flag-waving box, or the marshal, whatever it is, where they check a flag. What's it called that?
Marshal's post.
Marshal's post, thank you. Post, that's where we're box. The Marshal's post.
We had some side.
And there we go, side-by-side action coming through the horseshoe, and into the lead goes Carl Bryant on the 13.
The Jib Tech driver, the Jib Tech team principal, as well as Jib Tech driver, Carl Bryant, on the number 13, a number I used to carry in my club racing days. crosses the line then, 2 laps completed. Joshua Pickford now in second. We've got Cole Edwards, who went round the outside of Dan Fleckney, now in fourth. Fleckney fifth, Dim Darlow sixth, Matt Zanetti seventh, Neil Hemming, Oliver Moss and Steve Gilly. He's the driver rounding off the top 10, but we've got a battle for the lead, no doubt. It's not over. Joshua Pickford, the audacity of Carl Bryant. And here we get, here we go again. Out of the hand hairpin, and once again these two were side by side, but having to slot back inside and onto the rear bumper of Carl Bryant.
Thomas in third is absolutely pushing. He was all out of shape as he tried to just gain on the leading two, who of course are slightly holding each other up. It's a kind of a left and a right look, and it's a lunge for the lead, but it's closed off. Bryant closed off Pickford. To be honest, I think if Pickford had been a bit more committed there, he could have got through.
Well, I'm not sure he had the speed, really. He wasn't going quick enough to get alongside, and Carl Bryant just gave himself enough room not to be squished, because Joshua Pickford was absolutely on the limit of his braking there. 3-kart battle has now developed into a 4-kart battle as Cole Edwards joins in as well for fourth, and he's got pace. We saw him go around the outside of somebody at the, I think that was the horseshoe. Here we go across the line, and 4 laps completed.
Cole Edwards got a weekend off from NASCAR.
Yes. I thought that was Carl Edwards.
No, they're all called Cole, they're all called Edwards. It's a combination of two, isn't he?
Yeah.
Cole Trickle. That wasn't a real one, was it?
Defensive from Bryant. Defensive.
Someone's gone horribly wide.
Yeah, he had to drive defensively. That's compromised his exit into the horseshoe, and that's allowed Pickford through. So Pickford has gone through.
It's a visual pencil.
Right, so but Bryant slides wide because he went down the inside. That's allowed Pickford through, who does the switchback into the horseshoe, has to clamber across the curbs, but that maximises his exit, and Carl Bryant slots in behind. Great move there. Some great racing here going on in the 177s, as ever. So that change for position. Cole Edwards now in third after, I think it was Alex Thomas, was it, who slid wide?
Yeah, it was the 7 of
it was Alex Thomas, yeah.
He just kind of like Matt Zanetti now come up into fourth in the 277 kart. He actually is just beginning to try to get on the tail of the top 3, who are line and stern. Bigger gap between first and second and third, but only less than a second covering the top 4. I do think Josh Pickford now is trying to make a break for it, and the other 3 are perhaps now where the intrigue will be for the remaining 4 minutes. Halfway through the race, that's all.
Yeah, don't take your eyes off Zanetti as well, because he's come right onto the bumper of Cole Edwards there. That's the orange and white cart there, the number 277. He's looking for a way through, isn't
Pickford made a real hash of the entry into the horseshoe and lost probably 3 or 4 tenths of a second in doing that, or perhaps 3 tenths of a second. He pulled out so nicely and then just lost it all again. On one corner,
side by side for Zanetti down the inside of Cole Edwards, and demotes Edwards to fourth. So Zanetti has gone through. We saw it coming. He came onto the rear end of Cole Edwards very, very rapidly, so he showed massive pace. Now he's on the rear end of Carl Bryant, the number 13, the red and white livery Jib Tech kart of Carl Bryant, the mechanic for TF Sport in sports car racing. Carl was at Le Mans, as were we, Nick.
We were. I remember being there. It was quite hot.
We didn't win the race, though.
No.
And neither did Carl, actually.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Up the inside, Zanetti, 27.7. Easy pass in the end.
He's got pace, hasn't he? And that pace right at the end of the stretch that runs down to the first turn.
So Zanetti, I get it. Pickford's been pulling away, but I think that's because Bryant was going slowly rather than Pickford was going quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, and now maybe. Zanetti's passed him. Look how much he's gapped, and as Cole Edwards now has a little tussle and battle with Bryant for that 3rd and 4th place. I would think that very, very quickly Zanetti's going to be on the back of Pickford, and saying that, very, very quickly he is on the back of Zanetti.
Yeah, it's 2 orange and white carts now at the front.
Yes, that's very inconvenient.
Yeah, they're both the same liveried cart. So as they get towards the first turn, that's the battle for 3rd and 4th. Cole Edwards stays behind Carl Bryant. So we'll just move to the 2 carts ahead of these 2. Paul will pick them up. Well done, guys. That's spot on.
First
into the
second.
Yeah, there they are. That's our lead battle. Now Zanetti, the second cart in that picture, has closed right up to Joshua Pickford, who we thought, Nick, was pulling away from this field, but he hasn't.
Pickford's got an issue. He's not enjoying the entry to the horseshoe, and he loses a chunk of time every single time. He's just obviously not either. He's got his cart's handling. It's not, or he's just not got the line. But look at this. Zanetti really thinking about. I assume it's his teammate, given the fact they're running exactly the same livery.
Yeah,
but they come through the S's now. Zanetti's right on the tail of Pickford. firing up towards, but then they come to the inside. Zanetti now makes a move through the hands hairpin, and it's going to be happening.
Not quite. We had yellow flags, I think, and that card's just been recovered, so maybe we did not have yellow flags at the hand hairpin. And it stays the same with Zanetti now making that move stick, and will lead across the line for the first time in this heat with under 90 seconds remaining. Patrick Williams-Rahaj has pulled off the track, I think.
Yeah,
he was the car that caused that yellow flag, but the yellow flag was taken in as he recovered. Oh no, he's still going round. He's there now. He's gathered his composure. The leader's just behind him there. But just look at the pace of Zanetti. He's been right there in this third and final heat, or fourth and final heat for the 177s.
Yep.
His third and final heat. So we should see, I mean, the intensity going into the final of this round, the final round, going for a championship, is going to be able to be, the tension's going to be, you're going to be able to cut it with a knife. So inside the final 30 seconds or so.
They could get this 2 more, you know.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing with this short lap.
Here they go, but in fairness, Pickford now is just dropping off Zanetti at 2 or 3 tenths a lap. Third and fourth are interesting again, 13 and 39. Edwards and Bryant really haven't stopped their battle the entirety of the time. The all-white cart of Cole Edwards looking to pick up the final place on the virtual podium for this race. No podium for heats, of course. And it's all over the shop. He was leaning very heavily on Bryant. Bryant was all over, kind of trying to block any forward progress by Edwards coming into the bottom bend.
He's done well to keep him back, because Cole Edwards came back towards his rear bumper very strongly and looks very racy, but Carl keeping his composure. Down the inside, just as I say that, but coming back at him, can he? No, Edwards squeezing onto the apex there and will come through in third place. They're inside the final lap now. The leaders have already crossed the line, but Carl Bryant's coming back at him and gets alongside. Or has he? No, he's had to slot inside. He gets alongside there towards the S's. He's going to have the primary line, but he can't just keep, he just could not keep the momentum and the speed up to get himself alongside. And now into the hand hairpin for the final time. Meanwhile, just ahead of these two, which we'll stay with to the flag, Matt Zanetti has already pulled out a gap and is heading towards the checkered flag. As the two leaders cross the line to take the checkered flag, the battle for third still rages on. And can Brian pull alongside? He just can't quite get alongside to the flag. So Matt Zanetti takes the win. Joshua Pickford is in second. Cole Edwards takes third by 56 hundredths of a second from Carl Bryant at the lead there, at the line there, I should say. Oliver Smith fifth, Alex Thomas sixth, Tim Darlow seventh, Steve Gilly eighth, ninth, Alfie Williams, Charlie Jowers was 10th, and then we had Jason Bear, Neil Hemming, Ben Johnson, Oliver Moss, Alex Jones, Ian Brandfield, James Frost, Dan Milner, Paul Moran 19th, Rhys Llewellyn 20th, Zach Bolton from the back of the grid to 21st, and then we had Lawrence Hilton, Mike Edwards, Dan Fleckney, Steve Stewart, Tyler Fossey, Keith Mason 27th, Aidan Hammond, Adrian Smith and Patrick Williams-Rahaj did indeed recover and finish the race. We have got the third and last ever heat for Minimax.
Oh, blimey.
As far as I'm aware, on a national level for the very final time in the United Kingdom. This will be the final time, the very last time you'll see these karts in a heat.
In national competition.
I think, I mean, some
clubs must run them, sure.
I'm not aware.
Run karting must exist, doesn't it?
Yes, I think so. Maybe some IKRs somewhere.
Yeah, stick anything into a heat to get someone a race, I'm sure.
But this class will be replaced next year in the NKC by the Interclass, which is basically a smaller chassis. With narrower tyres, with the same engine, so certain restrictions on it.
Can anyone read what that guy's texting on the corner of our screen?
I don't know. Is that not Frank, or is that?
No, it's not one of ours. That's the fixed camera. He's over there standing in the corner. He's stopped texting now.
All right. He might be listening. Right, Minimax out. There's only 7 of them, but I tell you what, stand by
for action.
It's been the field being led around by championship leader Sebastian Corking. Jensen Cox alongside Max Carlton, and basically the class of the field all day long has been Leo Basterfield. He's starting in 4th. Got Sonny Morgan, the other championship protagonist, will start 5th with Eddie Stewart, our co-commentator, starting in 6th place. Zauri Visarek will start in 7th and final place. So great job being done by Seb Korting. He's with LRG Motorsport and he's in contention for the Minimax Championship. And it'll be the first time LRG has taken a national championship. Their first season of racing, actually, LRG. Came into this, I'm not sure whether they're going to be back to the NKC for next season, but we'll wait and see. Louis Large's team, of course. Here they come then, across the line, very, very readily and very calmly. And composed, all 7 carts. And Seb Korting, as the second place kart of Jensen Cox gets a little bit of wheel spin and goes sideways, that's allowed Max Carlton. And who's that? Is that Basterfield? It is indeed Basterfield. By the time they got to the S's, already past Max Carlton and charging after Seb Korting.
Ooh, coming out wide there with Sonny Morgan as well. So they're all having a bit of a scuffle around, but really good opening couple of stanzas by Sebastian Korking. He's got the problem, he's got Basterfield behind him though. And they come round top bend for the first time.
As far as Seb Korting's concerned and the championship's concerned, he can let Leo Basterfield through as long as he finishes ahead of Sonny Morgan and continues that. That's all he really needs to do.
So Korking from Basterfield, red and white from just pure white, as we said before. The reason that Basterfield's running a plain white set of pods and a nose is because it saves about a kilo of stickers.
Because even though Basterfield is in mathematical contention, as long as Seb Korting finishes on his bumper, he doesn't have to fight too hard to take this heat win.
Even with drop scores.
Yeah. I mean, that's why it's so hard to contend with, because you don't know whether this meeting will be someone's dropped score. But Basterfield has clearly got the pace here at Clay Pigeon and moves on to the rear bumper of Seb Korting. Is he going to have a look down the inside? Not quite this time. Behind him, Max Carlton, Eddie Stewart, Sonny Morgan. I think it stays the same there through the S's. It does indeed. Zauri Visarek just being dropped off the tail of the 5th place kart of Sonny Morgan. As I say that, he was right with him at the hand hairpin. Yes, he is. He's still there. Jensen Cox in 7th place. And it's Basterfield following Sebastian Korting around the final turn, Nick.
He'll be
and
looking
across
for a
the
way
line.
through, probably
He
at the
is.
end of the straight. Wants to make it 3 out of 3, and he's got a good chance. Moves to the side. Is Seb going to let him go? Certainly is. Absolutely no attempt to fight that one from Korking. He's got Louis Large on the side of the track giving him instructions. Seen him waving at him several times. That's what a team manager's supposed to do.
Yeah, he's kind of giving him hand signals that mean, the gap behind you, the gap in, didn't have a gap in front of him, he has now. But he can see that. Seb just has to stay ahead of the rest of the field, really. And as long as he only loses 2 points to Basterfield by finishing behind him, and that could be by being connected to his rear bumper or being 30 seconds behind him. It's still only 2 points difference, So, thinking championship, I'm pretty sure Seb will have had a pep talk from his dad Graham, who tends to the kart inside the LRG Motorsport awning, and his man Mandy will be pacing up and down like a caged tiger, no doubt, all the way to the final moments of the final. There's a challenge from Sonny Morgan on Eddie Stewart.
He's got past Eddie.
Yeah. So Eddie Stewart, he's been lining that one up, hasn't he?
So he's got through. He's got a gap now. It's 4th place for Morgan. Stewart 5th. It's Cassie Vizuric in 6th and Jensen Cox in 7th. 3rd place is Max Carlton. We're not seeing much of Max during the season. So solid 3rd place for him in this company.
Yeah, he has. He showed a bit of pace this weekend. He has. He's not he stayed in and around the field that he's been racing with, which is all you can ask for. And pretty much all of these 7 karts have stayed relatively together. There's only 7 seconds in it.
I think what you've got in this situation is various karters at completely different stages of their hobby or their career. Because some of the guys, this is what they've been doing since they were doing Bambinos. This is their 6th or 7th season.
Yeah.
Other guys and girls, it's the first year.
That's right.
And there's a huge learning experience. Not just you haven't got to learn how to get around the track. You've got to learn how to race. And it's 2 completely different things.
That's right. I would like to think that the interclass will be bolstered by the fact that the NKC is moving into line with the MSUK formula for this class of racing. So that gives you scope of bringing in people from other championships and other series. Even your local drivers who are running to interclass, smaller chassis, narrower tyres, but same engines. So they're very fast down the straight, but they're a lot slower, which was the point of changing the regulations for this intermediate class between cadet karting and junior Rotax karting. The cadet Rotax is, of course, Micromax, which is a heavily restricted, same engine, just more restriction on it. And there's down the inside has gone Sonny Morgan on Max Carlton. And there is now Sonny Morgan on the tail of Sebastian Corking. Sonny Morgan's job is to get ahead of Sebastian Corking and gain points back at him, because if he finishes behind, he's not gaining ground, he's losing ground in that championship fight.
Yeah, and he was already several points behind him as we came into the season. And of course, the biggest problem is it's much harder to get a positive swing, because even if he wins a race, the worst that can happen for Corking is 7th. So the most you can gain is 8 points.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's obviously 16 points in the final. So if he's more than 16 points behind before we hit the final, then already Corking would have won.
But I'm not surprised that Mandy sort of paces up and down. Thank you. I'm not surprised Mandy paces up and down, because it's all about. There's a little bit of attrition comes into it as well, doesn't it? Isn't it?
All these karts have been done a whole season. I know bits are regularly replaced, but there are some things you just buy for the year, aren't there? And you then replace them over the winter.
Yes, yeah, very much.
You're always on the edge of reliability. These karts, any racing machine is tuned to the point where it can be as quick as it can be and hopefully make the distance, but sometimes you get those two things slightly out of whack.
They tend to be, racing stuff is throwaway components, isn't it? We do it. There's a lot of throwing away.
Just I think stuff, isn't it?
Chains and stuff.
3 hours, three meetings, maybe.
I used to change me chain every heat.
Really?
Yeah.
Just
to negate. Yeah, ridiculous.
It's a lot of money.
I'd be very rich.
Do you know what? I broke down in so many ways, but I never remember snapping a chain. Trust me, I nipped up. I broke down.
You weren't using the curbs enough, mate.
I don't think. In fairness, I don't think there were particularly vicious curbs at the tracks I went to. Battle Park didn't have particularly vicious curbs.
Things settling down now in this Minimax Heat 3.
Did you ever have a chain break, by the way?
Yes, cost us a win.
And it's replaced and it still broke?
At Langbar, yes. I was smack the curb and it came off. Flipped the chain. Chain didn't break; it just flipped off.
Love the fact
and it cost us the lead of it cost us the lead in the Hull Street race as well.
Oh yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
Lead of a heat, that is.
Yeah, that's the chain.
And it cost us a heat.
Hull
Street race. Yeah, Hull, near Sunderland. Yeah. We are inside the final minute, and the Minimax third heat settled down. And as I say that, Sonny Morgan's going to prove me to be talking rubbish.
Yeah, absolutely, because he needs to.
Because he's now on the bumper almost.
If he could get past Corking in the next 2 laps, it would give his championship chances a massive boost, because it would be a 2-point swing. A 2-point swing, Nick, what's that going to do with it? Well, with only 7 cars, a 2-point swing is massive. That's like getting a 5 or 6 or 7-point swing in any of the other classes. Comes down, and he's going to really have to push. I think really now it's a bit of an S or bust really for Sonny. He needs to get past Sebastian, because otherwise it doesn't really matter what he does. He's going to be too many points behind when he comes to the final, and you can't rely on a 52 kart breaking down.
Remember, it's double points in the final.
Even so, the maximum change is 16, and that doesn't mean the fact that, of course, he could drop the score. So it's already hard, but without getting past, it's going to be probably almost impossible.
Well, here comes Leo Basterfield, who will come round to take the 1 lap to go board, and Leo has clearly been here before, because he's been outstanding this weekend. As Sonny Morgan challenges, it's a bit tight there. He took Eddie Stewart out there in the previous heat. Sebastian Corkin, a bit of heads-up driving from him. He's driving defensively, and he goes wide. Let's not get naughty, boys. Please keep it tidy. As Seb Corking hangs on to that second place, Leo Basterfield coming through buttons there, and Seb Corking through buttons as well. Sonny Morgan's tried all he can. He did try to intimidate, didn't he? It didn't work though. He's going to have to finish behind Seb Corking, using all of the pace and all of that curb to keep the momentum. Yeah. Leo Basterfield takes his 3rd heat win, 100% finish record. He will start on the pole position for the A final coming up later this afternoon, with Seb Corking finishing in 2nd place. I'm not sure what the championship table is going to look like going into the final race of the year for these two. Sonny Morgan finishes in 3rd, and he also takes fastest lap of the race. with a 36.656 for that kart. Max Carlton took 4th, and then we had Eddie Stewart coming through in 5th. Zauri Visarek was 6th, and Jensen Cox 7th.
It's like, you know what, being in here with you two is like being in the TB ward. I've got one of you coughing and slutting, and you constantly sniffing, and it's like, honestly, the fact that I've only recently got better from bit, I'm actually certain I'll have something disgusting next week. This is a sickness.
I can assure you, mate, being in this little box with me and Paul, who are suffering from some sort of
lurgy,
autumn cold, lurgy, you're going to be catching something.
Well, hopefully, if you have got the one, if I gave you that one, it's fine.
I think you give me this one.
I can't have it back, so that's all right.
I spent all day in a car with you on Monday.
That is true. We went to a kart circuit.
We did. We went to the Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And
but more of that later, because the TKMs are out for their final heat with Louis Bevan on the pole position with the flex driver Callan Lamont alongside. Tom Johnson and Charlie King, championship leader, are on the second row with Matt Slate and Ben Watson on row 3. Row 4 is Matthew Horton and Chris Whiteside. Row 5 is James Hull and James Workman, with Leo Crabtree and Ryan Layton on row 6. Row 7, Gordon Smith, Ollie Milner. Mitchell Ball is on row 8 with Jason Lovett. And then we've got Will Cregeen and Molly Nicholas Biles. Row 10, James King and Joseph Jakes. And then Alexander Lehman and Matthew Temple Purcell round off the 22 kart field for this TKM. It was threatening rain earlier, Nick. It hasn't rained like we predicted it wouldn't. So Laura Stewart, you were wrong.
Oh,
change your app.
A bit aggressive.
Yes, she was wrong.
She was wrong. How could you? No, it's nice to have a rain. It's nice to finally have a round without any sort of rain, because we've been mizzled on every single time. We haven't always had massive rain, but we have mizzle and drizzle, and we had a couple of. But anyway, final TKM heat of the season underway, and it's a good start from the one of our reigning champion, Louis Bevan. Needs to do not to retain that. Can Lamont, I think, is going to drop into third, actually, and it's going to be Tom Johnson second. Lamont won the first heat and then effectively DNF the second one, so he's halfway house in the whole thing, so he's not going to be right at the front of the group, whatever happens. And indeed, it is a good lead early on for Bevan, and behind him, it is the 42 of Johnson and Lamont again. That position on the left-hand side, you just don't want it. You don't want to get involved with it.
It's Matt Slade behind him. It's Matt Slade behind Callan Lamont. It's Tom Johnson, though, chasing down Louis Bevan as they cross the line to complete one lap. One lap completed. It's Bevan, Johnson, Lamont, Matt Slate, Charlie King in 5th, Matthew Horton 6th, Leo Crabtree, Ben Watson, Mitchell Ball up into 9th already. He started in 15th, so that's a great first lap for Mitchell. And it's Gordon Smith who rounds off the top 10.
Yeah, the red and white helmet of Mitchell Ball goes into the hands hairpin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th at the moment. The rest of the field relatively settled. Leo Crabtree in the 44 still 7th, so that'll be the next target for Ball. But we're looking on the screen at our reigning champion, Louis Bevan, in the red and white kart. And he's followed down as they all streak by. Not too much ducking and dicing at the moment. One kart left behind, which is the 91 of Alexander Lehman. He had a problem early on.
I haven't said it today, have I, Nick? I haven't said it.
You're going to say
this is a high-speed game of chess we were seeing here.
I think because the track's so short,
yeah,
it's not quite. Because you think about it, if you've got a circuit and the circuit's got 2 overtaking opportunities, but it's 50 seconds long, and this track's got 2 overtaking, but it's 35 seconds long, you've got a lot more chance to get past in a timed heat.
I also think
that's why people are constantly attacking.
I also think, though, that certainly in TKM, the level of driving is so high in this championship that there is very little opportunity. And as I say that, Charlie King just uses a tin opener to open that gap to Matt Slade and get by him. So now we've got Charlie King, who's now behind Callan Lamont on the road. Got a little bit of a gap to make up, but I'm pretty sure he's going to make that up very quickly.
Yeah, and that's going to worry Mitchell Ball, isn't it? Because that's the man who's fighting for the championship. And Ball currently stuck in 8th. He's been there for a couple of laps. So he needs to try and start moving forward, because his main rival, Charlie King, has moved forward to 5th and is now trying to close down to 4th. He's now trying to close down the gap to Callan Lamont in 3rd as they go round the bottom bend again.
Into the S's then. And Bevan not really losing Tom Johnson and Callan Lamont. And Charlie King not gaining ground as rapidly as I thought he might. That just shows the pace of the top 3. Matt Slade behind, not dropping off the back of Charlie King either. Matthew Horton 6th, Leo Crabtree 7th, Mitchell Ball 8th, Ben Watson 9th, Gordon Smith still 10th, and it's pretty much line astern all the way through that top 10. Here they come then. 5 laps completed. Tom Johnson getting right behind that steering wheel to reduce the airflow, but he's not really gaining any ground, and Charlie King gains a little bit to Callan Lamont, but not a massive amount. He pulls away from Matt Slade. So Charlie King is coming back. We're not even at half distance yet. We're about 2 laps, maybe a lap and a half away from half distance. So still very much all to play for. And if anything, Callan Lamont looks like he might be getting towards having a go at Tom Johnson. As Louis Bevan completes 6 laps, he's pulled out perhaps the biggest gap we've seen.
4 tenths.
Yeah, it's
it's
a half a second.
6 tenths, yeah.
Guess who's fastest on the track though?
Is it Callan Lamont?
It's Charlie King.
Okay.
36.6 his lap time. So he's gained, look at that, look at the gap he's gained to Callan Lamont. He's right on his bumper now.
Yeah.
So the yellow and white cart is what we're talking about there. That's Callan Lamont on the 23. Now behind him is the number 26. Ahead of him is the 42, Tom Johnson. But behind him is the 26. Now Charlie King has been a very, very hard driver to beat in this class all season long. He's had some cracking results. He was at one point in the season, I've yet to confirm whether or not he's won the British Championship in TKM, but he was certainly leading the NKC. Callan Lamont looking down the inside of Johnson. Yeah, Callan Lamont's getting a bit impatient now.
Yeah, Bevan's getting
away. There he is.
He's
gone down the inside into the horseshoe.
So you can see Bevan getting away, and he knows he needs to get some points in this race just so he can get himself up the grid somewhat after that DNF in Heat 2. He's fighting hard to try and stay ahead of Johnson, but Johnson I think is probably going to lose that 3rd place to Charlie King any second now, and that second being now.
Oh, and that was just again Charlie King forcing the issue into Billy's blind, and then keeping that issue being forced all the way to the S's, and just making space for him. And now he's past Tom Johnson and after Callan Lamont once again.
But the key thing is that Mitchell Ball's also making progress now. After being stuck in 8th for a while, he's now up to 5th. So this is the battle of the points. They're now not quite line astern because, of course, King's now in 3rd, Ball in 5th. So it is a points drop. It's 2 points he'll be losing on King, who is obviously still very much the favourite for this class. As Lamont comes under increasing pressure from King. And a watching brief from Tom Johnson, the 42 kart, and then the red and white helmet, red overalls of our number 2 man who came second championship last year, Mitchell Ball. So our championship, our reigning champion is out and leading, but you say he's got very little chance to retain the championship for a 3rd time.
Not the way Charlie King's going. Charlie King has had 3 strong heats. He's having his 3rd and final heat of the season is again very, very strong. He's gaining on Callan Lamont, and I'm not sure whether, I mean, there's plenty of time. 1 minute and 40 seconds around Clay Pigeon. There's plenty of time. We saw how he gained and gained and gained on Tom Johnson and then made the move. He's lining Callan Lamont up, isn't he? And here we go once again, trying to see, he's lining him up. He's just seeing where he can make that move. And his favourite place is through the first turn at Billy's blind and then into the S's. Let's see if he can shape him up here through the final turn and across the line. It'll be 11 laps completed, will it? Yes, it will. And this point here, this is where he makes move. He makes the move there, and then he continues that round the inside, which size him up for the ideal line through the S's. And again, that's how he's made the move pretty much this whole race.
And that's another point further away from Mitchell Ball, another point nearer the championship for Charlie King. Eases him out of the way there. Callan Lamont, he's been a good run this time here at Clay Pigeon, but couldn't put up with the sheer force of pressure. I don't think at this point that King is going to be able to get to Bevan. It's too far to go with 2 or 3 laps. It's over a second, or just actually on a second. 3 now with the Mitchell Ball can make some places up as Callan Lamont gets kind of all kerfuffled up with the 42 of Johnson as they go around the bottom bend. Ball's waiting to pick up the pieces in this 3rd, 4th and 5th battle into the hairpin. I think Ball needs to be a little bit more aggressive. He's going to make the point. He's looking up the inside of the horseshoe. He's made a place on Johnson. Can he hold it? Can he hold it? Yes, he has managed to hold it in. Didn't go drift wide. Got Johnson right in his wheel tracks, and now he wants to see if he can get past Lamont as well. That will reduce the damage, but in fairness to what I said earlier, King is really gaining on Bevan. I think he's just not going to have enough time to do anything about it. So I think he will remain in second. On the last lap now. Can Bevan, who's actually a little bit wide and just trying to creep across and therefore keep Lamont behind him and Troy Johnson behind him. And in fact, it's actually Matthew Horton is also getting involved with that one right now. But is Mitchell Ball going to be able to make one more position, or is he going to lose those 1, 2, 3 points to his championship rival? And it looks to me like he is. Okay, coming over the line any second now will be our leader, and it is going to be our winner, Louis Bevan. But here comes the lap, and Charlie King would have got him. And here's third and fourth as well. And it continues that way. And Ball loses a couple of points.
Maybe another 2 or 3 laps, Nick, and Charlie King would have had him. But you know what? Another 2 or 3 laps would give us the length of time for our heats coming up later. 12 minutes and 1 lap for our finals, I should say, not heats. These heats are slightly shorter. Louis Bevan took a very much a lights to flag win there, with Charlie King gaining ground. The gap at the end was just 0.4 of a second there at the end. Callan Lamont hung on to third place, kept Mitchell Ball back in fourth. Matthew Horton came through to fifth. Tom Johnson ended up sixth. Ben Watson seventh. Matt Slate eighth. Ninth was Leo Crabtree. Ollie Milner was 10th. Joseph Jakes up from the back of the grid was 11th, and then we had Matthew Temple Purcell, James Hull, Ryan Layton, Molly Nicholas Biles, Chris Whiteside, James Workman, Will Cregeen, Alexander Lehman, James King and Gordon Smith rounded off the 21 kart field. We have concluded our heats for the season, Nicholas.
No. How could that have happened?
That is the last heat of the 2023 Junction 6 NKC Championship.
Well, that means what happens now?
What it means now is we go into our heat. Let's do that again.
Hang on a second.
I'll come in again.
So what happens now?
We go into our finals, Nick. The first one being
brilliant.
The first, not like playing up your part, is it? The first one being Junior Road Tax.
Yes, B.
4 qualifiers.
Yes, 4 bump up.
Yes, four qualifiers up.
I like bump up. That's the way it
sounds.
We're
bump up, right? Okay. So we've got 7 karts qualified for the B final, and interestingly, it's Levi Earle on the pole position in the B final.
Dear.
He's had an absolute nightmare, hasn't he? The championship, by the way, is pretty much settled. Our champion-elect is Mason Perrin. Levi Earle, however, currently at this moment lies second. And he's on a damage limitation exercise now, starting in the B final from pole.
So, just 7 karts, we said. And if Joe passes me the grid, I will read it out, but he's got fat fingers. Leo Owen Pole, Jay Leverton second, Jamie Salter, who is in third, George Kay is in fourth, Daniel Davis is in fifth, Johan Hughes is in sixth, and Lucy Love is in seventh. We've actually only got 6 karts running, so I'm not sure who's not there.
So only 6 come out for the B final.
So it's a 2/3 chance of bumping up.
Jamie Salter's there.
You've got Leverton, Salter,
George Kay's there.
It's Levi Earle is not there.
Levi Earle is not there.
You must have decided today's his drop school.
Ah, right, okay. That could be.
And
that's his season over then. Levi Earle's season is done.
But
the
NKC
Cumbrian driver is done.
You're looking forward to the Rara O plate, that's for sure.
Oh, he could be looking forward to our Autumn Cup. Here we go then.
Absolutely.
B final. 4 drivers can qualify. That means there's only 2 going to go home after this one. It's another 8 minute and 1 lap length of race. And they're already out of the S's, and all 6 karts remain in the race. They all fan out into the Han hairpin and then sort themselves out towards the horseshoe for the first time. It's the number 44, Jay Leverton.
Oh,
he's with Paul Ozan's race team, Ozan Racing.
Took way too much curb there on the exit of the middle part of
first season.
Horseshoe, yeah.
First season for Jay, and he's had a cracking season. Really, he showed promise in some very intense and pressured situations, and he is in another intense and pressured situation leading this B final round. The first 4 pulling away from Lucy Lovell and Ian Hughes as they go through the Han hairpin and on towards the horseshoe. into the left-hander.
No one being dropped at the moment. Battle really at the moment. The closest is 5th to 6th, where Lucy Lovely is trying to get past Ian Hughes. I think she's done it. So the 16 kart.
So it's Daniel Davies who is the 4th kart in that frame.
Yep, and that's 4 and 5 is where it's all about.
Yeah, that's the last of the qualifiers. So Lucy Lovell and Ian Hughes absolutely need to get on terms with Daniel Davies and maybe challenge as they continue on then. Jill Everton looking very comfortable at the front of this field. George Kane second, Jamie Salter is in third. Let's just drop back to that second place, Paul. Thanks, Ash, well done. That's the battle that we want to focus on there, because there may be some changes, and these 5 karts out of 6, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, with 4th place being the final qualifying position, and now coming together, and there's a move by Ian Hughes. Yep. Down the inside. Did it come off, Nick? I'm not sure.
No, he didn't. No, he stayed in 5th. He's got Lucy Love behind him in 6th. And she is certainly not being dropped. She's going snapping about, but that attempted move has dropped Ian off the back of Daniel. So Dan Davis now is happier in 4th, but as you see, 2nd, 3rd and 4th having a right old go at it. And the key thing here is not to take each other off.
Yeah, that's the key. Well, there's a challenge for that final qualifying position, not quite. Ian Hughes does come onto the rear bumper through that first part of the track, the first part of the lap here, and then around this part of the lap, he seems to drop off the back, and we've got a lost wheel.
Who's that?
I'm not sure whether that was.
That's a 79 of George Kay. Let's see that again.
Out.
See what happened. Did he get the wheel knocked off? The wheel fall off.
I think he started to lose. He started to lose the wheel here.
Oh, it has been hit.
Yeah, but that he was hit because the wheel was coming off.
Right. Okay.
You know, you're flat out, your foot's on the,
right.
and if the cart ahead just stutters, which I think was happening there when the wheel was coming off.
Is it sheared off?
It looked like the stub axle was still attached to the rear axle.
So it's unscrewed itself, which is weird.
Well, we've got a race now, because there is the number 14 of Daniel Davies, who's moved into 2nd. 37 is Jamie Salter. Lucy Lovell is now the final qualifier.
Nope, she's not.
She's not, because Ian Hughes is ahead.
Past her again.
Yeah.
So these 4, permanently 3 from 4, as I used to say, we did the pools back in before everyone's time was watching, really.
Yes, it is.
And they come, way too much curb for Dan Davis there, and he was all over the shot, pointing in the wrong direction. He's lost all the momentum. This is what's happening. They're all making little mistakes, and it's just keeping the pack together.
It's a great fight for the final qualifying position, though.
Lucy's now back into a qualifying position, because the 37 of Jamie Salter's dropped down into the non-qualifying position. Jay Levison's missing out on all of this.
Yeah,
none of this
he'll be happy, and Paul Lozanne will be happy to see him do that and qualify to the year final.
Looking both ways now into the bottom bend. Just dropping Salter a little bit, but I think that maybe obviously the advantage he has is the last card as they battle all around this more twisty part of the track. As up the inside came Ian Hughes, I think.
Did he weave him through there? Did he weave him through there? They're all 4 come together.
Well, Lucy's now ahead of Dan Davis.
Yeah, that was always the case. And 37 James. No, Lucy Lovell's there.
No, she's the 16.
Oh, right, yes, so she is, yeah. How did that happen? I mean, I saw just 4 cards come together. And then just like...
Yeah, Salter needs to find Salter needs to find a bit of pace, actually, because he was being dropped. They omitted the mistake there by Dan Davis, has pulled him back forward again. So it's Lowell from Davis.
Lovell, Davies, Jamie Salter. Beginning to and these two are beginning to pull away, aren't they? Ian Hughes, Lucy Lovell.
Stretchy now, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's got a little bit stretchy.
Spaced out a bit.
They've stopped mucking about with each other. And like, that's not a great line. That's too wide. People get away with it though.
That was a bit of a metaphorical fist fight, that lot.
Yeah, well,
settling down. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the 4th and 5th is the key point, though, obviously. Let's see what these two, because this is where there may be a change, but. Not wishing to cast aspersions on Jamie. He doesn't really appear to have the pace at the moment.
Lucy Lovell got really sideways coming out the S's, and that's allowed Daniel Davis to get back on terms. Sorry, it was Daniel Davis who went sideways and Jamie Salter coming back at him.
You're having a problem with your purple cards, aren't you?
I'm having a problem with me 16s and me 14s, to be honest. Yeah, Lucy Lovell's gone. That's Daniel Davies there, and Jamie Salter in the blue and green livery card. The white nose of the 14, quite distinctive.
4 and 5. We lost George Kay a while ago with that issue with his wheel no longer being attached to the cart. So these two now, Jamie Salter, if he wants to make this A final, is going to have to start putting a push on, because he's just looking like he's lost pace. You know, he's done several meetings on these tyres. It could be the last few laps for them, but he's just eking backwards, if that's possible, to eke backwards.
Eke backwards.
And it's looking quite good for Dan Davis at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Jamie Salter has got the pace to be able to get on terms with that cart ahead of him. I'm not sure whether that is the case. With only 1 minute remaining, we're getting towards very much the final stages. Jay Leverton has got a 2-second gap, and he may be now in a position to just pace himself and save a bit of life in those tyres. They've had a hard season, only 2 sets per season in the Junction 6 NKC. Oh, and there, as I say that, Jamie Salter gains an advantage, because Daniel Davies had that cart absolutely sideways at one point coming through the final turn. And it looks like, talk about tyre life, I think that was a tyre limited situation there, as Daniel Davies slid wide going through Billy's Blind, the first bend.
Salter's now qualifying. Salter has now got himself into the final qualification position.
Incredible.
Looking out of it pace-wise. Now, what happens now is Dan Davis has really got to put on his big boy pants and push hard and see if he can get a... I think he's got the pace on Salter if he's got the grip. That's the question.
Yeah, 33 seconds on the clock as Jay Leverton came through. They're lapping in 35, so it's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by. So they're on the penultimate lap. So Jamie Salter, who is now ahead of Daniel Davies,
has to do it for 1.5 more laps.
It's just we've lost timing, I think, Nick.
Oh, right, okay. No, it's counting down for me. It's fine. It's counting down.
No, we've got that updated, yeah. The 14 is... The 37 is now ahead of the 14.
No, I don't know there. It's a problem.
We've got
a problem in the
last lap board out.
I'm afraid there's an issue with the timing in the.
Well, the last lap board is out, so we know we've got 1 more lap, so we can monitor this as Jay Leverton, Ian Hughes, Lucy Lovell are off in first, second, and third, and this battle for fourth now, as we see Jamie Slater ahead of Daniel Davies, just lifting that inside rear wheel perfectly there into the horseshoe. And now the final stages into the final turn, and it'll be Jamie Salter who will be the final qualifier into the A final, along with Lucy Lovell in third, Ian Hughes in second, and Jay Leverton in first. Commiserations to both Daniel Davies and George Kay. I hope they've enjoyed their 2023 Junction 6 NKC season, and I hope indeed that we'll find them back here on the grid for the 2024 championship. That's where Daniel Davies kind of lost out, and he'd gotten sideways at one point on the track earlier, and then again just trying to eke a bit of pace into that final turn, and the car just giving up the ghost and giving up the grip. So a little bit unfortunate for them. We're into our next B final. It will be our senior Rotax B final. We've got 11 karts qualified through. James Wood running Venator engines. He's had a bit of a dire 3 heats phase, 2 retirements, and then a pretty strong finish in the top 10, I think, if my memory serves me right. It might be wrong there. He's got Joel Bowden alongside him. Jody Fox and Henry Stratton are on the second row. Dan Andrews and a character building day for Ethan Wyatt alongside him on row 3. Grace Lee Davies and Matt Lewin are on row 4. Liam Deedman and Rob Statham are on row 5. And then James Burgess and Luke Evans. Luke Evans, number 3. Third in the championship last year. And with it all to do, not having a very good day to round off his season. The championship going into this B final in Senior Rotax looks like this. We've got Kyle Dunford leading the championship going into the A final from Ollie Varney. 1,066 points to 1,059. So literally 7 points in it between Dunford and Varney. Finley Watson's third on 1,026. And then just 2 points behind them, Bobby Rosier and Charlie Walsh on 1,024 and 1,014. 984 for Adam Rogers in 6th. 7th is Kieran Gifford, and Paul Ozan is in 8th. 9th is Matthew Lambert, and 10th, rounding off the top 10, is Braden Hill. They are the seeded drivers at the moment going forward into 2024. However, we have got the A final to get through, so there's still plenty of action and drama left before we can crown our champions. Just talk amongst yourselves while I sort out some paperwork for the grids. I know you are. We've got situations in all of our classes now, thanks to Will Wren, our timekeeper. He's managed to keep a tab on the finishing positions, which gives us an idea of what the championships are looking like going into the final, which is excellent, brilliant job from Will. So we've got a senior Rotax. Again, it's the first 4 that counts. And the first 4 on the grid, James Wood, Joel Bowden, Jody Fox, Henry Stratton, will not want to get involved with anybody else other than what they have to, and will come through. They'll want to be part of this A final going forward to this afternoon.
They've got 6 starters.
Well, there was 11 qualified.
There are 6 running at the moment.
So we've got a problem with timing, Nick.
Yeah, I think that's because you haven't got timing. I haven't got timing. I think timing's broken from the from here again.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky then. Oh, we've got something back.
No. Senior B formation, possibly. Is this senior Rotax formation, or is this senior? Yeah, don't know. Sorry about this. It's not anything to do with us this time. It's actually just to do with the fact that the timing's not going into the ether in the first place.
Well, we've got Joel Bowden, Dan Andrews, Grace Lee Davies, Henry Stratton, Ethan White, and Rob Statham that have come out to try and qualify into the final of Senior Rotax, the A final, that is. Joel Bowden is currently on the pole position with Dan Andrews alongside. Grace Lee Davies and Henry Stratton are on the second row, and then Ethan White and Rob Statham. So there's quite a few drivers have called it a year.
Yes.
Called it a season.
I've called it a year.
Yes. Here we go then.
I've called it a year.
And remember, top 4 qualify through to the A final. Oh, and we've got contact already.
Oh, dear.
And that's the first 3 carts have gone off. Who is that? That's inherited everything. It's Ethan Wyatt.
34. Dan Andrews had the problem. Let's watch that one again while we can.
And they're just outbreaking themselves. The 34 of Dan Andrews.
In fairness, the 34 was causing that problem, so the fact that he ended up sort of bite a bit isn't quite such an issue.
Yeah, but bit unfortunate there going in. Like I say, that's a very, very tricky part of any kind of track when you're turning and braking with the brakes only on the rear axles on these karts. So it's very, very, you need a very delicate left foot to squeeze that brake pedal and just feel the grip and the kart slow down. So Joel Bowden is our leader. Is that kart 13, Nick? As we continue round then, there's not kart 13 in the lead, it's Ethan Wyatt is in the lead. I'm going to have to keep a handwritten lap score here, Paul. Back to old school. We're still sorting out, maybe the internet's fallen out here at Clear Pigeon again. So Ethan Wyatt, then the number 13 of Joel Bowden. That's the first 2. The last of the qualifiers is the number 120 of Henry Stratton. And now we've got something appearing. Ethan Wyatt, Joel Bowden, Henry Stratton, Grace Lee Davies is number 16. Currently in 4th, Rob Statham and Dan Andrews. Dan Andrews with that off at the first turn. Kart 13 there, Joel Bowden chasing after Ethan Wyatt. If we drop back another 2, guys, we can pick up the number, I think it's the number 16 of Grace Lee Davies. Grace is our final qualifier. Will qualify through to the A final.
The 120 is about to get a mechanical. for a rear bumper drop. Yeah.
Oh dear. Right.
I was down to sort of the timing people. I think we sorted back with the timing. It's having a bit of a time, but it was supposed to be back.
Yes, we are. We're back.
Sort of frozen-ish.
Yes, we're back. It dropped out again. It happens. We're in rural Dorset.
Yeah.
And there's the mechanical that really was a drop bumper as well. The rear bumper had basically fallen off. It was in that first corner melee, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, that was what did that. So that's going to change things up. We've now got qualifiers: Ethan Wyatt, Joel Bowden, Henry Stratton. Oh, it's gone again. Just as I was beginning to give that. Henry Stratton's the one that's pulled off. So Grace Lee Davies and Rob Statham will be the final two qualifiers in 4. Dan Andrews, currently in 5th.
Yeah, I think we lost time again, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Yeah, this is not. Hopefully, we'll get that sorted for the finals, or else it's going to be a bit of a underwhelming end to the season. So the race here, the B final, being led by Ethan Wyatt, just in the background there, just coming through. Joel Bowden on the number 13 is second. Henry Stratton has gone off and into the pits with a mechanical flag. So it's Grace Lee Davies in 3rd, Dan Andrews 4th, Rob Statham currently 5th. So Dan Andrews has indeed taken over that position for Rob Statham as the final qualifier. So see if we can find number 34, Dan Andrews, guys, out there. As he is the 4th place kart and the final qualifier into the A final. Just wait for the rest of the field come through.
Yeah, he's the red one.
He's just coming through buttons now and into the final turn. That's him there. He's got quite a healthy 11 seconds, so I'm not quite sure what happened to Rob Statham, who was ahead of him at one point. So Dan, after that, to be relieved after that off at turn 1 at the start, he's now able to start the A final coming up later in the day. So all he's got to do, Nick, is continue round and continue fighting on. He's got a gap towards Grace Lee Davies. That seems to be coming down. But I'm doing it visually. I'm not using it. I'm not using
the timing is coming and going in the worst possible way.
Yeah, I'm not using the timing. I'm not using a stopwatch. I'm just using it visually. He's still got a bit of ground to make up, but it is slightly coming down. You can just see the pink helmet of Grace Lee Davies there, just in the foreground, just ahead of him. And Dan Andrews just getting his head down, just very composed in the seat there. Into the final turn. There's the pink helmeted Grace Lee Davies, currently in 3rd. Grace there just will know that she's in a qualifying position. No need to push too hard. Doesn't really need to close the gap to Joel Bowden ahead. And equally, Joel Bowden doesn't really need to close that 4.8 second gap to Ethan Wyatt. So we'll see these drivers just eating the clock up with just under 2 minutes remaining. We have got, after this Senior Rotax B final, got one more B final left. 13 karts have qualified for the B final. We'll see how many karts actually want to come out and compete. As we've seen, there's been a bit of a difference of opinion as to whether or not they want to continue their season or call it a year, call it the season and finish at that point. We'll have a look at that 177 grid in a moment, as we are just a few seconds away now, or inside the final minute of this one. Ethan Wyatt has extended the lead to 6.1 seconds. Ethan here being run by his dad and his brother Sam. Sam Wyatt, our current 2022 junior Rotax champion, actually. Moved up into seniors. We'll see him out later in the Senior Rotax A final. Now racing with Ethan, who's just moved up to juniors a couple of rounds ago, if my memory serves. And there's the gap coming down. We're inside of 40 seconds.
I've got some rain. There's rain.
We've got rain. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's marvellous. Just
well, that wasn't forecast at all.
Timing's gone glitch.
That
rain started.
Yeah, that wasn't forecast at all. So I'm not sure whether we're going to see this little splash of very light rain coming down towards the first turn here. Whether or not that will affect the track conditions. We're inside 20 seconds now. So there's Ethan Wyatt just going into the braking area of turn 1, and you know what? It does look like it might affect. We'll see on the lap times. We're actually seeing a change of lap time. 41 seconds for Ethan Wyatt, so it is affecting the track. So conditions changing for Ethan Wyatt. Joel Bowden in second. Grace Lee Davies third, and Dan Andrews now right on Grace Lee Davies' tail, but Grace doesn't really need to fight for this, and she hasn't.
No.
She's let him through. Oh, she comes back through. Doesn't let, fighting in the most sort of passive sort of way.
Passive aggressive
These
fighting.
two, yeah, because Grace has qualified. Qualified on the back of the grid for the A final. Is the rain coming down any heavier, or is it blew over?
Stopped here, I think.
Yeah, we have dampened the track though. Certainly into this part of the track there, the first corner.
Can't do an NKC without any rain, can we? That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, definitely changed
it's just
the
a tiny,
track conditions.
Yeah, it's a tiny cloud that's blowing over to the left-hand side. I mean, it's got quite a bit of rain, you think, if it doesn't come across, but, you know.
Checkered flag flies then for Ethan Wyatt, who has taken the win in the B final. There he is there. Oh, slides very wide, lifts his hands off the wheel. That'll be a great photograph for Gaz Bury to put on the social media pages of the NKC. Joel Bowden finishes in second, Dan Andrews third, Grace Lee Davies the final qualifier in fourth place for the A final. Rob Statham will come through in fifth, and then we had Henry Stratton pull off with that mechanical problem, the rear bumper coming off after that first corner incident at the start of that race. We are now going into our very last B final of the season. This time it's for the 177 class. We've got 14 karts that have qualified. Dan Millward qualifies on the pole. Paul Moran alongside. Zach Bolton's had a bit of a nightmare today. He's on third place on the second row alongside Patrick Williams-Rojas. Alfie Williams and Oliver Moss are on row 3. Dan Fleckney and Michael Mallet are on row 4. Row 5 is Brendan Smith and Adrian Smith, with Tyler Fossey and Aidan Hammond on row 6. Alan Cook and Simon Wheeler are the drivers that round off on row 7, with 14 karts qualifying. Let's see how many we get out. There's quite a few. There is quite a few. 9 karts have popped out in front of us and have taken to the track. 11. Just letting the timing catch up. Dan Millward and Paul Moran. Zach Bolton is there. Patrick Williams-Rojas is there. Alfie Williams is there. Oliver Moss, Adrian Smith, Michael Mallet, Tyler Fossey, Aidan Hammond and Simon Wheeler are there. So we've got 11 karts that are going to squabble over the first 4 places. So Dan Millward on the number 22. We've got Paul Moran on the 777 number. Hello to Helen, his wife. I think it's his wife. Did he get married?
I don't know. I'm not the court correspondent.
His wife. If he's not married, might as well be. Makes his Sunday dinner. Here we go. All nicely ordered as ever. The 177 certainly know how to do this properly, and Dan Millward shows that he knows too. As we get things underway and into turn 1, it is the number 22. We have got a slippery track there. We see karts being very, very tentative, and we've got Millward, Moran, and then Zach Bolton. Patrick Williams-Rojas, I think, behind Zach Bolton. Down the inside, and Moran has gone. Moran has spun off. He just outbraked himself. The car slew sideways, and he just lost it into the hand hairpin for the first time, and that will put Paul out of contention. This might be his last heat or last race of the season there, just challenging. Look, and did he put the leader off? He has. That's left. So he's took the leader out, Dan Millward, as well. So that has allowed Zach Bolton through and will lead the B final. Patrick Williams-Rawhide second, Oliver Moss third, Alfie Williams fourth, Michael Mallet fifth, Tyler Fossey, Aidan Hammond, Simon Wheeler, Adrian Smith, and it's Paul Moran and Dan Millward, who was taken out by Moran, who just lost his composure completely there, didn't you, Paul? I'm pretty sure he'll be slapping himself when he sees that one back. I've done that. I've done that before. We've all done that. Yeah. Here come the leaders then. It's Zach Bolton, Patrick Williams-Raj, Oliver Moss and Alfie Williams, the final qualifier into the A final there in the white and purple cart at the tail of the field. Down into second goes Alfie Williams and almost hits the back end of Zach Bolton. And with Patrick Williams-Raj getting hung out to dry a little bit, losing momentum, he's found himself in fourth and now being challenged by Oliver Moss.
So it's all happening in this one. Rotax 177B. And they try to get those top four positions.
Oh, that's Oliver Moss ahead of Patrick Williams-Raj. It was Michael Mallet, I think, or Tyler Fossey was the challenge there, coming through in fifth place. What number is that? 115.
115.
Yeah, Tyler Fossey. So Williams-Raj is now going to come under pressure from Tyler Fossey for that fourth and final qualifying position. As I say that, Williams-Raj looking down the inside of Oliver Moss. Not quite able to make that happen though. Has to slot in behind. Meanwhile at the front, Zach Bolton has Alfie Williams right on his bumper. Coming through the final turn. There they are there. Into turn one, Alfie Williams takes the lead of the B final from LRG. Zach Bolton behind these two. That's the important positions. The yellow helmet and the white helmet there. The KR Sport, the Cosmic livery of that number 144 of Oliver Moss has got Patrick Williams-Raj right on his tail. Now, Williams-Raj, Nick, will want to get ahead of Oliver Moss and leave him in the vulnerable position.
Yep.
Oh, and there he goes. That's what he wanted. That's what he wanted to do. And now he's got Oliver Moss with Simon Wheeler has come up to be the first challenger. So both KR Cosmic liveried carts, and there's the move. Into fourth place has gone Simon Wheeler.
So it's Williams from Zach Bolton, Oliver Moss, Patrick Williams-Raj. Bolton unlucky to be in this one after running in a good first heat but breaking down. And they swoop around the bottom corner. 95. So the first two are away, and then it's 3, 4, 5 and 6 are currently in that bogey position. Oliver Moss with a 144. And up the inside, I don't think that's he's got the fact the 115 now of Tyler. Forgot 114 and the 155. It's all a pain in the backside. 144 to me. Where do these three numbers come from?
I don't know. Tyler Fossey it is.
Name it 1 to 35. It's fine.
That's right. I know. Yeah. 1 to 50 will do. See, the driver's going to be decided this afternoon, of course.
Blimey.
Going into 2024. The current four qualifying positions are Alfie Williams, Zach Bolton, Patrick Williams-Raj, and now Simon Wheeler. But Tyler Fossey wants to make that change, doesn't he? Tyler Fossey moving right onto the rear bumper of Simon Wheeler. This is the race. We've got just over 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. So still plenty of time. And with that rain having doused the track ever so slightly, making conditions into turn one, this corner here, Billy's blind, very, very tricky indeed. The wind has blown away the rain, and now we've gone back to full consistent conditions with lap times of 35 seconds, which we're more familiar with. It certainly had a very quick influence on the track. Did that little splash of light rain. So it just shows on slick tyres it takes absolutely nothing to to do that. Looks like it's settled down for 4th place, getting inside 2.5 minutes remaining. The number 115, Tyler Fossey. He's dropped off the back bumper of Simon Wheeler. Simon Wheeler's pulled out a cushion. And I'm not going to say comfortable, because it's never comfortable driving a kart around any track. And especially here, the fast sweeps of Clear Pigeon are very, very tricky indeed. Lots of braking and turning at various points on this track make things very, very difficult indeed. So it really is lots of G through this part here, and then switch back to the right-hander. So very fast corner to finish the lap at top bend there, out of there and across the line. That's Tyler Fossey doing everything he can, trying to get trying to cool that engine down. They've got a dashboard of these drivers that tell them what the water temperature is, the cooling temperature on these 125cc Rotax engines, and when they see the engine reach a certain temperature, usually 75 degrees, they will open the flap on the radiator.
Does that give you more power, or do you just stop the thing from
It starts
melting?
losing power if it stops.
Right.
If it gets too hot.
Right.
You've got to keep it. It's a very narrow window of heat range that you have to keep it at. Relatively narrow, you know.
Yeah. So now down to just over a minute to go.
So we are in the throes of having 4 qualifiers into the A final. Zach Bolton's season's not quite over. He's coming under pressure from Patrick Williams-Rahaj again. Zach at the moment qualifying on the penultimate row of the A final. If he lets Rahaj through, looks over his right shoulder, he's not there, but that's because he was over your left shoulder, Zach.
Over my shoulder goes one care.
Sliding very wide at the final turn through the S's. This is 2nd and 3rd in the B final. Leading is Alfie Williams, who made his way through very calmly, very composed. Inside the last few seconds. Now then, can Alfie Williams get through? I think he will. There's going to be 2 more laps when he comes through here, because we've got about a few seconds on the clock, 7 seconds to be exact. So it'll be 1 lap to go by next time by. So Patrick Williams-Rahaj wants to get 1 row ahead. Now, he doesn't want to be silly here. Neither of these drivers want to be silly, because they've qualified. They are into the A final. Patrick looks over his right shoulder. There's nobody there. He follows in Zach's wheel tracks. And penultimate time through the horseshoe. He's got right onto the rear bumper of Zach Bolton. As Alfie Williams comes through, Patrick Williams-Rahaj almost side by side with Zach Bolton. And there's these two have qualified. There's no reason to fight over this place. You can do that in the A final. So Alfie Williams on the number 96 leads the race. This battle here, Zach Bolton, the car number 69, with the number 95 of Patrick Williams-Rahaj, just ahead of Simon Wheeler, who's got quite a comfortable 1.7 seconds to Tyler Fossey in 5th. It's checkered flag time though, and it's Alfie Williams who will qualify to the A final, along with Zach Bolton, Patrick Williams-Rahaj, Simon Wheeler, and then ending their season will be Tyler Fossey, Oliver Moss, Aidan Hammond, Paul Moran, Adrian Smith, Dan Millward and Michael Marrett. So kicking things off then to finalise the 2023 Junction 6 NKC will be Minimax. And going into this final race of the season, the championship looks like this. We have got, with drop rounds taken into consideration, we've got Sebastian Corking on 1,175. Zauri Visarek has taken 2nd place going into this final race on 1,135 points. And then Sonny Morgan in 3rd on 1,129. Leo Basterfield on 1,043. Eddie Stewart's on 1,038. Max Carlton's on 1,023. Jensen Cox in 8th place on 732. So I would suggest, Nick, with a gap of 40 points, they only have to start the race.
That would seem about right.
Yeah, they only have to start the race. Oh, we've got people spinning off. Eddie Stewart has spun off.
Not started yet, has he spun off?
I think that was Ari Viserek that spun off. But on pole position, as we thought it would be, Leo Basterfield, championship leader, Sebastian Corking alongside Sonny Morgan and Max Carlton on row 2. Zauri Viserek on row 3 with Eddie Stewart, and then Jensen Cox. So we might get them to have to do another lap if everybody doesn't catch up after that. No, everybody has caught up, so we should get this race underway. Everybody in their rightful positions on the grid as well. So that's a good sign. Here they come then. For the final time ever, Minimax in the NKC, Minimax in the UK in fact. And into the first turn they blast, having taken the red light. Through turn 1, and we've got a cart off into the gravel trap, as into the lead has gone Basterfield. Leo Basterfield has took the lead. Seb Corking is in second, and it's Eddie Stewart up into third place. And I think that was, would you believe, Sonny Morgan, who I think ended up off at the first turn. No, I'm wrong. It wasn't Sonny Morgan. It was Max Carlton who ended up going off. Here they come then for the first time. Remember, it is 12 minutes and 1 lap for the finals. So a long way to go.
Big early lead between Basterfield and Corking as they pull away.
Yeah,
Eddie Stewart holding third after that kerfuffle on his first lap, or his warm-up lap, and then 27, which is, of course, Sonny Morgan starting way down, now is currently coming into fourth.
Eddie Stewart will want to finish his season with a podium place at the final race of the season. He's got a big job in hand, though, as Sonny Morgan chases him down. Zauri Viserek is right on his bumper as Sonny Morgan slides wide. Viserek goes to the side-by-side into the S's and makes the move. So Viserek up into fourth place. Sonny Morgan has just not had it right. Sonny Morgan comes back at him at the hand hairpin. But side-by-side, out of there and into the horseshoe. Viserek trying all he can to get by Sonny Morgan and not being able to make that happen at all. Meanwhile, here comes Basterfield, Corking and Eddie Stewart, first, second and third. They're well spaced out, Nick.
Yep, running down into the first corner now. Not particularly active aggression. I'm surprised to see how far back Sonny Morgan is. He's not actually gaining on Eddie Stewart or Sebastian Corking. He's kind of like staying equidistant behind them. Currently the gap is about just over a second from first to fourth.
Yeah, Sonny Morgan has...
Sorry, 3 seconds from first to fourth, sorry.
Well, Sonny Morgan has kind of dropped off the pace a little and has struggled, really, to get back on terms with the carts ahead of him. Things are settling down, though, and he's pulled a gap now to Viserek. Let's see if he can pull up towards Eddie Stewart, maybe end his season with a podium. But Eddie Stewart wants that podium as well, so it's going to be quite a battle. Meanwhile, ahead of them, Sebastian Corking, heading towards the Minimax Championship for 2023. In second place, Leo Basterfield is heading towards a 100% finishing record and certainly bringing himself into contention for
Corking. Coming down, Basterfield, you say, how high up can Basterfield finish with this kind of perfect weekend?
Let me just work that out, Nick.
Stewart under pressure now from, well, will soon be under pressure from Corking, not quite yet. As the sun comes bright, after that brief flurry of rain, we've now got the sunniest sun ever. And it's coming through. Right, so Stewart now battling for third and fourth. First and second kind of equidistant away. Basterfield's got a lead of around about 1.1 seconds, and it's Bernard second and 2 back for Corking. And now Stewart, who's in camera, in third, with fourth place Sonny Morgan. Morgan, obviously the man who was there or thereabouts for a chance at the championship. And Joe has looked at the scores.
Yeah, so Leo Basterfield, if they finish as they are now, will score 100 points.
Oh, that's not the track. That wasn't the track at all. He waves at him to say, oh, no, it wasn't the track. Can we see that again by any chance?
So what happened there?
It's gone up the inside, but there's only so much inside you can go up because at that point there isn't any track anymore, and that's not the track you're on. So
yeah,
Morgan. I think he thinks that Eddie closed the door on him, but I think Eddie didn't really know he was that far. He was near him.
No, he's going to have to be a bit more careful. He's moving up into juniors next season. Are most of these Minimax drivers. Sebastian Karting moving into junior TKM. Hopefully will run with the NKC. Not sure what series he's got planned for junior TKM, but we have got junior TKM as part of this championship. Sonny Morgan trying to muster some sort of performance to get past Eddie Stewart for the final podium position of third place here. He really is all over the back end. We've still got 7 minutes remaining, so there's still plenty of time. And the drivers know this, of course, as they come at this point here. They run underneath the start gantry, which has a timing clock, which tells the drivers just how long left in the race. So that's why we see drivers pacing themselves towards the finish. Eddie Stewart having to drive defensively around the outside of the hand hairpin goes Sonny Morgan. And Sonny Morgan, around the outside, Zari Visarek has said, thank you very much. I don't need any more invitation, and he goes through and ahead of Sonny Morgan, and now he is on the tail of Eddie Stewart. Eddie Stewart under immense pressure here, and Visarek alongside into Billy's blind, and who's going to have the line into the first turn? He has, and Sonny Morgan's trying to squeeze through as well. Oh, and again he uses that off-track line.
Does he know that's not the track?
I'm not sure. He's just running out the road when he's trying to squeeze down the inside.
Yeah. So there they go round. Visarek
into third. Yep. Eddie Stewart coming back at him though.
Morgan just not showing in this final at all, which is really weird.
Yeah. Sonny Morgan's had pace on and off this season. Very wide there. And losing out a little bit of ground to Eddie Stewart. Meanwhile, Eddie on the 45 there, both on blue and yellow carts there in third and fourth. Visarek slightly different livery to Eddie Stewart's. Momentum is the team that Eddie Stewart runs with. Not quite sure who Visarek is with. As they go into the horseshoe. And if anything, Eddie Stewart's dropping back. Basterfield continues to lead. Crosses the line. Karting second. Still heading towards that championship. He's 5 minutes away from being crowned the 2023 NKC Minimax champion. But we'll not count our chickens. I'm not sure he can be caught at this stage with Visarek and Sonny Morgan finishing where they are. There's only a difference of 4 points between first and second. As we've got Zari Visarek pulling away from Eddie Stewart, who's now under pressure again. 4.5 minutes remaining then. Basterfield through. The gap to Karting is 2.2 seconds. Leo Basterfield has been absolutely unbeatable here at Clay Pigeon this weekend. He's won all three heats in a very, very dominant style. He certainly knows his way around Clay Pigeon. And Seb Karting has had a job to do and finish well without any mistakes and finish all the heats and finals. And he's heading that way to do that. He knew what he had to do, and he's certainly trying to achieve that as the clock ticks down. Behind Karting, Zari Visarek pulling away now from Eddie Stewart and Sonny Morgan, who are still going at it hammer and tongs. Into turn one, Billy's blind. And once again, Sonny Morgan just trying to find a way up the inside round that sweeping right-hander into the S's, the right-left of the S's. And once again, Eddie Stewart defending well into the hand hairpin. That's going to put him wide. Morgan comes back at him.
Stewart's having none of this, is he?
No, he's not. He's driving really well. He's having to drive a very, very clever and defensive race. And so he's making Sonny Morgan's job really, really hard.
He's obviously decided not to go into commentary next season and carry on racing.
Carry on racing, I hope so. Still got a lot.
Close they can be, nose to tail. This is the battle for 4th and 5th as they sweep down into the bottom bend. Morgan tries the over and under, and that might actually work this time. To the track. Yep, he's on the track even, mostly.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do.
Oh, they get pushed
slid
out there.
wide,
well, slid out, moved out.
Well, I think he slid. I actually
together.
think he slid, but he still held on to it. Great driving from Sonny Morgan, using all of the road and more. Ended up on the grass, but kept the momentum, and he's made that move stick for 4th place ahead of Eddie Stewart now.
Yeah, now he's got to try and make up a gap of something in the region of about, well, not too far, about 0.2 of a second or so.
That's a couple of seconds, I'd say.
Yeah. 1.6.
Couple of seconds.
1.6.
Yeah, 1.6. Yeah. Meanwhile, Leo Basterfield's extended the lead to 3.3. We are inside 2.5 minutes remaining in the Minimax season here in the Junction 6 NKC. As Basterfield comes out of the final turn. Let's try and pick up our leader for the last couple of minutes, and then let's try and pick up second place, Seb Corking.
Where is he?
He's just heading into turn 1. There he is, into the S's. Seb Corking, he's come here with Louis Large's team. He's come down from the Darlington area of the northeast of England, and he did dabble in the NKC in 2022, and then he's done a full season, and he's on his way. He's only 90 seconds away from being crowned the Junction 6 NKC Minimax champion of 2023. There's Leo Basterfield, our leader, who's been very dominant here this weekend. And there is Corking there on the 52, just getting by a couple of back markers, which I think is Eddie Stewart, is it? Who's obviously had a problem there, maybe a little spin. As Seb Corking with coming up to the final minute of the season for Minimax. In fact, the final minute of Minimax in this form. It will move into the Inter era, the Intermax era, next year with slightly smaller chassis, the 950mm chassis, with the same engine, with the same restriction on it, but the narrower tyre, which will give the kart less grip through the corners. Slow them down overall, which was always the idea to change the formula. And as we head towards, we're about 40 seconds away from the 1 lap to go board being considered. It will be 2 more laps of racing for Leo Basterfield, 2 more laps of the Minimax season coming up into the final turn. Let's just stay with Leo, the number 10, to take the win, as he's got 2 more laps of racing, and that's very, very swift indeed here at Clay Pigeon, with only takes these karts 36 seconds to get around. And Basterfield, I've got to say, he's absolutely driven very dominant. He's certainly got that kart set up. The local knowledge, I think, has come to the fore here. I'll be amazed if this isn't Leo's home track, as he showed very, very dominant form. Nobody's been able to catch this young man here this weekend, and he's certainly finished his 2023 Junction 6 NKC in very fine style, with 3 heat wins, and now the A final about to become his. He's got 3 more corners, 4 more apex to hit. That's 2 gone at the horseshoe, and now he heads on to Buttons, and then the final turn of the season for him. So the final checkered flag for the Minimax class sees Leo Basterfield take the win, but behind him on the road and second, let's have a look at our champion. It is Sebastian Corking, the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC Minimax champion. To the delight of the LRG team, Louis Large came here after racing in the NKC as a driver in the 177 class, came second in the championship, and then he created LRG Motorsport, a customer race team. And this is his first championship in his first season of NKC. Plans not quite settled yet as to what they're doing next year, but it would be ridiculous for Louis and LRG Motorsport not be part of this championship. All right, we will see Sebastian Corking moving on, with plans, according to his mum, Mandy, to move into the junior TKM category. But we've got Seb Corking, our champion, coming second. Zari Visarek will stand on the third step of the final podium for Minimax this season. Sonny Morgan had a very character-building day, I think, as well as a very character-building final. He finishes fourth. Eddie Stewart will finish his season in fifth, and Max Carlton finishes sixth. Jensen Cox finished in seventh. Senior TKM out next. We've got them straight on. And the championship, where do we start? We've got Mitchell Ball on 1,117. Louis Bevan up to second with 1,112. Charlie King on 1,102. It could go the way of Mitchell Ball or Louis Bevan once again. Can he make it three on the bounce? Mitchell Ball has been very dominant and will start this race, the final TKM race of the season, on the pole position. From Callum Lamont alongside, Charlie King and Ben Watson are on the second row. Louis Bevan and Leo Crabtree are on row 3. Tom Johnson and Ollie Milner are on row 4. Matthew Houghton and Alexander Lehman are on row 5, and Matt Slate and Joseph Jakes are on row 6. Then we've got Matthew Temple Purcell, Gordon Smith, James Hull, Will Cregeen, Molly Nicholas Biles, Ryan Layton, Chris Whiteside, James Workman, James King and Jason Lovett. Here they come then for the final time in 2023. Mitchell Ball will want to win this on the road, and if he does, he will become the TKM champion. But there's a long race ahead of us with 12 minutes and 1 lap for this TKM class, with them all getting through the first stages of this Clay Pigeon track. Mitchell Ball down the middle of the track there into the hand hairpin for the first time. Everybody out of there and towards the horseshoe. Again, more defensive driving, but who's that behind him? It's Charlie King. There's only going to be 4 points gap. I think Charlie King, even if he gets ahead of Mitchell Ball, he hasn't quite got enough points deficit or difference to take the championship from Mitchell Ball. And Callum Lamont is saying, I'm having none of that. And there's Louis Bevan as well, the number 1. This is not just a race on the road, everybody. This is the championship coming down to the final few corners of the season. We've already had a minute of this final, 11 minutes to go. Mitchell Ball, Callum Lamont, Charlie King, Louis Bevan. You can never discount Bevan. He's carrying that number 1 because he was 2022 champion. He carried the number 1 in 2022 because he won the championship in 2021. Can he make it 3 on the trot? It's a big ask, but he's only got a 5-point difference to Mitchell Ball ahead of him. So it really has come down to the final laps of the season. Into the hand hairpin. Ball leads. Callum Lamont second. Charlie King, Louis Bevan. Incredible racing to think. We started all that time ago back at Three Sisters for round 1. Nobody has been able to dominate any of our classes here. As ever, the Junction 6 NKC Championship being one of the most intense karting series on the UK karting calendar, and it will continue to be so moving forward into 2024. There's no doubt about that. If you're watching and you want to take part, then have a look at the website and get your registrations in, because they'll be going thick and fast. The racing is phenomenal, and it's not just about the front of the grid as well, is it? It's all the way down the field. There are private battles going on which we just simply can't keep a handle on because there is so much happening. Right now, Mitchell Ball leads. 9.5 minutes. We're inside the final 9.5 minutes of the NKC TKM season. And it's Charlie King who's gone ahead of Callum Lamont. Callum Lamont coming back at him though. And Louis Bevan, he's taking a watching brief. He's watching that clock tick down. If these, well, there's 4 carts now in a train with Mitchell Ball pulling out a little bit of a gap. Louis Bevan looking like he can challenge there, but sitting back, Charlie King will want to overtake Mitchell Ball. But if he finishes ahead of Mitchell Ball and takes there's only a 4-point difference between first and second here for the A final, and that's just not enough for Charlie King to take the championship. Mitchell Ball will be fully aware, and look at that, he's come out of the stocks. He's come out of the starting blocks, I should say, with intent, hasn't he? His head has been down from the very outset, started on the pole. Mitchell Ball through, 6 laps completed. The gap's just over a half a second. And there's Callan Lamont. Charlie King going wide and Callan Lamont coming through. And will take that second place at the S's. This is all playing very much into the hands of Mitchell Ball, with them having to drive and squabble over those places behind. Callan Lamont now back into second place. Charlie King aware that Louis Bevan's behind him.
So where are we now with the Mitchell Ball versus Charlie King championship then?
Oh, Mitchell Ball's in the lead of the championship on 1,117. Louis Bevan second on 1,112. And on 1,102 is Charlie King. So it's Mitchell Ball's if it stays like that.
Okay.
Mitchell Ball has got a non-finish. Oh, somebody's non-finishing.
Who's that there?
I can't quite see the number.
We'll find out in a second. I'm sure we'll get a replay.
Who was that? It was.
Out.
It was the number 23 of Callan Lamont. He can't believe it. Charlie King had it coming together with Callan Lamont, and guess who's gone through? I can't quite see. This is brilliant news for Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball is leading now. Louis Bevan is second. The number 42 of Tom Johnson is up there. Charlie King down to 5th. This is drama before our very eyes. Louis Bevan is only 5 points behind Mitchell Ball in the championship. And if anything happens to Mitchell Ball, Louis Bevan is in the very expensive seats to reap the benefits. It's a big ask, of course, and nobody wants to win a championship that way, because Mitchell Ball, if anything, he's been the number 2 for 2 years running, behind that number 1 of Louis Bevan. Maybe it is indeed Mitchell Ball's turn. We're going to see. We've got just over 6 minutes of the season remaining, so half distance in this A final. Into the hand hairpin. Mitchell Ball, personal best lap times for him, that's all you can ask. 36.8, he's the quickest car on the track still. Can those tyres, those worn out sets of Maxis now, towards the end of this season, he looks over his shoulder. Keep the focus, Mitchell. It's Louis Bevan, your old mate from the flex days, behind you. And there's Charlie King down the inside of Tom Johnson, so Charlie King back into the mix here. Into the hand hairpin. Charlie King, he wants that second place. He wants to be on the podium. Well, he's on the podium, but he's on the wrong step according to him. We've seen how quick Charlie King can be. Can he get by Louis Bevan? The clock is ticking all the time. We're down towards 5 minutes remaining. Charlie King pulls alongside. Into turn 1, he slots back in behind Bevan. Out of turn 1, Billy's blind and towards the S's. Through the right and left, and then onto the Sturmey straight towards the Han hairpin. They're already through it and now back towards us. Into the horseshoe. Through buttons and towards the final turn. We know how quick Louis Bevan is. We know how cool and calm and composed he can be. This is the very finest in TKM race driving that we are seeing here in the Junction 6 NKC, and coming right to the very final few minutes of the season. The championship yet to be decided as Charlie King goes down the inside of Louis Bevan. Louis Bevan comes back at him. Charlie King, and Bevan comes back. Charlie King had indicated, let's fight, let's not fight, and let's catch Mitchell Ball. But Louis Bevan says, nope, not having any of that, mate. Give me that position back. All this squabbling over position, of course, as Charlie King goes down the inside of turn 1. Can Louis Bevan go back? No. King holds a tighter line. The gap to the leader is 3 seconds from this battle for second. And with 3.5 minutes remaining, it's going to go right down to the wire, isn't it? The tension is incredible. Just looking on the paddock, on the fence there at the paddock, and on the balcony of the cafe area, it is an incredible tension that is mounting in the world of TKM and the NKC. Charlie King. Oh, and it's contact there with Bevan. Just ran out of brakes. That's put him back into the clutches of Matthew Horton, the number 7. On towards the hand hairpin. He's now dropped off the back of Charlie King with that little issue. A bit of an avoidable contact there. We are inside the final 2.5 minutes of the Junction 6 NKC for 2023 TKM class. And it's Mitchell Ball who is leading by now 4 seconds. He came into this final from the pole position, and from his body language, there was nobody going to take the lead from him. He just got his head down, and while everybody else was tripping over one another, he's pulled out that gap that's going to be very, very difficult for anybody to claw back. He was faster than Charlie King last time by. Charlie King, we know, is quick. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, 36.670. Mitchell Ball's best lap, 36.749. There's nothing in it. That's the battle for second, third and fourth and fifth there. 4 carts being spaced out. Mitchell Ball just absolutely willing that cart inside the final 90 seconds. We've got probably about 3 laps, potentially 4 of the TKM season left. The gap, 4.2. Mitchell Ball's best lap, personal best, 36.731. Charlie King's 36.727, literally hundredths of a second quicker was Charlie King. But with right on the 60-second mark to go, that's not enough for Charlie King. He's going to have to rely on a mistake from Mitchell Ball. 36.8 lap time there, the gap 4.1. It's come down a 10th. We've got 2 more laps after this one. That's the number 7, Matthew Horton. Let's go ahead, Paul. Let's jump ahead and just follow Mitchell Ball round these final couple of laps. We're looking for the number 2, just coming into the final turn now. Just coming out and underneath our cameraman Ash. That's him there. That's Mitchell Ball. 2 more laps remaining. 15 seconds on the clock. So the final 2 laps of the Junction 6 NKC TKM Championship is what we've got in front of us now. And that's the number 2, Mitchell Ball. Started on the pole position. Into the horseshoe for the penultimate time. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. Here he comes then. Out of the final turn. His head will go down. It has gone down every time. Little shake of the head there. He's into the final lap of the season. He's heading towards the TKM Championship. As Mitchell Ball goes through the S's for the final time. We are heading towards, we are looking at our champion-elect, Mitchell Ball. Into the horseshoe for the final time. He's got 2 more corners, buttons, and then top bend. He's into that already. And heads down to the checkered flag. And a championship. That's our champion right there. Mitchell Ball takes it. He'll be carrying the number 1 into next season. He's carried the number 2 for 2 consecutive seasons, and he takes it in very, very fine style. An absolute dominant win there in the final. Started on the pole, He's had a fantastic day. He's done everything right. And our Junction 6 NKC champion for TKM in 2023 is Mitchell Ball. Incredible finish to the season. And by my simple mathematics in my head, I think we're going to see Louis Bevan and Mitchell Ball swap numbers. It'll be Mitchell Ball carrying the number 1 and Louis Bevan carrying the number 2 into 2024. Incredible racing. We can calm down a bit now because the Junior Rotax class is out next, and that has already been decided, and it will be Mason Perrin who at the checkered flag will be not just champion-elect but actually actual Junior Rotax champion. He's already got it in the bag, so we can pretty much sit back and enjoy this. The other places, of course, in the championship are still up for grabs. So still all to play for down the order. So with Junior Rotax A final out next, let's have a look at the grid. Joshua Whitcomb on the pole position from Benjamin Bartlett. We'll seen earlier how these two can battle it out. Archie Butler in third with champion-elect Mason Perrin alongside him on the second row. Jasmine Taylor, who's had a great day's racing, with Mitchell Mulvey alongside. And then we've got Freddie Worlock and Billy Edgecombe on row 4. Row 5 is Vlad Tomanchuk with Maxim Smith alongside Reece Green and Jaden Hewitt. Finlay Underwood and Louis Rees are on row 7. Row 8 is Will Swales and Presley Walker. Taylor Dixon and Billy Vogt. Jack Dimbleby and Archie Hardiman are next up. Freddie Theobald and Alex Dole are the drivers on row 11. Row 12, Frank Ward and Daniel Haynes. Joshua Delacarter and Curtis Latimer. Then we've got Alex Fraser and Alfie Bushell with Callum Scrivens and Alex Timmons rounding off row 15. But we've got row 16 and 17 as well. And I haven't got the result sheet in front of me from the B final, so we'll wait for them to pop out and we'll confirm who the 4 drivers were that qualified through to the end.
Right, so Junior Rotax A final next up. Ben Bartlett in 1. We've already done that, apparently.
Yeah, we've done that. We're ahead of the game. I just wanted to clarify who are the 4 qualifiers from the B final. And
Alex
it was Jay Leverton, Lucy Lovell, and Jamie Salter, wasn't it?
One of them's not bothered coming on.
Yeah. So we've only got what? How many have we got?
33.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. Oh, that's tragic news.
That's broken.
Broken steering. Yeah, for the number 133. Who was the? It's Callum Scrivens.
Yeah.
Yes. He was one of our final A final qualifiers. We've got a very nicely ordered grid there, Nick. Coming out of the final turn, we should get things underway. Here we go. Oh, and it gets very, very argy-bargy, and we've got somebody off into the tyres in a big way. I hope he's all right. Yes, he is all right, because he's continuing. He's just pulled out of the tyres, having backed the cart into the tyres. Out of the S's for the first time. And on towards the Han hairpin. Rest of the field coming through now, and then on towards the horseshoe for the first time. It is the rest of the field coming through. Then we'll clarify certainly our top 10 as they flash by underneath us.
Straight in the lead, it's the 22, which is Archie Battle. And then we're followed by Josh Withercombe, Ben Bartlett in the 444, Mason Perrin, your champion-elect, or just champion, I don't know which one is it, champion-elect or champion?
Well, he's pretty much the champion, but until the checkered flag, let's call him champion-elect.
Oh, okay. So leading, as they sweep round the top bend and coming down. And they've done a little bit of breakaway, a little bit of kind of equidistancy. This is the problem you see. Once you put everyone in grid order, where's the action go, Joe?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The finals tend to be a lot different to the mixed grids. It's broken, is it?
Yes.
All right, great. I'll just have to deal with the sun in my eyes. And we're used to that. All of the quick guys. Well done, Nick. Can't see the. I'm being a right diva.
You are a prima donna.
Yeah,
No,
right
fudge
diva.
that for a game of soldiers.
Archie Butler has pulled out a little bit of a cushion, hasn't he? But I tell you what, Nick, what you find are high-speed games of chess
Are they?
taking place
Right,
in the
okay.
final. You know what? We're talking about managing the tyres over 12 minutes and 1 lap, of course, so the races are slightly longer. Joshua Whitcomb, who started on the pole, through in second. Benjamin Bartlett third. Mason Perrin fourth. Mitchell Mulvey fifth. Jasmine Taylor sixth. And then we've got Billy Edgecombe, Freddie Worlock, Reece Green, and Vlad Tomanchuk is the driver that rounds off the top 10 into the horseshoe. And already we're seeing Joshua Whitcomb just gaining a little bit, just reducing that comfortable cushion Archie Butler had, and just moving back towards that rear bumper, back towards being in a position to perhaps challenge.
So running round now at the bottom of the circuit and going through the S's. 22 from 77, so Butler now under a little bit of pressure from Withercombe as they come up and into the horseshoe. So Butler, who's coming from the lead, got the yellow flags waving underneath us. Run into the yellow flags into the turn one effectively. So however good a run Josh Withercombe gets down into turn one, they've got yellow flag waving here. Not quite sure why there's yellow flag. I can't see anything, and in fact it's been withdrawn just as they went past it. First and second in this Junior Rotax 8 final round. The NKC nailed it. Don't forget the man in fourth, Mason Perrin, is pretty much guaranteed to be the champion. They sweep round the hairpin. And there is the 30 car of Mason Perrin running in fourth in the orange cart. He is your champion-elect, but let's get back to the first two because they're the ones doing all the battling and all the fighting. 77 and 22. Battle now. Oh, you can see him sliding as he looks to turn that right-hand side, right-hand hairpin. And now the multi-apex left hand of the horseshoe for the right of buttons. And they are absolutely nailed together. The gap last time around was 0.105. It's probably 0.105 now because you're about as close as you can be without helping. Now the flag has gone this time. So he wants to land an attack. Wickham thinks about it, but Battle takes the correct line. It was 200 per second more that time, I think, just because that's as close as you can get without occupying the same piece of track. In they go. The colours beautifully lit now of the cars as they go into the hands hairpin. This morning, just kind of some in a different direction. They're just kind of like it's a silhouette. That's all we could see. But now you can see them as the cars are struggling with the hard rear wheel only brakes and coming at an angle to stop hard. Now there has been a little bit of a gappage there, tiny bit of a gap caused by Withercombe. He managed to get up to 700, but immediately that's gone. And appears to be picked up by Bartlett in third and Perrin. Now the gap between Bartlett and Perrin is that they're about 1.5 seconds behind. These two, you can see how far behind they are because they're that far behind, which is like 4 kart lengths. And then behind them, it's 1.5 seconds to Bartlett and a bit further to Mason Perrin. Apologies, our normal timing system is currently having a bit of, it's got very upset by the lack of feed here from Clay Pigeon today, so we're using our backup system, which obviously gives you positions. But we'll make sure we keep you up to date with the time and how much long is remaining. And the answer to how long is remaining is there is 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Nick. Spot on. We've got that battle that's beginning to come to, well, beginning to heat up, isn't it? We're undoubtedly seeing these drivers just watching that clock tick on the starting gantry. And they know how long they've got to perhaps challenge. Joshua Whitcomb wants that first step of the podium, and he does indeed make the move down the inside of Archie Buttle and takes the lead. Can Buttle come back at him? Out of the S's and towards the hand hairpin, both on the very limit of braking there. Into the right hand hairpin and then popping up out of the hill towards the horseshoe. And a change of lead for the first time in this final for Junior Rotax. will register as they cross the line. They're going to very quickly be in the realms of back markers, Nick.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing in a 12-minute final, isn't it?
Yes.
On a short track like Clay Pigeon, you can make up that 35 seconds or so and get through to them. But there is first and second nailed together.
Yeah. So the question is, can Bartlett, that Archie Buttle nose looks very low, doesn't it?
Do you think a
I'm
twiddle?
not sure. I'm not sure. There was all sorts of shenanigans went on into the first corner, and that can only be, it's unfortunate if you get a knock on your nose.
I think Buttle's down. I think you're right. I think that nose is down.
Into the back markers territory now.
And a 5-second drop would drop him at the moment to 8th.
Yeah, it would.
Oh, kind of a wave. Off you go.
We've got to
Down
obviously
you go.
have that confirmed, though,
Yeah,
Nick,
I mean,
haven't we?
just because we visually think it's going to happen doesn't mean it has, but he does seem to be very low. I mean, obviously all the noses are close to the ground for aero effect, but that looks a bit too low.
And I'm just looking at Withcombe's as well, and I think it's the same as Buttle's. So,
no, Buttle's looks lower to me. But then again, it's the dynamics, that kind of V at the front of the
That's
design.
right,
It's
it's
making it
pointy
more.
down,
We've got a pointy down design. All right, it's pointy down. Luckily, the design pays no attention in Parc Fermé. People just have a look at it, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. You can see, well, obviously, we're trying to look at it at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, that time around, they were within 100th of a second of each other. The lead is 0.152. And then back another second and a half to Benjamin Bartlett, 4.44. So putting on a great show. Withicombe and Buttle. Withicombe got through. Buttle's not letting him go.
I was just wondering if Bartlett was going to come back into it. The gap is 1.3 seconds to Buttle, and whether Benjamin Bartlett was maybe finding a bit of pace. That's the cart with the yellow helmet. The yellow helmet just in the background there. Oh, and down the inside has gone Buttle. It's not over yet.
Look at that.
Withcombe comes back at him, but not quite enough space to get alongside into the S's. So looks over his shoulder, sees where Withcombe is before they turn into the hand hairpin. No reason to defend or take a defensive line in there. They're inside they are inside the final 3.5 minutes of the junior road tax season. And right now, Archie Buttle back at the front of this field, using all of the track and more on the outside of Top Bend. Quite a common line to take through there, keeping the momentum up. Now then, Joshua Withcombe thinks, okay.
They've got a lot of back markers, haven't they, now? It's amazing how they managed to get right within the core, actually, of the rest. Oh, it's got off there.
I think just a back marker getting out of the way.
Yeah, that was the 55 just leaping out of the way. The current place, that's Alex Fraser who's running towards the back. So that's good. That's good driving. Just looks spectacular. He just literally got up. But this is now lining right up here. Withicombe went wide, so he had a chance to nip up the inside. Buttle said, "No, I'm going to cover that area." Through the S's, and back down to the hairpin. There they come. Oh, how crossed up can one cart be? Well, the answer is we're Archie Buttle, Josh Withicombe, and he's on the other side. They've got a change of lead again. So through he goes again. Withicombe takes the lead now with 2 minutes remaining.
They can see the clock ticking down, and he knew he had to make the move this time into the horseshoe. And again, Buttle just sets that cart in behind the rear bumper. And we have certainly got a race to the flag. The final round of the Junction 6 NKC is, we've got two lads there who are both wanting to win it and take home the accolade of winning the final round.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Performance by all of them.
Yeah, they are. These two drivers, Joshua Withcombe and Archie Buttle, are not in contention at the front of the championship, but they'll be down in the, so for instance, Alfie Bushell 16th. I'm trying to find Joshua Withcombe. He's way down the order as Joshua Withcombe, so it's all about the win, it's all about the race win. Mason Perrin is our champion-elect, and we are a minute away from crowning him proper. I think he was pretty much crowned coming into this round. He didn't need to compete. We worked out that with a drop round, he didn't need to compete. There's the move. Archie Buttle down the inside of Withcombe. That's what they've been doing. We've seen that so many times. So into the final minute, and Joshua Withcombe can see that the clock has ticked. Archie Buttle has timed that to perfection. It's been a bit, say it again, mate, A bit of a
Is it a high-speed game of chess by any chance?
it really is, yeah. Game of wits.
Chess-tastic.
Yeah, we're into back markers as well. And the back markers have got their own battles, of course. And they'll probably not realise that the leaders are with them. There'll be blue flags flying out there from the marshal's post. And there, Withcombe comes through. And there's enough time on the clock for 2 more laps.
So
it's not over yet.
2 more laps and 2 more laps of traffic.
Yeah.
Got themselves split slightly there, didn't they?
And the back marker's coming back, the triple four.
It's
Benjamin Bartlett.
That's your third place, man.
Yes, of course. So the back markers have stifled them to a point where Benjamin Bartlett, for third place, is now on the rear bumper. So it's a 3-card battle for the overall lead.
And up the inside of another back marker. That's the 21 who's let them through this time. And now they're back running together. Archie Buttle over the around the top bend.
1 lap to go.
1, 2,
board.
3. We've got the last lap board.
Last lap board out.
I think that all that mucking about, unless it's an absolute send from Joss Widdicombe, I think he's going to have enough in his hand. And Benjamin Bartlett's going to think, why couldn't there be more traffic? Why couldn't there be more traffic? Very, very defensive by Buttle on that last run round the hairpin. Will he get the exit he wants? Yes, he has. So right behind him now with very... nibbling at the rear end.
Needs to be careful.
Well, his nose is already down, so... hey.
We'll have to wait and see what the official result is.
But look at the third place man. His nose looks nothing like the other two.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think Benjamin Bartlett might win this.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
It's our idea. It's not the stewards. They cross the line in the order. Archie Buttle, Joss Widdicombe and Benjamin Bartlett. But I think the top 2 could both be for drop-down penalties.
Might have dropped down. The noses did. The front nose cone on both of those leading carts did look quite low. I'm not sure where they picked them up. But like we say, on the road and provisional result, Archie Buttle, Joshua Withcombe, Benjamin Bartlett. Champion-elect, though, is now the champion. The Junction 6 NKC 2023 Junior Rotax champion Mason Perrin takes the championship victory with a 4th place in this final. So congratulations to Mason Perrin and all of the team around him, his parents, etc. Mitchell Mulvey was 5th, Billy Edgecombe 6th, 7th was Jasmine Taylor, Freddie Whirlock 8th, 9th was Will Swills, and it was Billy Vogt who rounded off the top 10 there for the very last time in 2023. And now, for the very last time in 2023, we have our senior Rotax 162s. They are going to be led out by a man that my money would be very much on, but I wouldn't win much money because the odds would probably be
100 to 1 on.
100 to 1 on, yes. Yeah. Not even
I'm
that.
not giving you evens. I'll give you 100 to 1. Do you want 100 to 1 on? Do you want to bet 100? Oh, Gaz Brewery's turned up.
Has he got anything for us? Like cakes? Yes, here.
Well, it's good to know the man doesn't know what's happening, because we don't know what's happening either.
Junior Mason Perrin's won the championship, yeah? Yes. Mitchell Ball has won the TKM championship. Yes. Seb Corking has won the Minimax championship.
Now, talking about Mitchell Ball winning the TKM championship, I have a message from Facebook from Louis' mum. Louis' mum, said, Caroline said, congratulations to Mitch from Louis' mum. Louis took number 1 from Mitch 3 years ago, I believe, so they've swapped it back again.
Oh,
after
did
all
they
this
really?
Time,
Yeah.
That's very sporty of you, Caroline. Thank you for that.
What a great contest this is between those two drivers. And next year, Mitchell Ball will carry the number 1 and Louis Ben will carry the number 2. Now then. Why? I was just about to read that out. Is that not right? All right. Okay. Championship going into this senior Rotax. On 1,066 is Kyle Dunford. Ollie Varney's on 1,059. So what's that? 7 points in it? There's a difference of 4 points for first and second. Yeah. Finley Watson's on a 1,026, so he could win it if Dunford and Varney finish way down, potentially. Bobby Rosie is 4th on 1,024. He's still in with a chance. And on 1,014 is Charlie Walsh, down from the northeast. I haven't got the brain capacity to work out the rest. 968 for Adam Rogers and Kieran Gifford. Paul Lozanne is certainly battling Adam Rogers for the Masters. Being that, yes, Adam Rogers could win the Masters. Can Paul Lozanne take it from him? I'm not sure. 953. Yeah, he can. Well, I don't know, because they're going to be picking up points down the order. But right now, the battle for the championship is between Kyle Dunford, Ollie Varney, Finley Watson and Bobby Rosier, with Charlie Walsh with a very slim chance.
You know that one, Brandon.
Yeah.
So, say again.
Did I mention that? Say again. Did I mention the chap who would be odds-on favourite for this one, the final that is? It's Jensen Watts.
Yeah, well, he's going to win this.
He's been here 3 times in the NKC this year,
and he's won them all.
And he's won them all. He's won every round, every final in the rounds that he's done. He's had a cracking day. He starts from pole position, so he's very much the favourite to take the victory. Kieran Gifford's alongside, and Kieran Gifford, our all-plate holder, 7th in the championship. Very, very remote chance of this. Matthew Lambert is 3rd. Bobby Rosier, who's in with a mathematical chance of being champion. Braden Hill is 5th, with Ollie Varney, who's currently 2nd, only 7 points behind Kyle Dunford. He starts in 6th. Adam Rogers is 7th, he's in line to take the Masters title and be our Masters champion. Jake Davis is alongside on row 4. Then we've got Lewis Ball and Sam Wyatt on row 5. Alex Warnaby and Ben Harper are on row 6. Row 7, Finley Watson. Finley Watson is 3rd, and alongside him is current championship leader Kyle Dunford. Now that is where the championship battle is right at, row 7.
How many finals are left? Is it 2?
How many finals? 2 left,
Two left.
Overall, yeah. Paul Ozan
Two
and
finals left.
Lewis Berry are on row 8. Row 9 is Charlie Walsh and Ryan Mills. Harry Barker and John Hobbs are on row 10. Sam Elliott and Marcus King are on row 11. Aidan Pomeroy and Reece Pope are on row 12. Tommy Lee Davis and Philip Howarth are on row 13, with Levi Goodyear, Scott Russell on row 14, James Becker and Alex Jackson, and then the 4 drivers who qualified at from the big final are on the back of that lot.
Super stuff. Once again, sorry, we're using our backup timing system. We will keep you informed of how long is to go and what the gaps are, but you can't. But hopefully, and the last race it didn't matter because you can see the gap the entire time, so it wasn't a problem. But it's been a bit weird here today, to be honest with you. But it has been lovely weather, so that's key.
Been fabulous.
Apart
weather.
from 9 seconds of rain.
Yeah, we did we? Yeah, here we go then. For the final time, it's
what
the
a
Rotax.
colourful day we have in this autumn sun.
Beautiful colours.
Yeah.
Nice and green, the grass. Here we go then. We are racing.
And
Jensen Watts
is leading.
Yeah,
and he's won.
Jensen Watts leads, but it's side by side goes Kieran Gifford on the O plate. But it's Jensen Watts that will lead out of the sequence of turn 1 and into the S's, and behind him Matthew Lambert has slotted into second. Yeah.
As he comes into the hairpin the first time, pretty much well behaved. Not many people making a move actually the first time around the hairpin. They've had to go in too wide a couple of times just because that's where the number of carts were there. But everyone taking it easy on this. They've got 12 minutes. They've got time to take it easy.
Yeah, 12 minutes in one lap feels like a lifetime when you're in one of these races, especially holding off the field. Matthew Lambert looks very racy, doesn't he, into turn 1. Will he have a look down the inside? He does indeed. And Jensen Watts finds himself on the outside. And behind Matthew Lambert, going into lap 2, behind Jensen Watts, Kieran Gifford behind him. And down the inside into the hand hairpin has gone Jensen Watts. Not taking any fuss or bother here, is he? Not taking any prisoners.
Nope.
Hangs on to that lead and will show in the lead again. So Matthew Lambert, even though he did lead a section of this lap, will not show as leading any laps so far.
No, there was having none of this. I think he was probably a bit surprised he was overtaken, and now he's going to try and break free. Second and third, though. The 0 plate of Kieran Gifford in the red and white machine, trying to track down the 95 of Matthew Lambert, who has always had that marvellous, 4 corners in the lead. But whilst a little bit of a gap now by Jensen, it's not a huge break. He's not, given the fact how much he was gaining on everyone during the heat, I'd have thought he'd just be gone.
You've got to wait for the tyres to switch on, Nick. So the tyres are going to be beginning to switch on now. It's not, I wouldn't say it's a cold day. It's not cold. It's not hot either. So it's going to be about lap 3.
But you've got the sun on the track, so the temperature's going to be reasonably high.
So I think the tyre pressures are going to be where, if you can set your tyre pressures to come on at a particular point, and I think Jensen Watts' tyres have now switched on.
Yeah, he's pulling away slightly. The battle really is second and third, isn't it? What Lambert and Gifford can do, and perhaps Gifford can get through and have a bit of a go at Watts. But they say the speed of progression that Watts is making away from the field is less than we expected after his dominant performances. Rosier in 4th, Braden Hill in 5th. 6th place last time round was Ollie Vine. I'm not sure they quite know. So Braden Hill stays in 5th because he's got a very distinctive cart. And they string out a little bit more. But the action happening down the 101 cart of Phil Howarth. Oh, I forgot about Phil, haven't we? Phil made another place up. He started so far down because of his 2 DNFs.
Started 26th. He's up and he's ahead of Paul Ozan there.
Yeah, he got Finley Watson into the last corner as well.
Demoted Charlie Walsh
in fairness,
14th
we don't
know
if Howarth is equally as quick as Watts, because of course Howarth won his heat so easily. It was a heat that Watts wasn't in.
That's a good point. Yeah. And we can all we can do is check the lap times.
Well, you know.
Fastest lap of the race for Jensen Watts, our leader, though. As behind him, Matthew Lambert.
Second fastest lap for Phil Howarth.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, there you go. 1:35.194 for Philip Howarth. 35.093.
That's in clear air, though.
So yeah, of course. And Philip Howarth is trying to find his way through. So yeah,
he's doing all right though, because Howarth now is, I think, better than 10th. 1, 2, 3. I think he's an 8th. Might be 9th.
Well, down in 11th is Adam Rogers on the number 7, and Adam is on his way to a Masters title. He's ahead of Paul Ozan. There's a challenge for second as the O-plate holder Kieran Gifford goes down the inside of Matthew Lambert. Now then,
the classic overtake we've seen today. But I think in a way, either Lambert has to make a mistake, or he has to be acquiesced, doesn't it? Because he'll kind of just come back in again and close that small area down into the bottom bend.
Yeah, you can't really do anything about it, really. Once the cart is there, you can just try and maximise your momentum, really.
So Howarth, by the way, is in 7th now.
Wow.
Let's pick up that gold helmeted car. Car is in 7th. The 101 is going to the start finish now. So drop back, Frank. Drop back. It's the gold helmet we want. There we go. Can't miss it. Phil Howarth in the gold helmet. Working his magic, working his way through.
So you start at 26th, Nick, and now there's another scalp.
There we are.
He's through on the 21. So Philip Howarth ahead of Sam Wyatt. He was our reigning Rotax Junior champion from 2022.
So with 4 minutes 52 seconds gone, 7 minutes to go, I think Howarth can make second here.
That would be an amazing achievement, because as he gets through the field, as you get to the front of the field, the drivers are quicker, the carts are quicker, so your progress is stifled. Here he is,
Braden Hill ahead of him.
Braden Hill. I mean, they're not, these scalps he's taking, they're no slouches, are they?
No.
You know, Sam Wyatt, Braden Hill.
He's probably quite fired up after the unpleasant day he's had. And look at that, bang.
This is his home track, is Philip Howarth. So Philip Howarth knows this place like the back of his hand. He's been driving around here since he was 8 years old.
Just give Phil Howarth's story so far today. He broke down with a fuel pump problem in the first race.
That's right.
He just, for some reason, was nowhere in the second race and then won by 7 seconds the third heat.
Yeah, he did.
So he's got the pace.
Yeah, and he's scything through the field up to 5th now. Next on his list is Bobby Rosier. And Bobby, who is currently in 4th place, got 1.5 seconds last time by. Let's see what the gap is now.
It's not 1.5 seconds.
No, it's not 1.5 seconds.
I'm just looking at the window, it's not 1.5 seconds.
Putting his head down and stretching his legs.
Got 4/10 on him last time round. Included he'd done the overtake then. Still plenty of time. Just over halfway. Just literally
2 more laps before he can challenge.
A few seconds ago. He'll comfy left behind.
First driver into the 34s. 34.828 for Jensen Watts. Extends the lead to 2.1. And he's on course to take what rounds he has been and competed at. He has maximised and will keep 100% record if he can hang on to this lead.
So how is all this affecting the overall championship, though?
I can't work that out, because Kyle Dunford and Ollie Varney. So where's Kyle Dunford? Kyle Dunford is 17th. Ollie Varney is in 9th. So I need Gaz Bury to get his abacus out and his slide rule and be working out who is where, because there is only 7 points in this. So I want to know the difference between, well, Ollie Varney scoring more than 7 points on Kyle Dunford in 17th.
Where's Ollie Varney? 9th and 17th.
11th and 17th.
No, 9th and 17th.
Oh, he's up to 9th now, is he?
9th and 17th is 8. Right, so now it's a real battle now, as Howarth has already got past Rosier, went up the inside of him, going into the hairpin. Now he's got a bit of a gap, there's some gappage going on. Still 4.5 minutes or so to go. Across the line goes Jensen Watts. That time was a 34.964. Second fastest lap of anybody. And there goes Howarth with a 35.4 because he had to go past someone.
Bobby Rosier. I mean, the progress that Howarth is making with time ticking by.
Perhaps only broken down once, it'd be fine, wouldn't it? But broken down twice, that was it.
Yeah, final third of the lap now. Sorry, final third of the race, I should say.
Here he comes. So I'm not sure he's going to gain this time on third place man Matthew Lambert. Lambert's across the line in a second. Lambert's a 35.2. Howarth a 35 flat. 35 flat also for Gifford, but a 34.8 again for Watts. Watts, despite these heroics by Howarth, on pure pace terms, even if he started second, he hasn't got the pace of Watts.
Right, yeah. I'm not sure anybody has.
No, I think that's
today.
No. I mean, Watts has dominated the actually not yet officially happening Southern Championship.
I tell you what, though, with just coming up to 3 minutes remaining for Philip Howarth to get ahead, he's got 2 seconds almost to make up to Matthew Lambert, but for him to get a podium, that's phenomenal.
You and Gaz having an ongoing conversation about who's actually winning.
Yes, yeah, we're trying to work it out.
What you're hearing is people doing maths live on the YouTube. But Howarth, that time previously he gained 3/10 again. It's a slow progress. Luckily he got 12 minutes, and that progress may continue. Down to 2.5 minutes. Can Howarth get that third place? You can see him. You can smell him probably. That time around, Lambert 35.4, 34.9. First time in the 34s for Howarth, just so you know. 34.9 for Watts, still leading. 35 flat for Gifford. So he's not going to get Gifford. So the best he can do is get into third. And that's what, 22nd he started?
Philip Howarth started 26th.
26th. So this is a phenomenal comeback.
So we are trying to work out Ollie Varney, who is in 10th, and Carl Dunford, who's in 17th. What's the difference
7
in
points?
points?
That's 7 points.
That's 7 points. So the gap coming into this one was 7 points.
But is either of them going to drop this one?
I don't know.
And that's the difficulty of working out scores on the fly with dropped scores.
Well, that's all ready to count. So
Right.
if they count this one on top of those to count,
Okay.
that's what we're trying to fathom. Yeah.
And whilst we're fathoming that on the track, Matthew Lambert's about to get a very unwelcome visitor, which is Phil Howarth.
So that's basically going to equalise them on the same points as far as our simple head mathematics.
Simple arithmetic, yeah.
Yes.
And we are simple when it comes
Yes,
to arithmetic.
We're just outside of the final minute here, and this is the third place podium position that's come down to the final few minutes of the season. And Philip Howarth, who's had a stinker of a day by his standards, here at his home track.
Oh, everyone's sideways.
Around the outside of the Han hairpin. And now, is he going to go? No, he doesn't. He sits on the rear bumper of Matthew Lambert. Yeah, through buttons into the final turn. He stays on the rear bumper. Oh no, he doesn't.
No, he's just edged him out.
I'm not sure whether.
I'm not sure if Lambert's been chuffed about that one, but
I'm
he
not
kind
sure
of.
what happened there.
That was
Yes.
experience. Let's go.
Lambert
Lambert's
back
saying
at
no,
him.
thank you. Not having that.
Oh, but sliding wide there, carrying too much speed, trying to gather it up.
Yeah,
And
you see him through this round. There we go.
Came back at Howarth. There we go, down the inside. Last of the late breakers, but just too much momentum to stifle to get it turned into the corner. And Howarth just let him by and then went up the inside into the S's.
So 20 seconds to go, and I think Jensen. Yep, we got 2 more. Jensen's got over the line, so 2 more to go. Howarth now. So who is the champ? So our championship is either Ollie Varney
or Kyle Dunford.
Or Carl Dunford.
And if they stay at 10 and Ollie Varney in 10th and Carl Dunford in 17th, what makes you think it's 7 points?
Because there's 10 points between 7 and 10.
No, not in the final.
Oh, is it 2? Is it 14 points?
I think so.
Ah, there we are. That's your answer then. 14 points.
What's
Good point.
the difference point score between 10th and 17th is basically...
It's 2 points to go, you're right.
What I'm asking. Gaz
Yeah,
Bury,
it's 2 points to go, isn't it?
who's having a go at working it out.
There we go. So we now think it's... We now
might
think
be Ollie
Varney's
Varney.
got it.
Yeah,
And,
might
Ollie
be Ollie
Varney is car number 30. Let's see if we can find 30 then. Let's see if we can take him...
well, we're not
well,
definite.
let's give it a go.
Jensen Watts
Let's get... Watts is just... He hasn't turned up for all the events. There we are. So it's the kart coming now. It's the yellow and blue, and the overalls are green hat. Behind the white kart, number 74. It's the 30 kart. He's got a green and blue helmet. He's got some blue overalls on, and that we think is the 30.
Right, 10 to
So it's of this list. Yeah,
Clip.
pick these ones up, Ash. It's the fourth kart there. It's the back kart there. That's the man we think is going to be the champion, Olivani in the 30 kart.
He very much is. He's scoring 80 points in comparison to 66 points. There's
So-
only a 7-point difference.
There we go.
So, race comes to an end with the checkered flag. Jensen Watts takes his third third final win of the season. Kieran Gifford second. Philip Howarth, incredible drive from 26 to the third and final podium step here at Clay Pigeon. Matthew Lambert was fourth. Bobby Rosier fifth. Samuel Wyatt was sixth. Seventh was Braden Hill. Finlay Watson eighth. Ninth is Jake Davies. And there he is, finishing in 10th. By our estimation and our calculations, we believe that Olivani has just clinched the 2023 Junction 6 NKC Senior Road Tax Championship. It all has to be confirmed, of course, because we all have to go through not just tech and stewards' inquiries and all of that. So we think we will say now that we believe Olivani is the champion.
We think.
We think. Right, quickly moving on, because we are quickly moving on as the final race of the 2023 season is about to take place.
I don't want to throw water on this.
All right, I knew you would. Last year we tried to work it out. It was Simon.
I think Dunford's going to drop this round.
Do you?
Yeah. He's got a 35, a 47 and a 33. And in the previous round, he's had better from that. So I'm trying to find his worst round.
Remember last year when we were doing this?
I think Olivani's the champion.
Last year when we did this, we were talking about 3 drivers potentially winning it.
Yeah.
And then when it was announced who the actual winner was Simon Cable.
Yeah, without actual live kind of scripting, it's impossible to tell.
Yeah, because it's the drop round thing that confuses us. We've only got the information.
The good news is we have Gaz Bury. If you go to the NKC Facebook page, very soon the answers will be there, and we'll post the pictures as well, won't we? The people who've won.
Yeah.
Rotax
right.
177. No, it's
Right.
not. Is it the?
Yes, it is.
Hey, it's
yes, it is. Harrison Crook is on the pole position. Ryan Taylor-Truman. We've got a different championship to work out. Completely different championship. We've got Harry Wainwright, who came into this round leading. He's not leading now. The championship's being led by Scott Smith, who's on 1,076. Scott Clee is on 1,052. Ryan Taylor-Truman's on 1,028, and Harry Wainwright is on 1,012. Harrison Crook's in 6th on 957. So it's Harrison Crook who's in with a mathematical chance, but it all depends on how the other drivers finish.
Now, why is kart 6 not moving?
Scott Clee starts on 9th. Charlie Jow was 10th. Scott Smith starts on 11th.
There we go.
So we are.
Is that a go, is it?
No, I think we're sending them around again.
Are they?
So Scott Smith, championship leader, starting 11th. Alongside him is Dan Milner. Then we've got
Wave
Ben
round.
Johnson, Tim Darlow, Joshua Pickford, Lawrence Hilton, Carl Bryant, Alex Jones, Richard Evans and Steve Gilly, Cole Edwards and Jason Bear, Reese Llewellyn and Neil Hemming, Keith Mason, Alex Thomas, Tyler Kelsey, Steve Stewart, Ben Hitch and Mike Edwards, and the 4 qualifiers from the B final. So, championship protagonist Scott Smith starting 11th, Scott Clee starting 9th, Ryan Taylor-Truman starting in, where is he? Starting 2nd, Harry Wainwright starting 5th, Cole Edwards, who's 5th in the championship. Cole Edwards is starting, can't find him now, where's he gone?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is, 21st. So, still all to play for, and a championship that's going to sort of dissolve our brains trying to work out.
Let's just do the race, shall we?
Here we go.
That can't be a start.
That can't be a start, can it?
Let that one go. Okay, we're off. And immediately into the there's no full start flag. So into the lead has gone the 72 from the 277. So 1 and 2, Harrison Cook from Matt Zanetti. Further down, I'm sure some people have lost a number of places.
Yeah, that was, I think, a cart bogged down right there in the first couple of rows. And yeah, as we went go, it didn't pick up, and he was basically just mauled by everyone else.
Yeah, they come across the line. You'll be able to see the names shuffle themselves around. Let's see where they are.
Here they come then. Harrison Crook, our pole man, starts.
Taylor Truman
leads across the line. Matt Zanetti. Ryan Taylor Truman is in third. Stuart Baker, Harry Wainwright, Ian Branfield, Oliver Smith, Scott Clee, James Frost, Charlie Dowers rounding off the top 10.
So Clee's now in 8th. Smith is in 12th. Harry Wainwright remains in 5th. That's our 1, 2, 3, isn't it? Well, Ryan Taylor Truman, he's in 3rd. So that's our championship protagonists. First and second, though, having a bit of a battle. Now they've settled down that first lap and that poor start in this glorious October autumn sunshine. And what a way to finish the season. Last race of the 2023 NKC, bathed in sunshine. A season that's often been, what can only be said, variable in the weather, let's be honest. But now we're going to finish on a high in so many ways as Harrison Cook leads Matt Zanetti round the hands hairpin for the 3rd time.
Looks like Matt Zanetti's feeling very racy. Looking down the inside there, not quite having enough to get him alongside though. Harrison Crook being very cool and calm, not really succumbing to any pressure. He knows Zanetti's there. Here they come then. It'll be 3 laps completed. Stuart Baker, fastest man on the track, previous lap there. But these two at the front, they're promising so much here. They're promising us a bit of a battle for the lead as the rest of the field come through. That's a battle for 3rd and 4th as well. Ryan Taylor Truman, 3rd, Stuart Baker 4th, and another fastest lap of the race from Stuart Baker as a move down the inside, and oh my goodness, he had to really make it happen there, but coming back around the outside is Harrison Crook.
Yeah,
that was Matt Zanetti who squeezed on the inside of the horseshoe, but that's a very fast left-hander and you can keep the speed up, can't you?
Yeah, and it's also the main effect of that is to bring 3rd and 4th, Taylor Truman and Stuart Baker. And Baker got the inside of Taylor Truman, so I know where Baker's been hiding his speed all day, but then we look, almost another over and under there. As they're not taking the Sonny Morgan line over that corner, which of course is just not the track. And
there's
that changed the lead again.
Move the lead into the hand hairpin. Zanetti, this time he makes it happen and hangs onto it. By the time they get to the horseshoe, Harrison Crook has to settle for 2nd. But behind Harrison Crook, Ryan Taylor Truman and Stuart Baker are coming. These two
fast.
Yeah, they are. It's almost going to be a 4-card battle for the lead.
Certainly 2nd, 3rd nailed together now. I think 2nd, 3rd might even change going into the corner. Yep. Good move. Is he going to overshoot it? He did slightly. So Stuart Baker went in a little bit hot and got over and under by Harrison Cook. Great move for Matt Zanetti. He's managed to break away. 4th place, the 65 of Ryan Taylor Truman, who is, of course, one of our championship contenders.
Stuart Baker coming down the inside of Harrison Crook again at the hand hairpin. And he makes it happen again and then this time stays in 2nd place. Harrison Crook now under pressure from Ryan Taylor Truman. He's just ticking off the list, isn't he, from being pressured by Zanetti, who now leads, pressured by Baker, who's now 2nd, and now he's got Ryan Taylor Truman to contend with.
Truman looks to hop out through the bottom bend, doesn't do it. Good line there by Harrison Crook. So at the moment of our championship contenders is Ryan Taylor Thompson. He's in 4th. Scott Clee in 7th. Wainwright's gone down to 11th. So that's not a great run for Harry. He's not been a good meeting. This will probably drop score and up the inside looking for an over and under switchback. No, wasn't quite there for the 65 of Ryan Taylor Thompson with a yellow and white smiley nose. Mustachio. Truman. Taylor Thompson, is he then? Don't know. Probably a Liverpool footballer. Who knows? I don't believe in hyphenated names anyway. It's very irritating. So 1st and 2nd nailed together, and 3rd and 4th as well. So you've got 2 pairs, and a little bit of a gap now after that action with Taylor Truman trying to get through. The Hornets back battling at the
there's
front.
The lead.
Zanetti overtaken again. The front
Baker.
two are right back at it. Baker, as you say, back in the lead as they go round buttons and the top end.
Baker, fastest master as well. He's leading the Masters, but he's leading the race overall. So the old boy, I say old boy, you've got to be 35 to qualify for a Master. I mean,
you'd been a Master for 26 years.
I've been a double Master.
Almost, yeah.
Almost a double Master. But he's leading. Stuart Baker it is on the Cosmic, leading this race and pulling away slightly from Matt Zanetti. And we're about 50 seconds away from half distance, so still plenty of time Plenty of time. And it looks to me, though, Nick, that Baker is sort of checking out.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly it's a chance to find a bit of a gap. Baker's obviously set behind me. We've talked, of course, about pressures and tyres coming in. And Baker has a small gap on Zanetti. Both of them have managed to get Crook and Taylor Truman away, who are very close together, 2/10 of a second between third and fourth. Drop back to third and fourth, because that's a little bit closer.
Yeah, that battle for the lead is kind of sort of looking like it's the domain of Baker. This is where the battle's at, though. This is Harrison Crook, who started on the pole. Ryan Taylor Truman is currently third in the championship and highest championship contender at the moment.
Yeah, Scott Cleese in 7th, Harry Wainwright in 13th. Who else is in it?
Scott Smith came in. Yeah, he's in 12th.
12th, yeah. So it's a bit of a nice points gain if Taylor Truman can get third. Will there be enough to take him to the win? Who knows?
I don't know. I'm not. Gaz Burry's working away behind us.
I think you're going to have to check the NKC Facebook for who's won some of these, because it's not just the most points. It's then they've got to drop around, and if they drop around, anyway.
Yes. And we've got to get through Tech.
Yeah, and we are just now coming up to halfway in the final of the 2023 NKC here from Clay Pigeon. We're Karting Live TV on the backup timing system. My name's Nick Damon. Next to me is Joe Bradley. To my left has been Paul Bateman. We've been here every single round, apart from Paul, who left us for Mansell Raceway. On the cameras, it's Frank, it's Ash, and of course we've also had Scott, Harry, and Matt's son, whose name's escaping me.
Right, and you've also forgot one of the biggest members of staff.
I was coming back to that.
Okay.
What's Matt's son's name again? What's Matt's son's name? Jude. It was Jude on the cameras a while ago. And of course Johnny Palmer.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah.
No bigging him up.
Well, he is big. He's our ace in the hole as far as commentary is concerned. Anyway, thank you anyway. That all went horribly wrong because I got Jude's name, but it's one of those days, really, isn't it?
You didn't practice that at all,
you get 90% through and the last 10% fails miserably, but there we are. What can you do? No change in the running order at the front. But we're looking at the run for what we are looking at, actually, is the 3, 4, 5, 6 battle. Crook, Taylor Truman. Now they've been joined by Ian Bramfield and Oliver Smith in the 148 and the 146, and the 9.
Yeah, this is great stuff, because this 2-card battle for third and fourth is now a 4-card battle. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth. Ian Bramfield and Oliver Smith, of course, coming into the 4. And there's a move. That's Ryan Taylor Truman into third place. Final step of the podium this afternoon. Inside of 4 minutes. Final third of this final for the Rotax 177 class. And movers and shakers behind as well, as Ian Bramfield is overtaken by Oliver Smith. It's now Oliver Smith's turn to see if he can get past Harrison Crook. Down across the line. Stuart Baker has pulled out half a second now on Matt Zanetti. Just ahead of these 4. Just going off through the S's and towards the hand hairpin, just ahead of them. Ryan Taylor Truman it is in third place now in that orange and black Xenon chassis. I think that's a Xenon. I might be wrong.
I'm not going to argue with you.
No. And he's pulling away. Harrison Crook has been left to deal with Oliver Smith and Ian Bramfield. And Ryan Taylor Truman, currently third in the championship.
Frankie's an extra 2 points for third place from fourth. He's not going to get up to that. I don't think he's anywhere near Zanetti
he's got 3, almost 4
Baker.
seconds to make up to Zanetti. And he's only got coming up to 2.5 minutes.
Well, Baker and Zanetti are now getting a little bit closer. Let's go back to our lead, or move forward to our lead if that's possible, Ash. Just going around the exit of the horseshoe. Do one of your marvellous swoop acrosses. Oh, no, there's a movement there. Good not to do that. Oh, very edged out the 72 there. They completely push Harrison Crook out. He's gone back 2 places there. Very much bullied.
Yeah, he was ganged up on there, wasn't he? Ryan Taylor Truman saying, thanks very much, lads. We'll have more of that. As Ian Bramfield and Oliver Smith moves up to 4th and 5th, ahead of Harrison Crook in 6th. Scott Clay still 7th. Dan Milner 8th. 9th is James Frost. And it's Josh Pickford who rounds off the top 10. Scott Smith, 10. Who came into the final leading the championship. I'm not sure where the championship is at the moment. There's too many
dropped rounds
anomalies,
and variables.
Yeah, too many variables to work it out with our small brains.
Let's see if we can pick up our leaders. Perhaps when we go to Frank's camera, they're coming through start finish now. And
So you think Zanetti has a chance then, do you?
he's right behind him at this point.
Yeah.
The gap, which was a bit 3 or 4 tenths. I'm not sure if Zanetti's fast in the right parts of the track. That's the only point about
Well,
this.
he's coming back at him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because Stuart Baker was pulling away on the Cosmic, and now we've got Zanetti who's coming right back at him. And with clock ticking, we're inside the final 90 seconds of the season here, and Zanetti was coming back towards Stuart Baker, but Stuart Baker's got a bit of a cushion now. That was the sounds of Paul, our producer, dying in the corner.
Yeah, we have a large amount of potential unwellness in this area. Lucky not working next weekend because everyone's going to be down with the lurgy. But the Rotax A-File now enters its last minute, so we might manage to keep producer Paul with us for that entire minute, hopefully. He's in his own car, so that's fine.
Yeah, if we go quiet, we're doing CPR on him.
So Baker, great performance by Stuart Baker.
Yeah,
this
brilliant.
one and 2 more, I think. They're going across the line now with 41 seconds to go.
2 more.
So 2
Absolutely.
more.
Yeah.
He seems to be pacing Zanetti. Zanetti's allowed to get quite close, but hasn't at any point in the last, 4 or 5 minutes, got close enough to really make a go for it.
I know, and that's what I thought. He's kind of paced himself, and Zanetti came back at him. And I wasn't sure whether that was because, maybe Zanetti has found, the pace has increased, and Baker's pace, having had Zanetti reappear on it over his shoulder, he's kind of pulled it back out, and now he's back to the gap that it was when we were considering how comfortable he was.
Last time round was 100th of a second between the two of them.
Right, here we go, penultimate lap, because there's about 5 seconds on the clock there.
Yeah.
So last 2 laps of the season coming up, everybody, and this is Stuart Baker in the lead of the Rotax 177 class for the final time in 2023.
And the lucky thing for them is the rest of the field is fast enough not to be lapped.
Yes,
We didn't see a couple of times already today, but they are going to stay away from they're about 5 or 6 seconds behind the back of the field. They're not going to make that in 2 laps.
They're not going to get involved, thankfully. Gets a bit messy, doesn't it, on these shorter tracks?
Yeah.
Getting involved in back markers. So here we go. It's the 1 lap to go board for Stuart Baker, and he has upped the pace as he heads towards the checkered flag, the final checkered flag of the 2023 season.
Less than a lap to go for the NKC 2023 Championship. And now they come into the last time round hands hairpin. Don't forget that the 2024 season starts here in about 6 months' time.
April, yeah. Long time to wait. We'll talk about that after we've had our final checkered flag. Here comes Stuart Baker then out of Top Bend for the final time to take the checkered flag, and a very fine win here at Clear Pigeon. Round 6 of the Junction 6 NKC, and it's Stuart Baker from Max Zanetti. Gap of the line was half a second. Ryan Taylor-Truman will take the final step of the podium. Ian Brandfield 4th, Oliver Smith 5th, Harrison Crook 6th, 7th is Dan Milner. Then we've got Scott Clay, Joshua Pickford. Championship leader going into the final was Scott Smith. Let's see how that pans out as the rest of the field come through. We've just got enough time to maybe just thank everybody.
Yep.
Everybody in the NKC.
Thank you to Ollie Nitch-Smith.
Ollie Nitch-Smith, Chris Cox,
Gaz Bury.
Gaz Bury, Gezo and Matt Hildred. Those are the lads who take it on the chin, really, and have to make these horrible decisions with regards to how to run these races. I know they get a lot of flack, but you know what? Just try spending a few hours in their shoes at some of these race meetings. It gets very intense. And you know what? The reason for that is because the NKC is very much worth winning. It's a championship that has certainly emerged on the national karting scene. It's a one that pretty much everybody has got their eyes on. And I think, when I say everybody, I mean all the big lads. They're looking at the NKC. They've all got customers asking, can we race in the NKC?
Yes.
Well, you know what? The answer is going to be yes. It's a fantastic championship. It goes to all the top championship circuits. We've got a calendar that's going to be absolutely fantastic. A little bit of a variation on a theme going into 2024. We've got a different tyre regulation. We've got a Southern Championship for the first 3 rounds. We then have a little bit of a break with an all-plate meeting at Rowra in July. And then we've got the final 3 rounds forming our Northern Series, which is, off the top of my head, Wilton Mill, Three Sisters, and my own track, Warden Law, to round off the season.
Circuit, which is Clay Pigeon, Forest
Edge,
and Mansell Raceway.
And Mansell Raceway, yeah, very much in the south. Very, very much in the south. We look forward to 2024, Nick.
You're going to be at my house the whole time, aren't you?
I'm pretty much going to have to live there, yes. Perhaps, I don't know how you want to round this season off, Nick, but certainly a reflection back. I mean, we've had talk about drama and intensity, and that's what I was going to say. Once something becomes worth winning, it ceases to be just a bit of fun. Yes, we can talk about it, and but that paddock has had intensity and drama all season long.
And fibbing.
Well, there's a bit of fibbing going on. It's just that's the soap
all
opera.
of human nature was there.
There's a soap opera behind every garage door. There's a soap opera behind every awning zip.
Every awning zip, yeah.
In karting.
No,
yes.
I think it's been a great season. It's been, I think it's been a step up from last year competition-wise. I think we've had some fantastic racing. I think the track, everyone's really got used to how the system runs and walks. And overall, it's great to have you all with us over the course of the year. Gaz Bury's turned up, almost like he has something to say, like a championship winner or something.
Have you any idea?
No, he's no idea. No, he's turned up.
We've done the maths, and we think it's gone to Scott Smith.
Scott Smith is possibly
the
Road 177 champion.
Pretty confident, I.
Yeah. I think it only remains time for us to say thank. I wrongly said thank you to everybody before, and it was a complete disaster. But I'm actually going to say thank you to Joe, because Joe's been the absolute rock on this. He's had, there's been a real swan act sometimes.
I'm going to cry.
There's been a real swan act sometimes where all sorts of hell was breaking loose, and Joe was going, and now in the lead it's number 17, and there's all sorts of things going on.
Today was quite challenging. Sometimes I didn't have any time on screens. Other times I didn't have any time on screens or pictures.
You know what?
Actually, look out the window.
That's the point. At the end of the day, you can always look out the window. Not at every track, but at this track you can. Thanks to everyone who's worked for the team. Thank you very much to the guys behind the NKC. We will be back with you in a couple of weeks' time. Karting Live TV will be back with you in a couple of weeks' time at the Autumn Cup from Warden Law.
Well,
get your entry
11th and 12th of November.
Is that 3 weeks, is it?
And everybody's welcome from the NKC, especially the 177s, because we're running on the Maxxis tyre, same tyre as you run on in this series. But everybody else is welcome to come along and enjoy and get some preparation in and have a look at Warden Law before we come here to race proper next year in the series.
So we're looking forward to it on Karting Live TV. Joe and I may do some full scale, some real size stuff since then. Who knows? I can't believe you're fans of Joe and I. You're just fans of good racing. That's all for us from Karting Live TV. This season for the NKC, other bits and bobs will be available, other bits will happen, but more importantly, hopefully you will have a fantastic off-season and you rejoin us next year in whatever class you decide to be for the 2024 NKC. See you in 6 months, right here, Clay Pigeon.